side, looming over the bleeding boy. He reached up with a blood-soaked hand, unable to speak, yet begging with his eyes. His chest was gushing, the frost soaked through with red. She might feed him from her wrist, heal the wound with her blood. But the wolf-mother moved not an inch to help him. "Hunt's over, poet," Chiara murmured. "Nae much use for a hound boy any more." Joaquin whimpered, eyes bright and wide. The angel of death raised his sickles, and the boy's bladder loosed for the terror of it. He looked to his beloved mistress, perhaps for one last measure of comfort, fingers trembling as he strained simply to touch her before he died. But Chiara Divock remained unmoved as Joaquin held out his hand. And so Dieu la chance took it. Jean-Francois's quill ceased scratching, one blonde eyebrow rising. The last Lyathy breathed a sigh, studying her outstretched fingers. You will wonder why she did it, of course. Why she tore his tunic open, wiped the blood from her bleeding nose onto her palm, and pressed it to Joaquin's chest. Why she chose to save his life, when, in truth, she owed him nothing, and to show these monsters what she could do, placed herself deeper in peril. Some would call her fool for it, no doubt. Some would call her noble. Some would call her young or soft-hearted, headstrong or thoughtless. But all would have some opinion to share. That is the way of things these nights, is it not? Folk who know nothing still insist on saying something. And you, Mademoiselle Castille, Jean-Francois asked, what would you call her? What I have always called her, little Marquis. The monster's eyes twinkled in the dark. The Holy Grail of Saint-Michon. Chiara and Cain Divock watched in mute amazement as Joaquin's wounds stitched closed, the touch of the Grail's holy blood hauling him back from the very edge of death. The boy's breath ceased to bubble, the pain in his eyes giving way to baffled wonder. Dior looked him over, helping him sit, one bloody hand still pressed to his chest. "Are you all right?" she whispered. The boy's mouth hung like a broken door, his face death pale. How did you do that?" Dior looked up as Cain spoke, the headsman's cruel eyes gone wide. "Answer me!" the vampire demanded, grabbing her collar. Dior flinched back, her red, sticky hand grabbing at the headsman's wrist, and as her blood touched his dead flesh, white fire bloomed, setting Cain's newly regrown hand aflame. The headsman roared in agony, toppling backward and flailing, kicking, finally plunging his burning fist into the snow and extinguishing the holy fire on his skin with a long, sharp hiss. Snarling, Cain lifted his now blackened claw from the steaming slush, eyes boiling with hate and fear, fixed on Dior. "You still think this peach worth bruising, cousin?" the wolf-mother murmured. Chiara seized Dior by the scruff and hauled the yelping girl into the air. Dior clawed at her grip, but unlike her cousin, Chiara wore heavy hunter's gauntlets, the Grail's bloody hand doing nothing but staining the hardened leather. The wolf-mother looked Dior over, the girl choking out every colourful insult my brother had taught her as she struggled to free herself. but her cursing turned to a pained gasp as Kiara squeezed hard enough to make her spine creak. "Be still now, little mouse." Me?" Kiara squeezed again, her strength enough to grind stone to dust. Dio wailed at the agony of it, forcing herself to be still, muscles corded at her clenched jaw. "I care nae for the house of it," the vampire murmured. "Nor the ways. But if you try to run again, I'll have my men put out your eyes, burn your toes off, carve their names in you while you scream. Oh, I'll leave you living, have nae fear. Our foes have a wanting of you, and thus so must we. But by time I'm done with you, he'll envy poor young Shay here." The girl whimpered in that titanic grip, face red, teeth clenched. "At least to tell me where you're taking me." The wolf mother blinked, as if the answer were obvious. "We take you to the court of Nikita, the Blackheart, my own dread maker and priori of blood divok." Dio's eyes widened at that, goosebumps prickling her skin. She was in the clutches of horrors, helpless and small, and obviously terrified. Yet not by chance nor whimsy, but through Almighty God's own providence. It seemed she was also headed to the exact place in the Empire she most needed to be. The city where the truth of all she must do awaited in eventide. The resting place of Mother Marin herself. "Done again," she whispered. In the shadows beneath Soladaire, the historian dipped his quill, murmuring scripture to himself. "All on earth below and heaven above is the work of my hand." And across a black river, a monster smiled behind the cage on her teeth. "And all the work of my hand is in accord with my plan." Jean-Francois met Céline's eyes, a sudden chill upon his skin. "Does that frighten you, sinner?" she asked. "To see his will at work in the world, to witness his divine design unfold exactly as he intended? Because were I you, heartless, faithless, purposeless, it would terrify me." The historian arched one brow, expectant. "You are in danger of boring me, Mademoiselle Castille. Continue." Céline inclined her head, amusement sparkling in those black eyes. Dio still hung in the wolf mother's grip, but after Kiara's revelation, her struggles had ceased. Satisfied, the vampire released her hold, let the poor girl hit the snow. "Let's be off then," the wolf mother grunted. "Time tarries nae for the timeless." The wolf mother trudged back across the red clearing, absent-mindedly licking Shay's gore off her lips. She paused at the edge of the trees, looking back to Dio and slapping her thigh as if calling a hound. And with all desire to flee now vanished, the bruised and beaten girl wiped her bloody face with snow and dragged herself upright. "Joaquin," the wolf mother called. "On your feet, poet." Dio looked to the lad beside her. Joaquin was still sat in the frozen red, chest and hands drenched like same. Elena snuffled at his face, tail wagging. Poor Matteo was dead, pierced through the throat by Shay's knife, and the boy's eyes were fixed on the hound's, brimming with tears. But more than sorrowed, Joaquin simply looked bewildered. "It's only a dog, boy," Kiara called again. "Come now." "Joaquin?" Dio asked softly. The kennel boy looked up at her, like a lad awakened from the dream of a roaring fireplace, only to find himself in the cold deep of night. But as Cain growled in patience, the boy came back to himself, sparing the headsman a frightened glance. "Coming, mistress," he murmured. Joaquin pressed his lips to Mateo's brow, and rising, he ran after the wolf-mother. Elena snuffled about Mateo's body, but at a call from Joaquin, the hound bounded off through the snow on his heels. Dior realized only the headsman remained now, watching her with dark, hungry eyes, his hand burned into a black claw by her blood. And with Chiara's threat hanging in the air above the greasy spatter that had been Shay, Dior ran after her, Cain following with a soft curse. Red drenched the snow behind them, Shay's blood mixed with Joaquin's and the Grail's, and as a cold wind blew through those dead trees, the latter began to tremble, to move. Droplets of her holy blood, shivering as if the earth were quaking, running in thin rivulets across the frost, as if to return to the veins of their mistress. But the wind blew harder, the red ran cold, those lonely drops freezing now to ice. And all was still once more. Chapter 4. Circle of Hell. 2 weeks passed, frozen and bleak, trekking southward, ever southward. The dark company skirted the edge of the northern Weald, crossing the frozen Roder River and cutting around the grim city fort of Redwatch. If Dior thought of Gabriel, the journey they'd taken together across these same frozen wastes, growing fonder with every step, she gave no hint to her captors. The bruise his hand had left on her face was faded now. Who could speak to the bruise on her heart? The Divok fed from their scorched, only a mouthful each night, so as not to weaken them, but both vampires were clearly hungered, and their men clearly stretched. They'd found Dior's lockpicks after her recapture, never more leaving her unguarded, but after learning of her destination, the Grail made no further attempts to escape. Instead, she lay trussed up like a firstmas hog behind the wolf-mother, riding ever south toward Dun Mergen, praying through every mile of that frozen hell. It was on the banks of the Volta she at last found reprieve. They trotted beneath the shell of San Guillaume, Dior's eyes shining as she looked up to the monastery where the company of the Grail had been slaughtered by the beast of Velen, only a few months and 100 lifetimes ago. But passing beneath those lonely cliffs, their pace slowed, and after countless leagues and winter's deep nights, in the cold light of the rising sun, the girl saw with horror what they'd been chasing all this while. A convoy. 3 dozen wagons gathered around a roaring bonfire, guarded by 50 thrall swords and twice that many foul-bloods, chained in a rotten mob. The wagons were the same as we'd seen at Averlane, rusty iron cages rising up from wooden trays, and just like at Averlane, every cage was filled near to bursting. Men, women, children, the ragged remnants of Aaron de Costa and Baptista Sa Ismael's dream, now reduced to nothing but cattle. Over 1,000 of them. Chiara spurred her pony on, Dior's head bouncing mercilessly off the beast's flank until they drew to a halt at the inner ring of carriages. cries of the mistress, Mistress Chiara returns, rang among the wasted trees, soldiers in Divok livery taking a knee around the flames. Dio shivered, her breath catching at the awful sights about her, frost-bitten fingers curled around rusted bars, and eyes bereft of hope peering out from between them. "Ah, dear Wolf-Mother," a low, sweet voice said. "I thought we'd lost you." Dio dragged her eyes from the poor souls around her, searching for the one who'd spoken. It was a short woman in fine dark leathers, a fawn frock-coat and tricorn, a mighty greatsword at her back. Her black hair was bound in braids, so long they near brushed the frost at her feet. She looked perhaps 30, possessed of sharp, dark eyes and a perilous grace. 2 circles of what must have been blood daubed on her cheeks. Sudhayami born. The woman's skin was dark like all her kinfolk, yet greyed by the grim pallor of death. Another vampire. "I am certain, sweet Soraya," Chiara said. "Your heart bled at the thought of my fall." The smaller vampire's lips twisted in a mirthless smile. The Wolf-Mother nodded to an iron box atop one of the wagons, wrapped in heavy chain. "How fares the bairn?" Soraya shrugged, tossing her braids back off her shoulders. "Still not drinking willingly, but he drinks eventually." Chiara chuckled, dark as poison. "Don't we all?" Soraya tipped her tricorn back, looked the bigger woman over. "You seem of a pleasant mood. I'd have bet you'd be shedding blood at thought of our delay. Good hunting, was it?" "That it was, little sister. That it was." The smaller vampire prickled at the diminutive, sharing a swift glance with the newly arrived Cain. "Good enough to warrant whatever happened to your face, cousin. The blood witch who got Rickard take a slice from you, too?" The headsman scowled as he dismounted, the claw scars across his features only deepening. But Chiara patted Dio, trussed up on her saddle, and the third vampire's gaze sharpened as she noted the girl for the first time. Breathing deep now, Soraya pressed the tip of her bright red tongue to a sharpening canine as she looked Dio over like ripe fruit. "Now what?" she breathed. "In great Toliev's name is that?" "A prize, little sister," Chiara grinned. "One the Blackheart will thank the bearers of. We return with lion's blood on our hands, sweet Soraya, and raven's gold in our purses." Soraya frowned, clearly confused. Chiara only grinned the wider. "Get our mouse stowed, poet." The Wolf-Mother glanced to the kennel boy, arriving now with the other scorched. "Throw her in with the other valuables, safe and warm. Lady Soraya and I have much to talk about." Joaquin bowed and lifted Dio effortlessly, cradling her in his arms as he trudged toward one of the sturdier wagons closest to the fire. Another thrall sword unbolted the heavy door, and the people within shrank back, wide-eyed and fearful. Joaquin's brow darkened, glancing around the other wagons circling the flames. "They're all full." "We've snatched up some more refugees on the way here," the man said, scratching his rough beard. "And Lars and Quinn brought another bundle down 6 nights back. Those brats from Averlane that the lion cut loose. Making a break for Leon, they was." Dio paled at those words. It was clear the man spoke of little Mila and the other children who'd been left in the care of Gabriel's old apprentice. She gazed around those cages, then up at the boy who held her, plaintive and pained. Joaquin Marin had called Averlane home, after all, scorched out of simple expediency so Chiara might track Gabriel better through the Nightstone, and left for dead once his usefulness had run out. But if any affection for the folk he'd grown up with remained within, there was nothing of it in his eyes as he nodded to the wagon. "There's no room," he pointed out. "Allow me," came a growl. Cain stepped forward, reaching into the cage and grabbing the first mortal he saw, a young fellow not much older than Dior. The youth cried out as the vampire's hand closed about his wrist, other folk screaming as he was dragged out the door. He wailed, struggling with all he had, but his captor held him in a grip like iron, and as Dior watched, wide-eyed, Cain bared long, bright fangs and sank them deep into the poor fellow's throat. She'd never seen a vampire truly feed from a mortal before. The few sips she'd witnessed on the road here held no candle to the full horror of it all, because it was not fear that welled in the youth's eyes as those teeth punctured his neck. It was bliss. He groaned as Cain drank deeper, eyes rolling back, lips curled in a euphoric smile, and were they not pinned at his sides, he'd have surely thrown his arms around the thing that was killing him. Because Cain was killing him. "Stop!" the Grail said. She struggled in Joaquin's implacable grip, horrified and furious. "Make him! No! Stop! Stop!" The headsman paid her no heed. The youth in his arms stiffened, breath rattling now, smile gone blue. But still the vampire drank, groaning, growling. With one final gasp, his victim shivered, like a lover reaching his ending, every muscle taut. And then Cain released his murderous grip, letting the body drop, thump, lifeless into the snow. The headsman sneered, rubied spools of stolen life stretching between his lips. "Now there's room for ye, girl." And turning on his heel, he stomped after Soraya and the wolf-mother. Dior looked down at the dead youth, struggling not to retch. Joaquin exchanged a glance with the other thrall, but breathing deep, he lifted Dior and shoved her into the stink and crush of the other valuables in the cage, locking the door behind her. His comrade picked up the fresh corpse like it was straw, and without a backward glance, the pair stomped toward the bonfire, Elena following on her master's heels with wagging tail. "Joaquin!" a voice cried. The hound boy stopped, turning back to Dior's wagon, blinking at the figure now reaching through the bars. It was Isla, of course, the Ossian lass who'd snarled at Gabriel over potatoes, who'd told Dior she should have left her to the Divock. "Isla," he whispered. "Aye, it's me." The lass pressed her face to the bars, twin beauty marks on a cheek wet with tears. "Oh, God, Joaquin, I thought you were dead. I thought they got you." The hound boy glanced at the thrall sword beside him, the dead around him, the chill dawn wind blowing flurries of snow between them. The way Isla had spoken about her ever after, these two had loved each other true before Averlane's fall. But now, reunited, Joaquin stared at his beloved as if she were a stranger. Cold, hard, eyes like stone. "They did get me," he replied. And without another word, he trudged off toward his fellows. Dior bit her lip as Isla called her beau's name. Another scorched, bellowed for quiet, and cracked his truncheon across her hand, the girl wailing as she pulled it back inside the bars. Cold iron pressed against Dior's cheek, her heart thumping with a dreadful cadence now, The horror of where she truly was finally laid bare. Miles into bleak wilderness, headed toward a land she'd never seen, in the captivity of monsters she'd never imagined. She met Isla's eyes, the girl giving her a small nod of recognition, her lips pinched tight as she nursed her wounded hand. Dior's voice was soft in the gloom. "Where did they catch you?" "A few days north of Avalain," the girl replied. "We didn't get far without you." Dior sighed. "What happened to Frere Lachlan? Did he fall?" Isla shook her head. "He left us." "Left you? He was supposed to look after you. Why would he—" "We met other Silver Saints on the river," Isla murmured. "Heading south, Frere Lachlan spoke with a big man with a hand made of iron. I heard not what they said, but the Frere grew upset, furious even, and with barely a word he sent us on towards San Michon alone, and headed back south with his brethren." "Shit." Dior hung her head, breathing deep. "I'm sorry, Isla." "The fault isn't yours, Mademoiselle Lachance. This is the will of—" "Mademoiselle Lachance." Dior's pale blue eyes widened, and she turned toward that voice, breath catching in her lungs. And she saw him then, squeezed in tight among the prisoners, but tall enough to loom above them, his disbelieving smile bright as the sun had once been. "Baptiste!" She whispered the big Sudeamese name as he started pressing toward her, struggling through the tight-packed bodies. Dior plunged into the crush, smaller than he, slipping her way past elbows and ribs, and somewhere in the thick of it they reached each other, the black thumb struggling to get his big arms around her. "Great Redeemer, Dior, it is you." "Baptiste!" she sobbed, hugging him like a drowning girl hugs driftwood. "Oh, thank the martyrs and Mother Maid! We thought you were dead!" "I'm fine, sweet child," he breathed, dark eyes shining with tears. "God's truth, I never thought to see you again. The scouts we sent never returned, and then the Divok." The black thumb shook his head, drawing her back to meet his eyes. He was a handsome man, the smith of Avalain, strong jaw and dark skin, hair cropped short, salt and pepper at his temples and in the whiskers on his chin. He wore dark leathers trimmed with pale fur and stained with blood, big, forge-calloused hands squeezing hers gently. "How comes it you're here? Good sakes, where is Gabrielle?" It must have hit her then, to finally hear my brother's name. For weeks, Dior had been mired in a world of enemies, not daring to show weakness, to reveal how deep she bled. But there, in the black thumb's arms, something appeared to break inside her, some dam of pain and grief, crumbling now to rubble in his embrace. "He fell," she whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I don't know if—" Sorrow washed over Baptiste's face, grief and pain and despair, as one more loss was added to his tally. The black thumb wrapped the girl up and hugged her as she sobbed, her whole body shaking with anguish. Smoothing her blood-stained ashen hair with one gentle hand, he murmured comforts, his own eyes shining with grief. "Hush now, chérie," he told her, jaw clenched. "No tears for the faithful fallen. They dwell in the kingdom of heaven, at the right hand of the Holy Father." "Forgive me. I know you've your own grief to bear." Dior pressed her brow to his chest, as if to steady herself, and breathing deep, she looked up to meet his eyes. "I know about Aaron, Baptiste. I'm so sorry." A shadow seemed to fall over the black thumb then, his shoulders sagging, a murmur of cold horror rippling through Isla and the others crammed into that awful cage. Baptiste's voice was thick and raw, and he frowned as he searched Dio's face. "How could you know about Aaron, Cherie?"
"Gabe found his sword at Avelaine, broken in half. God, I'm so sorry, mon ami. I know you loved him true. He might not have died if—"
"Cherie!" Baptiste was trembling now, anguish burning in the coals of his eyes. He glanced toward that iron box atop its wagon, wrapped in heavy chain, tears spilling down his cheeks. He tried to speak, but it seemed as if he had forgot the shape of words. Isla spoke for him then, the girl's face drawn and pale, her mouth downturned in sorrow.
"I was mistaken when I spoke at Avelaine, Mademoiselle Lachance. Capitaine Aaron is not dead."
Dio's face fell as the lass shook her head.
"He is dead."
Chapter 5. Dun Megan. Dio's eyes opened to a song of screams. So it had been every night for the past 3 weeks, crammed in with the other captives, flogged south and west across endless, frozen miles through the Ossian wastes, past ruined duns and decimated farmland, and the old feasts of fat crows. Her journey was torture, despite the answers that might await her at the end of it. Though the valuables in Dio's wagon were fed better fare than the other prisoners, they were still so tight-packed there was no room to curl down to sleep, and the wagon floor so filthy only a madwoman might lie on it anyway. Dio dozed upright instead, crushed in beside Baptiste and young Isla Aquin, grabbing what rest she could during each day's stop. And every dusk, the screaming woke her. It was like some grim cock's crow heralding the fall of the sun. The scorched would rouse themselves to its tune, setting to work with shovels and picks to dig their masters from the cold cradles of their beds. They would rise, those dead things, and brushing black earth from their cold hands, the vampires would make the screaming stop. "Oh, my poor, sweet Aaron," Baptiste whispered. Dio held the Black Thumb's hand, whispering that it would be over soon. It had been even more awful to begin with. Aaron had screamed for hours in those first few nights the Grail was imprisoned, beating the box they'd locked him in so hard that its iron walls buckled like parchment. It was Cain who fashioned the solution. Cruel, cold Cain, looking up from the corpse he'd just made, red dripping from his chin as he asked, "Why don't we just cut it off him?" And the wolf mother had dragged her teeth from the gasping dame she and Soraya had been sharing, sticky lips quirked in grim amusement. "Nay, your worst idea, cousin." Dio's eyes had welled with tears as they'd dragged Aaron from that box. The brave Capitaine of Avelaine had been a giant when she last saw him, standing on the battlements of his mighty chateau. Beautiful blonde hair blowing in the wind, scarred face twisting as he spat defiance at the beast of Verlaine, and risked his entire city for a girl he'd only just met. "My name is Aaron de Costa," he'd roared to Danton, "son of House Costa and the blood Elon. I have been slaying your kind since I was but a boy, and I am a boy no longer." No giant it was that the Divock dragged from that coffin. Aaron de Costa was a pitiful figure now, lordly clothes filthied, long blonde hair and beard matted with dried blood. His eyes were red, wild, his voice cracking with agony, and Dio sobbed as she looked into his screaming mouth and saw his canines grown long and sharp. "Oh, merciful God," she'd breathed. They'd held him down, Cain and Soraya, tearing the tunic from his back and unveiling the source of his agony. The aegis that the sisters of Saint-Michon had inked into Aaron's flesh as a boy. Once it had served as his shield against the horrors of the night, but now it was only silver, a cursed, poisonous bane burning beneath his dead skin. And taking a short, sharp knife from her boot, the wolf-mother had knelt over Aaron's writhing body and begun relieving him of it. Nael, angel of bliss, sleeving his left forearm. Sarai, angel of plagues, at his bicep. A beautiful portrait of the Redeemer covering his entire back. All these the wolf-mother flayed away with her blade. She was deft as a butcher with a fresh flank of venison. Aaron's pallid flesh carved red as he roared and bucked. Baptiste had gripped the bars of their cage so tight the iron cut into his skin. His face twisted in anguish and rage as he watched. "Don't look," Dio had told him. "Don't let them torture you, too." The man's eyes were fixed on his lover, welling bright with pain. "Baptiste, don't listen," Dio begged. "Talk to me. Tell me something good." He shook his head, whispering, "There is no good left now in this world, chérie." "Tell me how you two met." She kissed the man's big, calloused hand, now suddenly so small and frail in hers. "Tell me how you fell in love." Baptiste glanced to the girl at his side then, and a glimmer of light shone through the shadow that had fallen over him. His dry lips curled in an almost smile. "Aaron and I did not fall in love, sweet child. We plummeted." The screams had seemed to fade around them then, Baptiste's eyes shining as he left that freezing cage and wandered instead through the summer-warm halls of memory. "We met in the gauntlet of Saint-Michon," he sighed. "I can still see him that morn if I close my eyes. I was new apprenticed to Forge Master Argyle, and he to Frere Greyhound. He was practicing swordplay, and the sigil of his bloodline was fresh inked upon his chest, so he fought shirtless. And when I saw him—" Baptiste smiled truly then, awestruck. "He seemed a statue of some myth come to life. Brave Thaddeus, or mighty Rameses, etched in marble by the hands of masters, then blessed with life by the lips of God himself. Our eyes met across the circle. We said our introductions, formal and cool. But when we shook hands, his touch lingered a breath too long, and in that breath, I knew I had found what I'd sought all my life. Somewhere to belong. Someone to belong to. No matter the danger, nor the cost, he would be mine, and I his, forever." The big man hung his head, glancing once more to Chiara. "I did not know back then what an awful word forever could be." Dior put her arms around the black thumb and squeezed, tears shining in her eyes as she found herself back in that cage, that cold. The butchery was near its ending, though. Chiara had almost finished her dreadful work. She'd seemed to take particular pleasure in the last of it, the intricate sigil of the Elon bloodline inked on Aaron's chest. Taking her time, cutting deep and hard, and finally hurling those beautiful serpents and roses into the fire. "Nay, whisper now," she'd smiled. "Untamed are ye through and through." "Damn you," Aaron had managed to spit. "God damn you, and all your cursed kind." "Nay, my kind, my bonny boy." She leaned close, planting a cold kiss upon his scarred cheek. "Our
kind. Ye are reborn to the line of great Tolyev, grandchild of Nikita the Blackheart, king and conqueror of this land. All the empire now trembles at the name of my dark father, boy. All Osway kneels at his feet, and soon, so too shall ye.
Tears spilled down Baptiste's cheeks as his beloved was thrown back inside his coffin with the dregs of Cain's feast. Another torture that Aaron's kin fashioned for him, to be locked in a box with his thirst and the cooling corpse of someone he'd sworn to protect. But at least the silver had been stripped from Aaron's skin, and awful as it had been, Dior had supposed the Capitaine would now be spared that pain for the rest of his eternity. Jean-Francois chuckled, the historian pausing to sip from his goblet of blood. Save that we kiss awake each dusk in exactly the same state we died in. Only fire or silver or the darkest of magics might gift us a hurt that lingers longer than a sunset. No mere steel would be enough to spare the Costa his torments.
No, the last Liathie murmured. And his captors well knew it. So each day his tattooed flesh would heal. Each night Dior's eyes opened to the dreadful song of his screams. And Chiara had her dark son dragged from his box and flayed him all over again. Such savagery, the Marquis sighed. Nikita's brood well deserved their fate.
Do not feign outrage, Chaston, Selene replied. You may have finer tailors, but you and your kin are cut from the same cloth exact.
You misjudge us, Mademoiselle Castilla, Jean-Francois replied. The blood, Chaston, has no penchant for unnecessary cruelty, nor our empress desire to rule a wasteland.
But Margot still has desire to rule,
and while your kin may not openly revel in brutality as the Untamed did, you still call yourself shepherds, and God's true children, sheep.
The Liathie shook her head. You are an abomination in his eyes, sinner.
Unrepentant, unashamed, unafraid, even in the face of the hell awaiting you, and its sovereign shall make a feast of your rotten soul. The historian smiled, licking his thumb and turning a new page. 'Tis a strange thing, to be called a monster by one more monstrous. Selene Castilla shrugged, looking back to the ceiling.
I was always my mother's daughter. And so it was. Over a month after Gabriel had fallen, Dior found herself in the duchy of the legendary Niamh Nineswords, the chill and barren wastes of Osway. To the far north, the dark spine of the Michesh na Balok, the Moon's Throne Mountains, where the twin goddesses of old Ossian folklore rested their heads each dawn. To the west, the jagged shores of the Elia Bryn, the splintered isles, where Dagan Ironhand was hurled to earth in the age of legends. And across the frozen breadth of the Ord River, towering upon a great promontory of the Wolf-Tooth coast, stood the once mighty capital of Niamh's realm, and the final resting place of the Mother Marin, the grand city fort of Megan.
This place used to be the jewel in Niamh's crown,
came a soft voice. Dior glanced to Isla behind her, saw the faraway look in the girl's green eyes. She was an odd one, Joaquin's beloved. She'd seemed traumatized after her rescue at Avelaine, but she'd proved solid as stone these past weeks in captivity. She'd seen the fall of Dun Quinn after all, survived more trauma than most, and a strength shone in her now the shock had worn off. Isla helped the other valuables keep their spirits up,
even giving up some of her rations so the children locked in with them might eat a little more. And though he never ignored her, it seemed a fire came into Isla's eyes whenever Joaquin was near.
"You've been here before, Isla?"
Dior asked. The lass nodded.
"Ma brought me here as a little girl. We came on pilgrimage to see the sepulchre of the Mother Maid. I'd never laid eyes on anything like it."
"This city used to be one of the mightiest fortresses in the Empire," Baptiste murmured. "Anen du Malais, they named it. The Anvil of the Wolf. The armies of 4 clans united broke upon these walls. It was said not even God himself could breach them." The black thumb made the sign of the wheel and sighed. "Sweet Mother Maid, look at it now." Dior's eyes were wide as she stared out through the bars at the grand city fort. The Ossian capital was enormous, one city built outside another, ringed by half a dozen walls. The innermost city, known as Oldtun, was all grand buildings of fine wrought stone, high Gothic towers and wondrous architecture, a beautiful old dockside named Portun on its southern flank. The outer city, Newton, was an urban sprawl grown like fungus on the skin of the first. Both Oldton and Newton were encircled by mighty battlements, and upon the very point of the promontory rose a grand keep of dark stone, the chateau that shared the city's name and the name of the clan that had built it. Dun Mergen.
"God, what happened here?"
Dior whispered. "Same as happened at Avilaine, chérie," Baptiste murmured beside her. A battle, and a terrible one by the look. The city's outer walls were crushed to rubble. Many of her buildings collapsed or burned, or simply blasted apart. It seemed the very stone of Mergen itself had been torn apart by the hands of spiteful giants. The smothered sun was sinking, Dior looking to the armoured figures upon the ramparts above. The Newton gates stood 40 feet high, wrought of heavy iron-bound lumber. A great wolf had once been painted on the wood, rampant against 9 blades. But the beast had been painted over with blood, the sigil of Clan Mergen defaced by a roaring bear and broken shield, a motto scrawled beneath by heavy red hands. "Deeds, not words," she whispered. A shout rang above, and the gates were drawn wide. The great portcullis beyond rose up with the song of greasy iron, and with a command from Chiara, the convoy rolled inside. Wagons and high-bloods first, thrall swords next, foul-bloods trailing last, as always. Newton was a ruin, smashed dwellings and tumbled towers. Snow clung to broken eaves, filled gutted shells, wagon wheels thudding and thumping as the convoy was led up a shattered thoroughfare. The prisoners looked about in horror at the destruction. The high-bloods were tense, watching the buildings around them with narrowed eyes as crows sang in the deepening gloom. Baptiste pointed, whispering, "Sweet Mother Maid, look." Dior's grip on the bars tightened as she saw figures emerging from Newton's ruins, creeping through the shadows of the sinking sun. Foul bloods, thousands of them. Soldiers in dirty livery, embroidered with wolf and swords. Hollow-eyed women, ragged children flitting among the wreckage like wraiths. Dior shrank back as their stares fell on her, sharp teeth and soulless smiles. Dozens lurched forward, thin and famished, but the wolf mother bared her fangs and the foul bloods cowered,
backing away like whipped curs.
Kiara glanced toward the headsman.
"Cain, see the dogs off, will ye?"
The younger vampire scowled, but yet obeyed, opening the rearmost wagon. Folk wailed as Cain reached in and plucked a body at random from within. One of the boys Dior had rescued on the river at Averlane, his chin fuzzed with soft whiskers, face twisted as he screamed and flailed. Holding him aloft, the headsman proffered the lad to the foul-bloods who'd followed them from Averlane, as if waving a treat to a mob of hungry pups.
"Dio,"
Baptiste murmured.
"don't watch, chérie."
But the Grail ignored the black thumb, jaw clenched, tears shining in her eyes, as the headsman twirled the boy like a sack of straw, then hurled him out into the mob. The foul-bloods fell on the poor lad, sharks to red water. The wind was howling, but not enough to drown the boy's screams. Cain dragged another figure from the wagon, an older woman, fighting with all the desperate strength of the doomed. But the headsman only laughed, throwing the poor soul like a rag doll out into that ocean of claws and teeth. Dior's hands were curled into bloodless fists, her lips moving, her words unheard. Beside her, Baptiste lifted his eyes to the sky, made the sign of the wheel.
"Merci, Almighty Father,"
he whispered.
"Merci."
Dior hissed then, incredulous. "What the hell are you thanking him for?" Baptiste met her eyes, his own wet with tears.
"For not making me like them, chérie."
The girl gritted her teeth. The foul-bloods tore their feast, and without a backward glance to any of it, Kiara ordered their convoy onward. A horn rang in the dusk, and a second set of gates opened into the city's inner ring. Tall tenements, well-appointed homes, cobbled streets. The buildings in Old Tun were mostly intact, and trundling up the thoroughfare, Dior whispered in wonder as she saw figures. Not cold-bloods now, but people. Soldiers, dressed in Divok livery, were stood atop a butcher's wagon, distributing shanks of raw meat to a dishevelled, shouting crowd. Looking out over Porton and the Gulf of Wolves, circled by a third tier of walls, a mighty dun rose into the deepening night ahead. As the convoy rolled into its vast bailey, a horn blast pierced the sky, great flocks of crows taking to the wing and sailing up into the snows. The castle was huge. Even Averlane seemed a mud hovel beside it. But as their wagon came to a halt, Dior's eyes lingered on the broken battlements, fallen spires, sundered walls. Masons were at work with barrows and mortar, but the scars of the attack still ran deep. The air was thick with the reek of fresh death, the hymn of fat flies. Everywhere Dior looked flew the standard of the Divok, that roaring bear triumphant with its broken shield, white upon deep blue. On the north side of the bailey, great barracks loomed beside a smoking ironworks, a distillery that smelled like an open privy, a stable large enough to horse an army with barely a beast left within. On the courtyard's southern side, a grand cathedral stood, reaching up into the storm-washed heavens. Its spires were tall and graceful, a Gothic marvel wrought in dark stone. But it was half destroyed now, roof collapsed, mighty walls gutted by flame.
"Amath Demiach dear,"
Isla murmured.
"The sepulchre of the Mother Maid, built upon the earth where the Testament says she was delivered unto heaven."
The girl signed the wheel, head bowed.
"Thank ye, holy madam, for delivering us from the wilderness."
The bailey was in tumult now, wagons being unlocked and captives dragged out by dutiful scorched. Dior stumbled as her boots hit the cobbles, saved only by Baptiste. She'd no time to thank him. A truncheon cracked across her back, and she was shoved into a line of prisoners, bewildered and babbling. She looked about her in a daze, men and women in Divok colours watching from the walls, shoving at the captives, dividing them into groups.
"What you do, boy?"
a gruff voice demanded. Dior blinked, turning to the man who'd spoken. He was an ill-favoured fellow, blood on his tabard and pig iron in his eyes. Dior saw a tablet of dark stone in his left hand, an intricate thrall brand atop it, a black heart encircled by thorns.
"What you do?"
he asked again. "Do?" she asked. He cuffed her, hard enough to make her ears ring. Baptiste caught her from falling, glowering at the little man, his fists clenched with impotent rage.
"You're in with the valuables. You must have a trade,"
the little man said.
"So what'd you do? Farrier, farmer, Fletcher, what?"
Dior shook her head. "I can't do anything."
"Right."
The fellow marked his ledger, glanced to the thug beside him.
"Feast." "Hold, now,"
Baptiste said, standing tall.
"I'm a smith. This boy is
A truncheon cracked into Baptiste's legs, and he hit the cobbles, knees blooding the stone. Dior cried out, rough hands grabbing her scruff and squeezing horribly tight.
Black Thumb, eh?"
The little man nodded.
"Marvellous. One of ours just got hisself ate by the mongrels trying to escape. We've called for another."
He marked his tablet, nodding to a hulking brute beside him.
"Take Ansomere to the forge. Have Knacker break him in. Throw this little pig dick in the stocks. Don't think they'll need more tonight, but if they do,
Let me go!" Dior snapped. "Get your fucking hands off!" Her arm was twisted behind her back, and she gasped, her bones but a twitch from snapping. She spat a vicious curse, struggling, when a sharp voice cut through the flurry. "Hold, Patrick. This mouse is mine." The scorched froze as still as stone, the little ledgerman turning to find the wolf mother at his back, her skin pale as marble in the flickering torchlight. Chill wind tousled her thick slayer braids, and she looked at the ledgerman like something she'd dislike to dirty her boots with, but would swiftly step in nonetheless.
"My dread Lady Chiara,"
he said, bowing.
"Of course."
"Come, mouse," the wolf mother beckoned. "Your laird awaits." She glanced to the controlled chaos around her. "Bring the tally to me when you're done, Patrick. The bloodlords will bid for their share come the morrow, but I'll be claiming mine afore the dawn."
"As it please, my lady."
Kira held out her hand. Dior looked to Baptiste, but on his knees the man could only nod, affirming she obey. Isla whispered a blessing, squeezing Dior's hand, telling her not to fear. All around she could see a struggle of life and death, as grim and cruel as any battle she'd witnessed, playing out not with swords and steel, but sticks of chalk and stone tablets. Terrified people being weighed on some awful scale, their worth not measured by deeds, nor words, nor anything so simple as human compassion, but by their usefulness to the monsters who'd captured them. Children ripped from mother's embrace, wives torn from husbands' arms. The sight was too awful to witness, too sickening to believe. "Little mouse," Chiara growled. "Come, now." Dior hung her head. The words Gabriel had spoken seeming to ring in the air. It is a tiny thing, frail as butterfly wings, but it's the foundation of everything to come. It's the gift you're going to give back to this empire. But hope seemed so very far away now, and with no other choice, the girl took the vampire's hand. Chapter 6. Feast of the Black Heart. You cannot get blood from stone, the old saying goes. But as Dior followed the wolf-mother down a long, cold hallway, the rock beneath her feet was remarkably free of stains. It hung in the air, old but sharp, faint hints of the awful butchery that must have unfolded when this city was conquered. The towers were toppled, the ramparts crushed, but there were no stains on the floors, at least. Truth is, you can get anything from stone if the servants scrub hard enough. Jean-Francois frowned, glancing up at the shadow across the river. I don't think you've quite grasped the meaning of that saying, Mademoiselle Castilla. Fortunate, then, the shadow replied, that we do not care what you think. Selene lay on her back, eyes fixed on the ceiling above, lost in the mists of time. The historian scoffed, dipping his quill as she continued. Cain and Soraya stalked behind Dior, carrying Aaron de Costa's iron coffin between them. Such had been their haste, they'd not had time to flay the fledgling's skin tonight, and he could be heard within, whispering prayers to the god who had forsaken him. But the wolf-mother's eyes were fixed ahead, her voice a low growl as she addressed Dior. Speak only when spoken to if you value your tongue. Climb not off your knees if you've want of your legs. My father will suffer no slight in sight of his bloodlords, and his only use for fools is to feed his guests. To disrespect here means death. Do you hear me, mouse? Dior replied softly, jaw clenched. I understand. Nay. Chiara stopped suddenly. You canna possibly. My laird Nikita walked this earth before the first Augustan drew breath. He survived the Ashen Inquisition, the 60 Years' Plague, the Wars of the Worm. When your beloved Gabriel destroyed Great Toliev at Crimson Glade, this bloodline near tore itself to pieces, and the Black Heart dragged it back together with his own 2 bloody hands and carved the kingdom upon which you stand. You've never been quite so close to death as now, little mouse, so don't pretend to understand. The wolf-mother towered over Dior, decades of murder in her eyes. Just obey. They walked to a set of tall double doors, flanked by men in dark steel and untamed colours. Despite the sombre surrounds, the sound of revels rang out within, loud talk and crashing laughter, and metal striking metal like a booming gong. Chiara rolled her shoulders, lifting her hand to knock, yet not letting her knuckles fall. You look nervous, Dior murmured. Chiara scowled, but the Grail spoke true. On the threshold of her triumphant homecoming, the wolf-mother appeared entirely ill at ease. You return in glory, sister, Soraya said. The blood of a lion on your teeth. Her father shall surely smile upon you. Even she must be of good cheer at the Leon's fall. The wolf-mother shook her head and muttered, She's never of good bloody cheer. Chiara pounded 3 times, knuckles leaving deep dents in the ironwood, and pushing the doors open, the wolf-mother led Dior into a carnival of horrors. A vast room of dark stone, lit by chemical globes and flickering candlelight. Minstrel song washed over the Grail in waves, and she gagged at the reek. copper bright and iron heavy on her tongue. So much blood. The Hall of Plenty, it was called, a room far larger than the feast hall of Avilaine. A vast map was painted upon one wall, depicting the Empire of Elidane in exquisite detail, from the splintered isles in the west to the Spear Coast in the east. No fire burned in the 3 great hearths, but the air was still warm with the press of bodies and the stink of new murder. Dior's face ran bloodless as she looked up and saw people strung from the rafters, chained upside down by the dozen, hands bound and mouths gagged, naked as babes. Mortal handmaidens in rich finery stood below them, beautiful gowns, sumptuous hairstyles, and powdered skin. Each maid held a sharp knife and a tray of goblets in her hands, and their shoes were sticky red. Great tables framed the hall, arranged in a headless square, long and broad enough to seat 30 at a side, and those seats were filled with vampires. They wore noble trim or slayer's garb, leather and steel or silks and lace. One was clad in the robes of a holy sister, a broken wheel strung about her neck. Another was dressed in jester's motley, save his colours were all bleached grey. Soldiers, noblemen, brutes in hide and fur, they had the look of folk from all across the realm, every walk of life, but each was bereft of that life, malevolent and cold and grave-pale, high-bloods all. And Dior Lachance was struck mute at the awful sight of it. A court of the blood. A contest was underway in the Hall of Plenty's heart, a grim parody of a knightly tourney before a mortal king. The first combatant was a tall and wiry high-blood, his hair long and snow-grey, his beard reaching to his belly. He'd stripped down to his breeches, and his lean arms and back were carved with beautiful tattoos, maids with fishes' tails, grim monsters of the deep. And as he smiled, the 2 fangs in his upper jaw glinted gold. His foe was a sleek-cut woman in black leathers, her dark hair clipped back to uneven stubble, like a heretic bound for an inquisitor's pyre. She was shorter than her opponent, but her swords were as long as Dior was tall, and she wielded one in each hand, the blades booming as she flew through the air in a whirling, scything dance. High-bloods around the tables jeered as she blooded her opponent, a blow that near took his arm off and sent him skidding back across the flagstones, snarling and cursing. The big high-blood rallied, relieving the woman of one blade with a blow so fierce it cracked some of the windows around the hall. The woman brought her other blade down, cleaved her foe's shoulder all the way to his ribcage. But with one bloody hand, the man snatched her up and slammed her into the floor with force enough to splinter the stone. The woman punched back, shattering his bearded jaw, blood spraying bright. But the tattooed brute didn't let go, pounding the woman's head back into the shattered floor again, until she slapped her hand on the stone 3 times. "Yield!" she groaned. "I yield!" A thin roar went up, a few high-bloods lifting goblets, others rolling their eyes and raising only their brows. The tattooed hulk rose to his feet, drooling red, offering a hand to his vanquished foe. Her bleeding lips split in a savage grin as she took it. Almost. "Ye broke my damned jaw, Alex," the fellow slurred, rubbing at his sopping beard. The woman stood on tiptoe, licked the blood from his lips. I'll kiss it better later.
The man chuckled as the sleek woman slapped his rump, the pair staggering to a nearby table. The woman caught the eye of a handmaid standing beside one of those ghastly chandeliers, held 2 fingers aloft. Dior blanched in horror as the maid curtsied, lifted her knife, and sliced a young man's throat, as casual as if she were picking flowers for the centerpiece. Steaming blood gushed from the slice, the man not even struggling as it flooded over his chin and onto the floor. None of the folk hanging beside him made a whimper as the maidservant filled a pair of goblets to their trembling brim. "Sweet fucking mother maid," Dior whispered, stepping forward. A cold grip closed around her arm, hard enough to make her bones creak. "Disrespect means death," Kiara murmured. Trembling, sheened with fresh sweat, Dior watched as the handmaid filled the other goblets on her tray. Leaving the fellow to drip his last onto the stones, the woman took the cups to the wounded combatants, gifting each a draught, then proceeding to carry drinks around to the other guests. Dior closed her eyes at the horror of it all, lifting hands to her face and whispering a fevered prayer. "Come," the wolf mother growled. The iron grip closed on her arm once again, and the Grail was dragged down into that gathering of devils, Cain and Soraya on her heels. The minstrels played on, a merry tune utterly at odds with the macabre surrounds, trilling close to the edge of madness. But conversation hushed as the quartet passed by, Dior almost slipping on the blood-stained stone. It was palpable now, thickening the air. The attentions of monsters shifting from the casual cruelty around them to the pale, frightened waif among them. At the end of the Hall of Plenty was a dais, as long as the tables around the square. A magnificent window of rainbow glass loomed behind it, a triptych so large it took up the entire wall. The Mother Maid was the central figure, beatific and serene, flanked by the Father Almighty and their Son, the Redeemer, bleeding from his trials upon his wheel. Looking into her ancestor's eyes, Dior clenched her jaw to stop her teeth chattering. 2 thrones waited beneath that window, wrought of ornate black ironwood, one sitting just below the other. Servants gathered in the shadows around them, and 2 figures reclined upon them, still as marble statues. All conversation had ceased now. Even the minstrel song had hushed. The eyes of every vampire in the room fixed on the Wolf Mother's quartet as they approached those graven thrones. "Kneel," the Wolf Mother murmured. "Now." Pale, reeling, Dior obeyed, withering to her knees. Cain and Soraya placed Aaron's iron box on the sticky stone as Kiara bowed, one hand to her long-dead heart. "My laird and Count Nikita," she said, addressing the higher chair, "first-born son of Toliev the Butcher, conqueror of Osway, and priori of the Blood Divok." The Wolf Mother turned to the second. "My Contessa, Lily, beloved brood-sister to my laird, eldest child of Toliev and wife of Winter. I bid ye humble greetings, elders, and pray night I find ye well." Cain and Soraya sank to one knee, heads bowed, fists over their hearts. The figure on the first throne spoke then, his voice as deep and cold as winter sky. "Welcome ye back, my blood." Dior looked to he who spoke, lips parting in awe. Nikita Divok was young in appearance,
early 20s when he'd been taken, though he defied a notion like time, as a hawk defies gravity. He was an idol wrought of onyx and pearl, an incubus carved of firelight shadow and the dreams of heartsick maids. His long hair fell in a black tumble over one side of his face, and a circlet of iron, fashioned like a wreath of thorns, kissed his princely brow. He wore dark silks, and an ornate greatcoat of ocean blue, and a necklace of vampire fangs graced his throat, alongside another of those golden vials that Kiara and her kin all wore. A naked greatsword, longer and broader than a man, leaned at rest on the back of his throne. Its hilt was wrought like roaring bears, its edge notched by 1,000 battles. Dior Lachance's first kiss had been with a girl. She'd told my brother that she'd never had a passion for men. Looking at Nikita, her body was flush with heat, her pulse thumping. But as stunning as the one they called Blackheart was, she spared the first laird of the Divok only a glance. Her gaze dragged to the figure at his left hand. She was a maiden in form, Lily Divok. A sumptuous gown of black, trimmed blue, hugged her hourglass form, cascading to her feet in velvet waves. Her long blood-red hair reached near to the floor, her ears and fingers dripped with gold, and her brow was circled by a crown of spiraled ram's horns. She sat with one hand at rest upon the head of a great wolf lounging beside her throne. The beast was white of fur, broad and sleek, though a deep scar ran down the left side of its face, and one of its eyes was missing. Its other, pale blue flushed with red, was fixed upon Dior. Lily's own eyes were rimmed thick with kohl, her lips fresh blood. The Heartless, some named her, the Winter Wife. She was attired like a daring noblewoman at court, but she had the seeming of some nameless goddess in a temple long forgot. A statue carved of marble that had endured long after the men who worshipped it had gone to the grave. Until the statue moved, that is, speaking to Kiara with a haunting voice that carried the length of that blood-stained hall. Sweet niece, our hearts gladden to see thee again. It seems an age of this earth hath come and gone since last we gazed upon thy beauty. The statue lifted her alabaster hand from the wolf's head. Come, let us kiss thee and share heartfelt joy at thy return. Milady, ye honour me. Kiara bowed lower, yet threw one swift glance to her dark father. Dior tensed as a current crackled through the room as if the hackles of 100 wolves were now raised. Nikita remained mute, unmoved as Lily beckoned with painted fingers. Prithee, niece, come ye closer. Kiara obeyed, stepping up to the dais under the gaze of every devil in the hall. The great pale wolf growled as she drew near, but Lily hushed the beast with a murmur. And as the wolf-mother leaned close, the Heartless seized hold of her scruff. Dior winced as she heard cartilage popping, bone grinding, Kiara falling to her knees as Lily squeezed. It seemed an impossibility that a slayer so mighty as the wolf-mother could be bested by one so slender, so fair. But no maiden was Lily Divok, no statue upon this throne, but a monster, ancient and strong enough to claim it for her own. The hour of thy arrival is late, niece Kiara, she said. Deathless are we, but the cattle in the city outside share no such blessing, and the children ever hunger. Kiara could only gurgle reply, her throat too crushed to draw breath. 2 moons passed since you were sent to refill our larder. Lily twisted, dark eyes roaming the gathering. Our bloodlords were in danger of growing parched, and the Dragan can only beat so many of his lovers bloody, afore we all tire of the spectacle. Soft laughter rung around the hall. The tattooed man raised his goblet and grinned, gold fangs glittering through his gore-soaked beard. The monstrous maiden laughed in kind. "Sister," Nikita said. The laughter stilled, a babe smothered in its crib. Lily's eyes broke from the gathering, shifting to her brother's, the Count's voice cool as autumn's breeze. "Peace." Lily's lips curled in an ingenuous smile, though no warmth reached her eyes, and pecking Kiara on the cheek, she released her grip. The wolf mother staggered back, the red stain of Lily's lips on her skin. The pale wolf licked its jowls, eyes yet fixed on Dior. "Thy arrival is much delayed, daughter." Nikita frowned, pale fingers steepled. "Stock in the autumn pains grows scarce. How comes it thou art delayed so long?" "Laird and father, I beg pardon," Kiara croaked, "but winter's chill and foul-blood hungers have drained your lands of what little cattle remained. As you warned us, beyond your borders we were forced to roam to find more than dregs to fill your cup." "But filled it, thou hast."
"Filled and more." The wolf mother lifted her chin, eyes shining as she looked upon her lord. "I am come from Avilaine with its dust on my heels, its bounty in my arms, and the blood of Gabriel de Leon upon my hands." At the mention of my brother's name, the mood in the room dropped through the floor. The tattooed one, named the Dragan, rose to his feet, glowering.
"The Black Lion, deliverer of Baisita."
Lily smiled, mirthless.
"Liberator of Treo Baila, and murderer of our noble father," Nikita growled. "A foe we thought dead and well buried."
The Dragan hurled his goblet at the wall, crimson spattering the stone.
"Say ye now that thrice-damned horseborn lives?"
"Lived," Kiara corrected, gazing around the room with a feral smile. "But nae longer, and mine are the hands that wrought his end, cousin." The hall was all in a furore now, and Dior knelt in the midst of it, head hung low. She had ever been a believer in my brother, in his vow that he would never forsake her. But surely, even she doubted he could have survived his fall into that frozen abyss. Chaos rung in the air around her, vampires rising to their feet, crying questions, raising goblets, spitting Gabriel's name as if it were holy water on their tongues. "Silence!" The command rang like a cannon blast, its echo cracking upon the stone. Lily gazed among the kith, her stare brooking no dissent. "My son." Here she looked to the headsman, black eyes gleaming. "Spake the wolf-mother true, the silvered cur who slew great Toliev, slain now in turn?" Cain glanced to Kiara, the older vampire bristling with silent threat.
"The price was steep, Contessa,"
Cain muttered.
"Cousin Ricard slain on the banks of the Mare, but the Black Lion is fallen. by my dear cousin's own hand." A great roar went up in the hall, and the wolf mother stood taller, chin raised high. As the walls echoed with bloody adulation, Kiara looked to Nikita. "Joyous tiding be not all I have brung ye, great father," she smiled. "Another gift I offer, to sweeten this triumph all the more." With a flourish, Kiara stepped aside, gesturing to the iron box on the stone behind her. "A bonny grandson, if you're thine." A murmur rippled around the room at that, Nikita leaning forward on his throne. "A fledgling of thy making, high-blooded." "Avilane's laird." Kiara's eyes shone with dark pride as she glanced at the monsters around her. "Aaron de Costa, a capitaine, father, a noble-born warrior and son of San Michon. Toe to toe we battled upon his walls, nae quarter asked nor given. His sword I shattered, but his dagger now I gift ye, along with his keeping. May ye judge him worthy of your blood." Kiara's eyes fell once more on her dark maker, her voice grown thicker. "And she who made him, who slew your great enemy, worthy of your blessing." Reaching into her cloak, Kiara produced a short blade in a battered sheath. An angel glittered on the hilt, the same as the broken silver steel blade that Gabriel had found at Avilane. At the sight of it, Nikita's lips curled in a small, perfect smile. "Well done, my love." The ancient inclined his head. "Proud of thee am I." Meeting Nikita's bottomless eyes, the wolf mother brushed her braids from her shoulders, fangs gleaming as she preened. Had she a pulse in her veins, she'd surely have blushed like a springtime maid. At the same time, Cain and Soraya unlocked the heavy chains, unwound them from the iron box, and opened the lid. And with a hate-filled roar, Aaron de Costa flew at the wolf mother's throat. Chapter 7. Allegiance Writ Red. It was a fool's gambit. De Costa was starving, outnumbered and outmatched in the belly of the beast. But as they say in Osway, sinner, 'tis not the size of the dog in the fight that matters, but the size of the fight in the dog. And De Costa had that in abundance. He was dirty and dishevelled, beard caked with blood, but still magnificent. Alabaster muscle and golden hair, silver ink gleaming on his bare chest. He struck the wolf mother's jaw, splintering teeth and splitting lips. As Kiara staggered, Aaron seized the silver steel dagger she held and twisted with such force her wrist shattered like ice. Hand on hers, De Costa drove his blade up into her chest. "Burn in hell, leech," he hissed. Kiara's good hand closed around Aaron's throat. "That's my boy." The wolf mother lifted the fledgling off his feet and slammed him down into the flagstones. A boom rang out as the court of monsters roared in approval. Dior was half off her feet when she felt a hand on her shoulder, strong as a dozen men. "Nae foolishness, girl," Cain warned. Kiara lifted Aaron like a sack of feathers and slammed him down like a barrow of bricks. His skull shattered, blood spilling from his nose and ears. He twisted the knife in her chest as she slammed him down again, the walls trembling as if the earth quaked. And already weak and starving, and wounded now enough to end any mortal man, Aaron's hand slipped off the hilt of his old blade. Kiara released her dreadful grip, braids tumbling about her red grin as she balled her fist to crush his face. "Daughter." The wolf mother glanced up to Nikita, frozen, but the ancient's eyes were fixed on Aaron, gleaming with fascination. "Stay thy hand," he murmured. "Too fine to spill, this wine thou hast brung us." The tumult died as Nikita rose to his feet, straightened his coat, and descended the dais. Dio looked utterly helpless, wretched, seething. That awful grip tightened on her shoulder. She couldn't rise no matter how much she wished it. But we suspect still she might have tried, had Aaron himself not caught sight of her. The fledgling blinked in confusion, bewildered to see her there, but begging her hold with a shake of his head. Nikita loomed over Aaron now, dark gaze roaming silver ink and muscled flesh. "Ye fight with heart, Golden One, but thou art Silver Saint no more." The ancient gestured to the tattoos on Aaron's flesh, bereft of the light of faith, the love of God. "Thy Almighty hath turned his back upon thee. Thou art ill-used, and now discarded by heaven's callow king. Come ye, set aside mortal pride, and pledge thy blade to a sovereign worthy of it. Thou art remade, child, reforged in the blood of Divok, the blood of mighty Nikita, who hath crushed all Osway beneath his heel. Not even great Toliev managed such a feat. Yet in 2 short years hath the Blackheart brought this nation to its knees, and sits now as king and conqueror upon the 9 Swords throne." Nikita gestured to the ironwood chair behind him, an iron ring embossed with the sigil of his line glinting upon one marbled finger. "Kneel before us. Press ruby lips to our seal, and pledge red allegiance to thy priori." Nikita smiled, black and bleak. "If think ye thou art worthy of this blessing." All eyes were on the fledgling now, Aaron's face twisting as he rolled onto his belly. He looked around the hall, saw the hopelessness of his plight, Dior begging beneath her breath that he obey. Golden hair, wet with blood, face twisted with the agony of broken bones and burning silver. Aaron crawled across the rubble, inch by inch, drop by drop. He reached the Blackheart's boots, the iron bear upon that signet ring gleaming as Nikita offered his hand. The fledgling took it, looked up into ancient smiling eyes, and with a snarl, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the Divok sigil. Dark murmurs rippled among the congregation as Aaron balled his fists and, despite his wounds, rose to stand on trembling feet. "I am Aaron de Costa," he declared, "Lord of Aveline and son of San Michon. I have slain more of your kind than I can count, leech. And though you say my God has turned his back on me, I'll not turn my back on him." His eyes welled with bloody tears, voice trembling with hatred. "For I would be truly damned if ever I knelt before the likes of you." Nikita smiled wider now, all the way to his gleaming fangs. He lifted his palms and glanced about the gathering as if asking that flock of devils to bear witness. "He kneels for none, his worth proven, his blood untamed." "Untamed!" Saraya cried, raising a goblet. "Santé!" "Santé!" came the cry, echoing around that blood-stained hall. "Divok!" Nikita moved, so swift it was difficult to see. His hand was at Aaron's throat, lifting him as if he weighed no more than smoke and dreams. Aaron tried to break that awful grip, but the ancient only raised his wrist to his teeth and bit deep. And pressing the bleeding vein to Aaron's mouth, the laird of the Divok's tongue became a whip. drink. Aaron ceased his struggles at once. As if commanded by God's own voice, he clutched Nikita's wrist. And as Dior looked on in horror, Kiara with a darkening scowl, Aaron drank like a man dying of thirst. Nikita smiled, a sigh of dark pleasure slipping bloodless lips, looking the fledgling over with void dark eyes. "All my power," he whispered. "All my hatred, all my rage be now thine, child, and 2 nights hence thou shalt also be." Nikita gasped, lips parted, his own fangs grown long and hard as Aaron drank. The Blackheart allowed the beautiful Capitaine of Avelaine to swallow one more moaning mouthful, running a red tongue over his lips before tearing his wrist free. "Enough for now, Golden One." And with a twist of his wrist, Nikita snapped Aaron's neck. The fledgling's body dropped to the stone, and Dior cried his name before a torturous squeeze to her shoulder stilled her. Nikita turned to Kiara, his smile a blade. "I thank thee, daughter. A worthy gift. Relish, I do, the thought of playing with it." Kiara bowed low, but a shadow of her scowl remained, her eyes now drifting to Aaron, sprawled upon the bloody floor. A pair of thrall swords dragged the Capitaine's body from the hall, Nikita retiring to his throne, admiring his new dagger. The silver steel sizzled as the beautiful monster pressed it to his smallest finger, a wisp of smoke rising from marble skin. Whispers passed among the gathering, the court clearly intrigued at the news Nikita had a new grandchild born of hunter's stock, and that the Blackheart intended to keep him. But Lily only stifled a yawn. A vulgar display. Those black eyes fell on her niece once more, golden nails drumming on her chair. Weeks overdue, our foul bloods starving, cousin Rickard slain, and thou wouldst appease our displeasure with dead kittens and another mouth to feed? "My wagons are filled to bursting, my lady." Kiara bowed with hand to her long-dead heart. "The seed our priori planted will come to bloom. O'er 1,000 head await your pleasure in the courtyard, but one last prize have I brung ye, a treasure worth any delay, and the weight of all my crop in nights to come, I'll wager." "Treasure?" Lily lifted one pale hand, brushing one of the long horns of her crown. "Another whelp to ruin our floors with." At last, Kiara motioned to the girl kneeling far behind her, and Lily's ancient eyes fell on Dior like an anvil from the sky. The one-eyed wolf had been watching the Grail intently since she entered the hall, but now all in the room focused on her. Dior's heart was thundering, her palms gone damp and slick. She'd met elders before, stood against the youngest son of the Forever King and won. But the pride she'd felt at that feat must surely have seemed the darkest sort of vanity now, and the heated words she'd spat at Gabriel when he'd tried to tell her the danger she was in, the whining of a foolish child. Nikita frowned. "What worth this slip of a boy?" "No boy, brother," Lily replied, looking Dior over with rising fascination. "A maid, we mark her, and finest cut at that. Chaste angels would tremble at her perfume." Nikita sniffed the air, his attentions sharpened. The ancient only breathed when he needed to speak. But now he rose again from his throne, rippling like black silk, and Dior shrank back from the dreadful hunger in his eyes. How small she must have felt then, How weak. Looking around the room and seeing how little she meant, how easily these things could twist her open and snuff her out. Just one more mouthful in their brimming goblets. Nikita's lips parted, and the Grail shuddered at the gleam of the fangs beyond. "Father," Kiara said. Nikita glanced at his daughter, annoyance in pitch-black eyes. "Forgive me." The wolf-mother lowered her gaze. "But nae mair draught have I brung ye to sup and toss. This girl travelled in the company of Gabriel de Leon, and in the field where I felled him, Cain and I also crossed blades with 2 princes of Blood Voss." Lily looked to her brood-son, and Cain nodded once more. "Lady Alba and Lady Elaine, Contessa." Nikita shrugged. "The Lion's feud with the Ironhearts be well known." "Aye, father," Kiara nodded. "Yet the terrors sought nae the Lion's death, but the life of this bairn here. Captured, nae killed." The gathering was bristling now, tension rising as more of the monsters caught a hint of Dio's scent under the reek of blood. But Lily was staring at the Grail, her eyes dark and fathomless, hungrier than the wolf beside her. "Worm," the Heartless snapped her fingers. "Where art thou?" A lass appeared from the shadows, as if conjured by magic. Her hair was a bright strawberry blonde, and she was dressed in homespun linen, common servant's attire. She scuttled forward, diving onto her belly before Lily's throne. Gathering her splendid gown, the Heartless used the young woman like a footstool, stepping onto her back and then to the floor. The wolf rose to its feet. Stalking beside her, ladies in waiting flocked at her back. There were 3 of them, mortals and rare beauties all. 2 red-headed maids, like enough in seeming to be sisters, and an older dame at their fore, a woman with piercing blue eyes and a scar down her chin, stooping to lift the long train of Lily's dress. Lily moved, serpentine, seeming almost to float in the sudden still. Cain bowed and melted away, leaving Dio alone on her knees. The girl kept her eyes averted. The peril, now grown so thick about her, her skin prickled at the chill. The shadow Lily threw on the floor was all curved horns and clawed hands, not so much a maid's as a devil's. "Who art thou, mortal?" the Heartless demanded. "Dio Lachance," she whispered. The white wolf growled, ears pressed back to his skull. "Hush, Prince," Lily murmured. "How comes it ye kept company with the murderer of our lord and father?" It was Nikita speaking now, eyes boring into her own. "How knew ye Gabriel de Leon?" Dio glanced around her, an ocean of wolves, and she, the bleeding lamb. "A sister from San Michon saved me from the Holy Inquisition," she replied, her voice frail and small. "She asked Gabriel for help protecting me, but then she died, and Gabe is a man who keeps his promises." She faltered then, licking at dry lips. "I mean, he was." "And why do the daughters of our hated foe seek thee?" Lily's voice was the smoke of a cigarelle, drifting soft over Dio's skin. "What doth Fabien Voss want with thee?" "I don't know." The Grail shivered as Lily's hand brushed her jaw. The Heartless slipped one finger under her chin, lifting Dio's face so she finally met the Ancient's black gaze. "Speak truth," Lily commanded. Dio flinched as the whip in those words cracked in the air, echoing on the walls around her. She cried out, terrified, shrill.
I don't know.
She has gifts, milady, Kiara said. One of the scorched I claimed at Avalane was wounded in a scrap, stabbed thrice through the chest, all but a corpse. Yet this girl, she— The wolf mother shook her head, still bewildered. She laid hands upon the wounds, and at her command his dying heart was made well. But have a care, mother, the headsman warned, raising his still scarred hand. Her blood is a venom to our kind, burned me to cinders where it touched me. The Heartless smoothed back Dior's ashen hair, peering deep into her eyes. Sorceress art thou, fey-born lamb, or servant of the pit, or concubine to gods of old? By what magics burn thee flesh immortal, and wrest failing hearts from death's cold hand? Dior's reflection gleamed on those perfect black eyes, small and pale and completely alone. But despite her terror, or perhaps because of it, cunning remained.
I don't know how I can do it, she lied. I don't know what I am. She shook her head. And I don't know why the Forever King hunts me.
Speak truth, Lily demanded, the command reverberating in Dior's skull.
I don't know. I swear on my father's grave.
Lily leaned back, exchanged a dark glance with her brother. Worm. The Heartless patted her thigh as if beckoning a pet. Come. The serving girl, lying face down before Lily's throne, rose immediately, scuttled forth swift as a rat to drainpipe, and sank once more to her knees.
Your command, mistress?
The girl's eyes were filled with ardour as she looked upon the vampire. They were mismatched, one bright green, the other deep blue. Her skin was lightly freckled, her hair like summer flame. A thrall brand was scorched atop her hand, an ornate crown set with twisted antlers matching those on the maidservants now gathered at Lily's back. Dior blanched as the Heartless drew a dagger from her embroidered bodice. The weapon was ornamental, yet still deadly, its blade sharp and thin, golden hilt wrought with a roaring bear. As the monsters in that bloody court looked on, Lily handed the serving girl the blade and glanced to her niece, Kiara. 3 times in the chest, ye say? The wolf mother nodded.
Thrice if it was once, milady.
Dior's eyes widened.
What are you—
Stab thyself, Lily commanded. Not a breath, not a beat. Not a blink passed before the maidservant obeyed, plunging the knife into her breast. Dior screamed, reaching out to stop her as the Heartless spoke. Again. The serving girl obeyed, eyes bright with pain, breath already rattling as she dragged out the blade and buried it deep. The ladies-in-waiting looked on horrified, but none moved a muscle to stop the madness. Dior lunged for the knife, but with one hand, effortless, the Contessa de Voc held her still. And black eyes, still fixed on the serving girl, she spoke. Again.
No!
The girl obeyed, wrenching the knife from her bleeding heart and thrusting it back to the hilt. Her hands were soaked with blood now, her face gone white, and her bodice drenched red. But still, she looked up at Lily with mismatched eyes brimming with love, twisting the knife free and holding it poised, as if anticipating her mistress's next command. The Heartless smiled. Our thanks, Worm. The girl smiled in return, a ribbon of blood spilling from her lips, and pale, wheezing, she crumpled like a broken doll to the stone.
Are you fucking insane?
Dior cried, trying to twist herself free. Lily released her grip, turned her gaze upon the girl. Demonstrate. Dior looked to the maidservant, lying on her back in a pool of her own blood. The lass stared yet at her mistress, lips moving perhaps in prayer, breath bubbling in her throat. She was but a few heartbeats from death. To do nothing was to consign this poor girl to her grave. But if one listened, my brother's voice could almost be heard upon the air. You're not sporting with the puppies anymore. You're running with the wolves. In a dark cave below the cellars of Sol Adair, Marquis Jean-Francois of the Blood Chaston rolled his eyes, shaking his head as he dipped his quill. Black water babbled in the space between chronicler and storyteller, Selene glancing across the dark river. You sigh, historian. Does our tale bore you? No. I am simply dreading another effusive barrage about the saintliness of one Dior Lachance. The vampire waved his quill in dramatic fashion, doing a passable impression of Gabriel's growl. Eyes that saw the hearts of the world, and the heart that wanted to fix them. Selene scoffed. Is that what my brother told you? Jean-Francois thumbed back through his tome that he might quote directly. She reminded me so much of my own daughter, it made my chest ache. Almighty Redeemer, that man never met an aggrandizement he wouldn't dip his wick into, I swear it. The last Liathe levered herself onto her elbow, regarding the historian through long, dark curtains of hair. Let us tell you the truth about Dior Lachance, Chaston. For while there will be some in this tale who name her saint, the Grail of Saint-Michon was as far from that as heaven is wide. She was no pious angel, nor selfless martyr. She was a gutter rat, a whore child, a girl raised on cold, hard streets with cold, hard choices. Steal or starve, lie or die. Dior Lachance was a grifter, a thief, but above all, an opportunist. It would have been obvious from the moment she entered that city, the second she witnessed the reaping in that courtyard, how little life mattered to these monsters. And though her mind remained ever closed to us, though we knew not her thoughts, it was plain she had no intent to be just one more fool strung up from their ceilings. Dior snatched the blade from the serving girl's fingers and sliced the heel of her hand. As the perfume of her blood kissed the air, every vampire in that hall bristled and sighed. Lily wet her lips with a long red tongue as Dior cut the maid's bodice ties, loosed the blood-soaked chemise underneath. And as Lily and her beautiful brother watched, utterly enthralled, the Grail pressed a red hand to the maidservant's wounds. And before their dead eyes, those wounds stitched closed. A murmur rolled among the assembly. The Count and Contessa matched undying stares. Dior wrapped a grubby kerchief tight about her sliced hand, then helped the maidservant sit up, still pale and drenched in red. The girl looked utterly astonished, staring down at her unpunctured chest, then up into the Grail's ice-blue eyes.
Sweet mother maid.
A bloody miracle, sure and true. Lily fixed Dior with a gaze so hungry and deep it spanned an age. And thou hast no ken how this working be thine. The Grail stood, pale lips and liar's tongue.
I've always been able to do it.
Lily nodded, her midnight eyes narrowed in thought, and she sucked slow upon the plump swell of her lower lip, looking Dior over from head to heel. And finally, lifting one clawed hand, she dragged it across her neck, cutting deep into porcelain flesh. Dior's eyes widened as the vampire slipped an iron arm about her waist, drew her close.
"Sister,"
Nikita said. Lily looked to her brother, expectant.
"Hold,"
he told her. "Why?" she demanded, meeting his stare. "A prize Nikita hath claimed already this night. A feast of them, by our counting. A grandson to bolster the ranks of his lords, a brace of cattle for his larder, a blade for his armory. Wouldst he lay claim this prize also? What then remains for Lily? Think from her maid's seeming, she shall be satisfied with a maid's portion. Thou art her priori, brother, but not her elder." The ancient matched stares. The gathering stared at them. It seemed the politics of Nikita's court were a thorny snarl, power divided between this prince who wore the crown and his older sister who somehow vouchsafed it. But while the eyes of the courtiers were fixed upon the Count and Contessa, Dior stared only at that slice in Lily's throat, the blood spilling thick down the vampire's décolletage.
"A thrall will kill for her master, die for her master, commit any atrocity for the one she's bound to."
"We shall not break her, brother," Lily promised. "Simply break her in." Nikita pondered an eternal moment, but finally,
"As it please thee, sister."
Lily smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. And without more ado, she wrenched Dior tight to her body and pressed the girl's lips to her wounded throat. Dior gasped, face twisting in revulsion, crimson smudged slick and sticky across her mouth. But try as she might, she could not resist that hell-born grip, nor break that hateful embrace. "Drink," Lily whispered. She might have fought, fruitlessly, certainly, but sometimes to resist without hope of victory is the only victory to be won. Yet Dior Lachance was ever a gambler, and with so much at stake, it seemed she resolved to keep the few cards she had close to her chest. And so, beneath the hungry stares of that court of monsters, wrapped in that ancient's pale arms, the Grail of Saint-Michon breathed deep. She closed her eyes, and she drank. Chapter 8. The Trick Up Her Sleeve. Before he burns his bridges, a man should learn to swim. Dior knelt on the floor of her cold cell, staring up at those words on the wall. They'd been carved there, God knew how many years ago, probably by the hand of one long dead. "Wonder if he drowned," she whispered. The dungeons of Dunmergen were a dank and chill pit, carved deep below the chateau's foundations. Dior's cell was barely 5 foot at the square, a mouldy blanket for her bed and a bucket for her privy, and only a small slot in the banded ironwood door to let the light in. She had been dragged there at Lily's command, cursing as the thrall swords dumped her on the stone, the ancient's blood yet smeared on her lips. They locked her in, the gloom punctured by a single chemical globe in the stairwell. Once their footsteps had faded, she crawled over to the bucket in the corner and thrust her fingers down her throat, heaving up her bellyful, red and thick, gasping and spitting. She likely knew her efforts were futile, but still, she tried all the same. And when she was done retching, she gathered her breath, dragged her hair from her eyes. Rising to her feet, she stood in the center of her cell, and there, She began to dance. Not a jig, or a line, or a waltz. No, but the steps my brother had shown her. North wind stance. Front foot forward. Belly, chest, throat. Repeat. She practiced with an invisible sword in her hand and fire in her eyes, hewing imaginary foes over and over, until her breath was burning and her skin sheened with sweat, and she had perhaps regained a tiny fraction of the control they had taken away. It was only after she stopped for a breather that she felt it, a soft tremor on her skin. Dior paused, uncertain, but dismissing the sensation as fancy, she took up southwind stance and made ready to begin anew. And then she felt it again, unmistakable this time. Something was inside her shirt. It was too big for a flea, but Dior was ever afeard of rats, and Mother Maid only knew what other tiny horrors might call this dungeon home. She cursed as she felt the tremor again, ripping her grubby grey frock coat off her shoulders. Swatting at the sensation, shrieking as she wrestled with her waistcoat, she dragged her travel-worn shirt over her head. And twisting toward the dim light, she spied it, nestled up the inside of her arm. A moth made of blood. It was pressed tight to her pale skin, no bigger than a thumbnail. It beat its tiny wings, delicate as snowflakes, and pretty as rose petals, and red as all life's ending. Dior's eyes widened, an incredulous whisper slipping her lips.
Selene?
Ah. Jean-Francois smiled. So we come to explanation at last. Here I was, wondering how you knew what had befallen the Grail since you parted, but you had never parted at all. The historian lifted his goblet in toast. Santé, Mademoiselle Castilla. Most ingenious. The last Lyothy was still propped on her elbow, watching across the waters with hungry eyes. Save your flattery for my brother, sinner. It means little to us. Little is more than nothing. The historian smiled, toying with the knot of his cravat. And not so far from much. And one cannot help but note that you share Gabriel's penchant for drama, mademoiselle, saving this delightful morsel until now, rather than revealing it to me immediately. You and your brother are more alike than you realize. Careful, historian. You will hurt our feelings. Jean-Francois chuckled. You had been with her since Kernheim? The last Lyothy nodded. That small part of us, oui. But the flames had left little else, and thus we could only listen back then. Feel. It had taken weeks to reform the rest of ourselves enough to follow Dior's trail, to press our will upon that tiny fragment we had left her. But now we reached out across the dark toward that sliver, that droplet, that tiny mote of us, and bid it beat bloody wings light as baby's breath upon her skin. Tap.
Oh, sweet Mother Maid, it's you!
Tap. Dior looked around her cell, furtive, a giddy smile twisting her lips. We could feel her pulse quicken under her skin, her flesh prickling beneath our tiny feet. Strange how so much can be learned by pressing so close, how much truth there is in the flesh. Standing on tiptoe to peer out the barred window, Dior could only see the cell opposite. She'd no clue who might overhear her speaking. And so she hunkered down in the corner, low and small as she could, whispering as if her very soul depended on it.
What the hell happened to you? Are you well?
We made no reply, save to patiently flutter those tiny wings. Tap, tap, tap.
You can't speak, right? All right.
She poured her lips, nodding.
But you can hear.
Tap.
1 for oui, 2 for non.
Tap.
Good. That's good.
She breathed, her pulse now all a gallop. A moment ago, she must have thought herself utterly lost and alone, but now she was breathing quick, dragging a shaking hand through her hair.
Is there more of you? I saw you burning on the bridge, but...
She regarded our tiny moat, whispering,
Is this all that's left?
Tap, tap.
All right, good, good. Is the rest of you with Gabe?
Tap, tap. Her voice dropped then, edged with fear.
Do you know if he's alive?
Tap, tap.
Shit.
Biting her lip, the Grail hung her head.
Shit.
Dior sat in the dark for a long and silent moment then, hands in fists, eyes shut tight. We knew not what she was thinking, but we guessed well enough.
All right,
she finally whispered.
The rest of you, then. Are you close?
Tap.
Can you get me the fuck out of here?
The span of 5 deep breaths passed in that dark, but Dior took not a single one. Tap. Tap, tap.
Oui and non.
She shook her head, eyes wild.
The hell does that mean?
We fluttered our tiny wings, Dior hissing in obvious frustration. We could not feel her mind, nor speak to her thoughts, as helpless as any other Voss to pierce her veil. But as she watched, that mote of us crawled over her skin, across and up and down her bare arm, deliberate, painstaking. It took a moment for the girl to see our game, but as we've said, this gutter snipe was no one's fool. And finally, she realized the pattern we trod formed letters. A crude method, agonizingly slow, no use for little more than a word or two. But that is what we gave her, spelled out on her skin at glacial pace by small red feet.
Hurt,
she finally whispered.
You're still hurt.
Tap.
Fuck my face.
Tap, tap. She slumped lower, frustration rising in her voice along with her fear.
These things are fucking crazed, Selene. They treat people like animals, like cattle, and they're feeding me blood. They want to know what I am, what I can do. If they thrall me, I'll have to tell them all of it. The Asana, Mother Marin, you, I have to get out of here.
We turned a tiny circle on her arm, wings trembling. She sighed, ashen hair in her eyes as she hung her head.
But you can't help me.
Tap, 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 tap. Dior's body tensed as footsteps descended the stairs, harsh, familiar voices echoing on the dank walls. We crawled up her shoulder, her neck, settling in to watch from beneath the mop of her hair. She threw on her dirty shirt, her waistcoat, rising on tiptoe to peer out the barred slot just as a pair of hard emerald eyes loomed on the other side.
"Enjoying your lodgings, Mouse?"
Kiara asked. The girl flinched back, but made no reply, pulse thrumming beneath our tiny feet.
"Lady Lily will gift you finer accommodations soon, nae fear," the wolf mother said. "Soft sheets, pretty dresses, a nice wee cushion for your tender knees. You should be honoured she's chosen you to serve her."
"I don't serve anyone,"
the girl hissed. "2 nights hence you'll sing different." Kiara met her eyes, lips curling in a cruel smile.
"Beware when the devil takes you under her wing, girl. It's warmer than you think."
Dior scoffed.
"You're fucking..."
Tap, 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 tap.
Where shall we put him, milady?
A gruff voice asked. Yonder, Kiara said, nodding to the cell opposite. Let him suffer the scent of her. Dio watched through the slot as Joaquin and Dogshank dragged a still broken Aaron down the stairs. He wore only his leather breeches, but he'd been bathed and brushed, wrists and ankles bound in chains so thin we thought he must surely break them when he woke, until we saw they gleamed silver. Soraya waited nearby, her braids trailing down her back, and her skin the smooth grey of death. Joaquin's face was a mask, and though Dior sought his eyes, ever the hound boy kept them downturned. The two scorched hauled Aaron into his cell, dumped him on the stone floor. Kiara's brow was dark, her voice a murmur, as she looked at her broodson. "Ye caught his eye, my bonny boy. It seems Fortuna smiles on ye." "And thus, sister," Soraya said, "we brought great Nikita this prize. His pens refilled, a grandson of high blood, the Leon slain. The Black Heart will surely reward us." Kiara's heavy gloves creaked, one thumb rubbing at the top of her hand. "Not like he used to." Soraya rolled her eyes, her full lips pursed. As the younger vampire tapped at her throat, we saw the familiar glint of the golden vial strung about her neck. "I've need of another draught, sister. I drank all I had when we took Avilaine." Kiara seemed to come back to herself then, nodding slow. "I'll speak to the Contessa, see what His Majesty has for us." The wolf mother turned to her thralls. "There's meat needs sorting in the bailey. Go help that louse-house Petrick. We'll be along presently." Joaquin met Dio's eyes, pity in his own. But then the hound boy was gone, up to the courtyard with his fellows to help sort the cattle that had once been his friends. Kiara was still staring at Aaron, eyes narrowed as she regarded the fallen Capitaine in his cell. But with a final glance to Dior, the high blood turned and stalked up the stair. Soraya blew the Grail a kiss, and then she too was gone, following in her older sister's wake. Dior sank down onto her mouldy blanket, knees under her chin. Making the sign of the wheel, she whispered a prayer for Isla and little Mila, and most of all, Baptiste, her palms clasped tight as she turned her eyes to heaven. But if he heard her, the Almighty gave her no sign. The dungeons of the Divock were quiet now, and Dior clearly exhausted after so many miles and trials. She was still in deepest peril. Even our tiny eyes could see it plain. Absent-minded, she licked at the corner of her mouth, the Contessa's blood still smudged on her lips, copper sweet. Almost immediately, Dior realized what she was doing, spitting again and scrubbing her mouth on her sleeve. But still, as her tongue had touched that stain, we had felt her skin prickling, her pulse tripping a shade quicker. Despair, dread, delight. "I'm fucked," she whispered. A flutter on her skin then, soft as moon's light. A simple touch in the dark, and she breathed deep, nodding, because even if she had never trod quite so close to hell as this, even hellfire is easier to bear with a friend at your side. And so the Grail curled down on that cold stone and closed her eyes, seeking the strength she would find in sleep. But there was no sleep for us. Instead, once she was slumbering, we fluttered out from the shelter of the Grail's coat and took to the wing. Flitting up through the dark, quick and silent, intending to search every shadow in that keep, in that damned city, if we needed to. Despite the danger Dior was in, We could not help but see the providence in this, and the will of God himself at work here. We had been denied at Cairnheim by Genoa's final, terrible sin. But as I'd told my fool brother, other ancient of the Asana slumbered in eventide around the empire. Wise Oleander, below Augustine, and the eldest and most powerful of us, here, deep beneath Dun Mergen. Sure as iron to lodestone, as fated to fate, the Almighty had brought us right to her. All on earth, the work of his hand. All the work of his hand, in accord with his plan. And so, wings silent and eyes swift, we set out to find she who might help us. To unearth the resting place of mighty Marin, Priori of the faithful. To wake the mother of monsters. Chapter 9. Beneath the Undertow. All was darkness when she opened her eyes. Pitch black, cold, and deep and complete. For a moment, Dior's heart was sent galloping with fear, and she snaked upright, clawing at the floor beneath her. But she felt the hard stone under her hands then, smelled the mould and rot and rust around her, and her hands curled into helpless fists. And then, screaming. "Aaron," she whispered. Dior dragged herself to her feet, grasping the bars in the door slot. Dim light shone from the stairwell, the cries echoing on chill black stone, all the way down her spine. "Aaron!" She stood on tiptoe, shouting to be heard over his cries. "Aaron!" The screaming stilled, a muffled gasp, a heart-sick groan. And then came a tiny whisper, so racked with misery and pain that tears filled her eyes. "Dior." "It's me," she nodded, squeezing the bars. "I'm here, Aaron. You're not alone." He had no need to breathe, the doors of life now closed to him forever. But still, we heard the brave Lord of Avalain inhale as if to ready himself. "Where is here?" "The dungeons under Dun Mergen. They locked us in last night. Lily and Nikita," Aaron breathed. We heard him moan, then, the sound of something dull and heavy thumping against the stone over and over. His skull, we realized. "Oh, Aaron," Dior sighed. "It hurts, Dior. Almighty God in heaven, it burns." "I'm sorry," she whispered, anguished. "I'm sorry. What can I do?" "Talk to me," he begged. "Tell me how you came to be here."
"Chiara and Kane caught me in the mountains, brought me here in the convoy from Avalain with the others. Baptiste was in the cage with me."
Is he?
"He's alive, and he's safe. Safe as he can be in this accursed city, anyway. They lost their last blacksmith, they said. They need him to work."
We heard Aaron whisper thanks to God, and as we crawled down Dior's arm to rest upon her hand, we found ourselves marvelling that one who had suffered so much could still thank his Maker for so small a blessing. So different to our faithless brother, this one. So near, yet so far away. A tiny kinship, we felt then, for this fallen son of Avalain, this martyr yet walking. He was but new to the blood, the tattered remnants of his humanity unshed, his mortal ties yet unbroken. But sitting upon Dior's knuckles, wings fluttering in the dungeon air, We could smell the faint tang of burning flesh, hear the soft sizzle of silver chains on his skin. We remembered the sight of him drinking from that dark prince's wrist just the night before, and we knew he was as damned as we were.
"And Gabriel," he whispered. "Where is he?"
"I don't know."
Dior shook her head, glancing now toward us. And perhaps it was imagination, or a simple trick of the light, but I swear we saw a glint of suspicion in her eye. The lips she licked at, still stained with Lily's blood.
"I don't even know if he's alive,"
she said.
"If he is, he will come for you."
The Grail drew a deep breath, looked around her dank cell, the cold stone and hard iron and dim, flickering light.
"I'm not sure we can count on Gabe, Aaron."
"You can. You should. I have known Gabriel de Leon since I was a boy, Dior. He is no saint, believe me."
The Capitaine of Avelaine chuckled, drew a trembling breath.
"But he does not abandon those he loves, and he loves you, doubt it not."
"Maybe, but I'm not waiting for Gabriel. I've escaped darker holes than this, and I'll figure out a way to free us both.
"No," he hissed. "No. Tell me nothing, Cherie. If you do discover a way to freedom, I pray God you get my Baptiste to safety. But breathe no word of it to me. For when the Black Heart binds me with his blood, he may command me to tell all I know of you."
Her pulse thumped harder, the scent of sour sweat moistening her skin.
"They're binding me, too," she said. "They forced me to show them what my blood can do. Then Lily, she forced me to drink."
We heard a sigh then, thick with sorrow.
"God help you, child."
"Maybe we can fight it," she hissed, defiant. "Gabe said it was like love. I've been in love before, but I was still me. I wouldn't ever—"
"It is no mortal love, Cherie. That corruption in their veins, it is a dark counterfeit, bereft of truth, but no less potent for its lack. It is a cruel love they bestow, Dior, an envious, possessive love, dragging all sweetness and honesty beneath its undertow. I have seen it make wives kill their husbands with a smile, parents butcher their children in defiance of all God and nature's law. It is a love hell-born."
"There must be some way to break it."
"If the one you are bound to is slain, that will end the spell. And even if they live, after a time spent without drinking, the bond will fade. Not years, mind you, but decades. But other than that—"
Aaron's voice came easier now, as if he almost had a grip on his agony. Yet between each trembling breath, we could still smell the burning on his skin.
"I gave up all I had to be with my Baptiste, all I'd worked for, my future, my place in the Silver Order, ma famille. I turned my back on all of it, and felt not one drop of regret. Such is the love I bear him, have always borne him, my beautiful man."
He sighed like a little boy lost in the dark.
"But 2 nights from now, when the blood of that devil touches my tongue for the 3rd time, I will be his. And should he command it, I would cut my beloved's throat in a blinking, and try not to get any on my boots. That is the depth of it, Dior. That is the horror. 3 nights is all it takes to forge a forever hell."
"You wouldn't do that."
Dior shook her head.
"I don't believe it. I've seen the way you two look at each other, heard the way he speaks of you, and you of him. You love him."
"I do," he breathed. "But love is mortal. Blood
is eternal. She opened her mouth to protest, to defy, but footsteps on the stair stilled her tongue, and as I crawled swift back up her sleeve, she shrank away from the door, jaw clenched tight. Her heart was all a gallop, heat rising on her body as the feet stopped outside. The lock clicked. She balled her fists, ready to fight, but when the door creaked open, a young woman waited on the other side.
"The Contessa Divok commands you follow me."
Dior blinked, unknotting belly and hands. She would have recognized the maid, of course, despite the lack of knife wounds in her chest. Her hair was still the color of fire in summertime, her scowling, mismatched eyes fixed on Dior's.
"The Contessa does not abide waiting,"
Worm snapped.
"Come, now."
The maidservant walked brisk toward the stair, Dior following with clear reluctance. Aaron whispered a prayer. "Almighty go with you, child." She was led up the dungeon's stairs, past a desk where sat a heavy-set man with close-cropped hair and hawkish eyes, wreathed in traproot smoke. The jailer returned Worm's nod, and with a covetous glance at his cigarette, Dior followed into a corridor beyond. Night was fallen outside, the mighty keep lit by chemical lights. Leeches would allow few flames in their havens, after all. The dun was busy, soldiers and servants rushing, the sound of steel and heavy boots ringing in the courtyard outside, hundreds of crows calling in the black heavens above it all. Dior followed on the maidservant's heels into the dun proper, dark stone around her, long woven rugs beneath her feet. We were perched at the line of her jaw now, pressed flat to her thumping pulse, watching from beneath her tangle of pale hair. We were afeared at all this, and clearly so was she. But our search for Mother Marin had so far proved fruitless, and we were still helpless, forced to bear mute witness and beat our small wings against Dior's skin every so often, simply to remind her she was not alone. Despite the cracks in the walls left from the Divok attack, the opulence of this place was breathtaking. High ceilings and stained glass and decor fit for royalty. We entered a great hall with far-flung rafters wrought with everknots, the walls lined with beautiful suits of plate armor and weaponry. Grand green tapestries embroidered with wolves hung beside portraits of proud women, the brows graced with circlets of gold. They were attired as high-born ladies, save they often wore breastplates of steel and carried swords, and men dressed in noble cloth stood at their right hands.
"The Hall of Crowns,"
Worm murmured by way of explanation. These were laird ladies, we realized, the women who'd ruled this dun and clan in years past. Centuries after it had been brought into the fold of the one faith, Osway was still a matriarchal nation at heart, venerating the feminine, the life-giver, the wellspring. The Ossian interpretation of the one faith centered the Mother Maid, not the Almighty, a bastardized holdover from pagan days when these folk spilled the blood of enemies on altars devoted to the Mother Moons. And though this country had sworn fealty to the Augustan dynasty, in truth, it had not been ruled by the emperor, but a conquering queen. In the nights before the Divok came, at any rate. Dior looked at her statue now, looming before the twin arches of a stair winding up from the Hall of Crowns. A young woman, fierce as lions, clad in plate mail and clan cloth, a long blade held in one raised fist. The statue was granite, but the sword itself was real. the actual blade she'd forged from the melted weapons of her vanquished foes.
Niv Amergen,
Dior read on the plaque.
The 9 swords.
Do not tarry,
the maidservant snapped, glancing over her shoulder.
There is but one lady of this realm now, and her name be not Amergen. And should you leave her waiting, your life shall pay the forfeit of her patience.
Dior looked the maid over, lips pursed. She was 19 at a guess, and we'd have marked her Ossian by her freckled skin and fiery hair. But she spoke with an accent as mismatched as her eyes, half Eledani by the sound, only a hint of Osway in her vowels.
What's your name?
Dior asked.
The Contessa Divok calls me Worm.
But what's your name?
The girl blinked at Dior and replied as if she were an imbecile.
Worm.
Turning on her heel, she strode up the stair, down a long corridor lined with more armour, thrall swords at guard. They came to double doors embossed with the wolf and swords of the Mergen clan, a river running beneath. And as the girl called Worm pushed them open, Dior looked dizzied by a perfume near forgot. A bathhouse, we realized, hung thick with steam. A large copper tub sat at its heart, the water already drawn. There was little in the way of flowers in the Empire anymore, but what could be done to sweeten the air clearly had been. Garlands of fool's honey hung on the walls, and sticks of wood ash smouldered in golden bowls.
Undress,
Worm commanded. Dior blinked.
Most folk offer a drink first.
I am to make you presentable for your audience,
Worm snapped.
If I fail, the Contessa will be displeased, and you may not be there to mend the stab wounds next time.
Dior swallowed hard.
I'm sorry. If I'd have known what she was like...
I've no need of your apology, blood witch.
Worm glowered.
Well, I'm giving it all the same,
Dior replied, jaw squared.
You were hurt on my account, and I'm sorry for it. And I'm no witch either, by the way. I'm not like them.
I know sorcery when I see it,
Worm replied, looking Dior up and down.
And deceit when I hear it. But if you truly make amends, do as I say and get undressed.
Worm busied herself at a cupboard, while Dior stood in the bathhouse's heart, motionless and mute. After Lily's declaration yestereve, the maidservant was obviously aware that Dior was a girl, but the Grail's pulse was still thumping with uncertainty, and her skin was clammy cold. After so long pretending to be something else, she was clearly frightened to be unveiled as she truly was. With Worm's back turned, we fluttered free from Dior's hair, hiding among the shadows of the rafters above. Turning away from the other girl, Dior discarded her travel-worn clothes with clear reluctance, glancing over her shoulder to ensure Worm wasn't watching. Her trembling fingers traced a small bulge hidden in her hemline. Gabriel's phial was still secreted under the stitching, and to abandon her frock-coat was to abandon her last link to him. But aside from swallowing it, or solutions more unsavoury, she'd nowhere else to hide it, and, in truth, none of us had any idea if he was even alive. And so, dropping the coat and stripping off the last of her underthings, Dior slipped quickly into the water. Despite her unease, a smile curled her lips as she lowered herself into that warmth, a blissful sigh slipping her lungs.
7 martyrs. I can't remember the last...
Her words were drowned by a bucketful of water dumped over her head without ceremony. As Dior sputtered, Worm tipped a ladleful of viscous sludge onto her hair. Soap, apparently, the tang of ash and quicklime, sweetened by more fool's honey. The maidservant was ungentle,
scrubbing hard enough to bring tears to Dior's eyes. But the Grail tried to hold herself still, arms folded to protect her modesty, eyes shut against the sting. It wasn't until Worm lifted a horsehair brush that Dior finally objected, trying to twist free of the grip that closed about her wrist. But like Joaquin, the maidservant was blessed with a thrall's terrible strength, and Dior's arm was hauled skyward, Worm scrubbing her armpits and chest with no regard for the younger girl's bashfulness.
"What is your name?"
Worm demanded. Dior yelped as the maid hauled one leg from the water and began scrubbing. Worm looked up briefly, her eyes glittering. They were peculiar, to be sure. One bright blue like the skies in old paintings, the other the green of long-gone leaves. Old folklore in Lawson had it that folk afflicted such like were cursed with ill fortune, that such a mark told of an ancestor who'd had truck with the fae. But we noted that the Grail was staring at them. "Dior," she replied, squirming with discomfort as the scrub brush crept higher.
"Where are you from?"
"Sudhaim, a city called
"I did not ask where you were born,"
the Failing snapped, dropping her foot.
"I asked where you were from. Who were your family? Of what stock were your kin?"
"I never met my papa." The Grail shrugged, matter of fact. "He was a wanderer, from what Mama told me. I don't even know his name. Mama was from Elidane, originally. She was well, the polite phrase is courtesan, though she never visited court in her life."
"Well, you are in a court now, by God,"
the maid replied, grabbing her other foot.
"A court of the blood, and if you do not comport yourself with due dignity—"
The doors slammed open, and Dior startled, water sloshing over the tub's lip. Standing on the bathhouse threshold, we saw a dark angel, carved by a devil's hand, our frail wings trembling with hunger at the mere sight of him.
"Count Nikita,"
Worm whispered, dropping to her knees. The priori of the blood Divok loomed at the entrance, gazing about the bathhouse with the voids that passed for his eyes. He was utterly naked, save for his necklace, strung with fangs and that gleaming golden vial. His every muscle was carved of alabaster, long hair spilling over his graven shoulders and chest like a black waterfall. He stood so still and silent, he might have passed as a sculpture on Genoa's dreadful bridge, save that he was covered, hands, chest, face, privates, in fresh blood. "Night's blessings, sweetlings." He smiled, his voice deep as graves. Dior averted her gaze, looking anywhere but at that dark and bloody prince. As he watched from on high, she crossed her arms to cover her nakedness again, sinking as low in the bath as she could. Her heartbeat was so loud we could hear it, that dreadful tempo only doubling as the Count Divok walked across the boards before the prostrate maidservant, and without ado climbed into the tub opposite Dior. The bath was an opulent affair, large enough for four, but the Grail flinched as Nikita reclined, staining those waters sticky red, his toes brushing light upon her thigh. The vampire said nothing, simply staring, black presence and leaden silence thickening in the air, until Dior at last was forced to raise fearful eyes to his. "Mind me not," he smiled, waving one lazy hand. "Be about thy business." Dior was up and halfway out of the bath before his voice pinned her still. "Hold, sweetling."
Save for the hammer blow of her heart, the girl froze. Slowly she turned to the one they called Blackheart, sunk now in the water up to his chiselled chest. His face was yet spattered with blood, bright and gleaming. We wondered briefly who it belonged to. "Thy hair," he pointed, fingernails long and sharp. "'Tis yet unclean."
"Forgive me, lad,"
Worm began, rising with ladle in hand.
"I was about—"
No. The monster's black gaze drank Dior in head to toe. "Allow me." Dior clenched her teeth to stop them chattering. "Most generous, laird, but the—" Laughter cut her protest off, left her mute and trembling. From above, we watched Nikita shake with amusement, head thrown back, razors gleaming in his gums. There was a beauty to him, undeniable, no matter the heady peril of it. A youth in life's prime, pale and fey and shadow-born, preserved forever at that moment of a dark perfection.
"When Nikita asks,"
he said, smile dying on his lips,
"he is seldom asking."
Dior made no reply, bare and vulnerable, lowering her gaze once more. We saw horror dawn on her face as she realized he cast no reflection in the water they shared.
"Turn about,"
Nikita whispered, twirling one finger in the air. Dior glanced up to us, that bloody moat, helpless but to watch and seethe. She looked to Worm, who appeared near as terrified as she, but the maidservant met her eyes and nodded, almost imperceptible, lips pressed thin. And so Dior turned her back on that beast in the tub with her, arms still wrapped tight about herself, sinking back down into the steam. Nikita stirred behind her, rising, the troughs and valleys of his rock-hard belly now pressed against her spine. She shivered as he hooked one sharp fingernail beneath her chin, tilting her head back, and lifting the ladle, he lathered water gently through her ashen hair.
"Thou art a maid, as my sister spaketh,"
he murmured,
"and a winsome bud at that."
His eyes roamed her body, falling on the clothing she'd discarded.
"Why veil Hind's splendour neath crude heart's cloth, and shackle such bounty neath tight-bound rags?"
Dior remained mute, flinching as he poured more water, his claws running soft through her hair. We knew a terrible strength was hid behind Nikita's touch, but only his smile betrayed the wickedness in his soul, his hands as gentle as a lover's own.
"My sweet sister would claim thee for her own, and I have given blessing. Nikita is priori, but Lily is eldest, and to keep the peace of his court, he must keep the heartless and her children pleased. Yet the scent of thee—"
He lowered his head now, wolfish, inhaling deep and sighing long.
"My headsman names thy blood a venom, yet thy perfume promises bliss. Might fire be found in but a single drop of thee? I wonder, pale poison, should I risk a taste?"
His lips brushed her neck as he whispered, and Dior trembled like a candle flame at his touch. His fingertips danced slow along her shoulders, lower now, diamond-hard nails skimming her prickling skin. The dark pull of him swelled at her back, dragging her in, bottomless and black. His fingertips danced down the arms she'd wrapped about her breasts, and the faintest prick of his fangs pressed upon her throat as his hands closed about her wrists, prying them away ever so slow and leaving her utterly bare. This was surely her nightmare, rage and pity filling us to the brim as we watched it unfold. The bitter irony of it all, to have hidden what she was all these years and be set upon the very second she let it be known. God, how we cursed our helplessness then. I looked down into her eyes, praying God she might endure this, might become the mountain I had learned to be. But that was to pray for a son already risen. If she'd been but a maid, she'd surely have melted, sighing submission as countless others over countless years must have done. Yet she was no mere child, Dior la Chance. She was a daughter of the Redeemer born, and far from sinking into the bleak promise of that black prince's arms, we saw her fists clench with fury at his unasked-for touch, at the notion of this leech gnawing at her throat. We knew what her holy blood would do to him, and we prayed she might beg him bite. Let him burn. But we all of us knew that song would end badly, no matter its sweet beginnings. And so, iron-willed, she gritted her teeth instead. Get your fucking hands off me!
Count Nikita, I beg forgiveness,
Worm blurted, wringing her hands.
but my beloved mistress bid me bring the girl with all speed. She will be displeased if I tarry.
The vampire glanced toward the maidservant, needle-sharp fangs yet poised at Dior's neck. An age passed, empty and breathless, the very air itself crackling with desire and danger. But in the end, the vampire's blood-stained lips curled in a small smile. Far be it from us, little one, to keep our elder waiting. Nikita held Dior pinioned a moment longer, breathing her in like a fiend at his wretched pipe. And then the Laird Divock released his grip and sank back slow into red water. Diornia flew out of the bath, Worm wrapping her in a linen towel with eyes downturned. Ushering the Grail from the room, the serving girl was stopped at the last by Nikita's voice. Worm. The maidservant paused, chest heaving.
Aye, Laird?
Maid's cloth suits thee better than thy former attire. Ye serve thy new mistress well.
The vampire draped a steaming cloth over his face.
But forget not who is master here.
Aye, Laird,
she breathed. With a swift curtsy and Dior on her arm, the maid fled the room. Chapter 10. A Dagger of Truth.
Put these on, and damn your eyes, be swift about it.
Dior stood in the belly of a grand wardrobe, magnificent coats and gowns arrayed all about her. She was draped only in a damp towel, and we fancied the chill of that ancient monster lingered at her back. Yet she was young, this bower bird, and ever possessed of a weakness for shining things, having grown up so sorely in lack of them, we suppose. And so her mouth was agape as she stared at the finery on display around her, the shadow of Nikita Divock fading in that rainbow of bold chiffon and rich satin and gold thread twill. Fuck my... A silken chemise hit her in the face, followed by a barrage of accoutrements, hose and garters, elbow-length gloves, dainty pointed heels of embroidered velvet damask. Dior did her best to catch the pieces and maintain her towel, finally surrendering hope of the former for the sake of the latter as the volley continued. Worm finally emerged from the wardrobe's depths, carrying a wondrous white gown of crepe and lace.
"This will
She stopped short, bristling.
"Why are you not dressed?"
Dior looked about the scattered clothes, back into the maidservant's eyes. Violetta Tremaine.
"Who in the mother maid's name is Violetta Tremaine?"
A girl I shared a squat with after my mamma died. She was the second dead body I ever saw, and the state they left her in when they were done with her is the reason I cut my hair and dressed as a boy ever since. The Grail shrugged, her voice hard as alley cobbles.
"Damn my eyes all you like. I've no idea what I'm doing with any of this shite."
Worm paused at that, studying Dior toe and crown and all between. She seemed to regard the girl in a new light after her defiance of Nikita in the bathhouse, her outrage at his unwanted touch. But setting her face in a scowl, she plucked the chemise off the younger girl's shoulder.
"Raise your arms."
"My towel will come off."
"As shall my head, should the Contessa lose patience."
Dior yelped as Worm dragged her arms skyward, her towel dutifully falling to the floor. The maidservant hauled on the chemise, kneeling to tug up the silken hosiery and bind it with garters at Dior's thighs. Worm's fingers were skirting terribly close to dangerous places, and while a servant was certainly used to this sort of thing, we saw Dior was blushing to be stripped naked and manhandled so. Worm finally stood, wrangling the heavy gown over Dior's head, following with a corset of boned velvet and lace.
"I've never worn a—"
she gasped as Worm drew the ties, cinching the fabric tight. Wincing as her insides adjusted, Dior looked at the gentry's frock coats about her with unmasked envy.
"Who did all this belong to?"
she managed.
"Neve Amagen, once Laird Lady of this Dun and Duchess of all Osway."
We looked to a painting on the wall, looming above the silks and velvets. It showed the same woman as that statue in the Hall of Crowns, the legendary 9 Swords. But rather than a sculpture of a conqueror, this painting depicted the Duchess with her famille. She was seated on her ironwood throne beside a striking man with a red beard and dashing smile. He stood behind the Duchess, to her right, a partner, surely, but not an equal. The couple were surrounded by children, 4 daughters, all fine and strong.
"She looks so young,"
Dior murmured.
"That was painted long ago,"
Worm said, binding the corset ties.
"In happier nights."
"What happened to them?"
"Laird Aidan died many years ago, during the clan wars."
The maidservant nodded to the daughters, one at a time.
"Lady Ashling was killed leading the defence of Dunquin. Lady Una was commander of the 9 Swords Legions, and Lady Caitlin a captain in her fleet. Both were murdered when the Untamed conquered the city."
Worm glanced to the last of the girls, a pretty child with deep red hair and sharp green eyes.
"Lady Yvain is in the east, married to an Eladani lord."
"And what happened to the 9 Swords?"
"Nikita Divok."
Worm finished with the ties, lips pursed.
"Now turn. Sit."
"Sweet mother maid, it'd not kill you to say Dior was twisted on the spot by the thrall's strength, thrust onto a stool, sputtering as the maid threw a handful of pale powder into her face and stifling décolletage. Worm raised a stick of coal,
Dior closing her eyes only just swift enough to avoid a blinding.
Stop squirming, curse you. I don't wear this shite. I told, eyes shut, lips like same.
The maidservant set to work, squinting in the dim light. The Grail tried to sit obediently, lips pursed, body motionless. But obedience had never been Dior Lachance's strongest suit, and she was soon mumbling again, fingers fidgeting in her lap.
That tickles. Be quiet. Careful, you'll have my bloody eye out. Flinch again and see prophecy fulfilled.
The Grail settled down again, sullen and pouting.
You know, I always suspected the business of being pretty was utter bollocks, she finally hissed. Now I know for certain, so I suppose thanks are in order, mademoiselle. I like to serve.
Worm sighed, a half-dozen hairpins pressed between her lips as she surveyed her work.
You've honestly never worn a dress before?
Dior shook her head, eyes still closed. Not since I was 11, thank God.
Best thing about dressing as a boy is avoiding the ludicrous fuckaboutery that comes with being a girl.
The Grail shrugged, lips quirked. Not that I've an aversion to the end result, mind you, but there's not much use for a corset when you're pinching some fool's purse, and I doubt running from the watch would be helped by 7 additional layers of Something cinched tight about her neck, near choking, and then,
open your eyes.
A stranger was sat before Dior when she obeyed. It was only when she lifted her hand, and the young lady opposite moved like same, that she seemed to realize she was staring into a looking-glass. Her lips, not ashen now, but bright red with paint, parted slow, and she touched her face as if to ensure her eyes spoke true. Her flesh was powdered death pale, lashes and the beauty spot on her cheek picked out in dark, sharp relief. A choker of blood-red rubies was fixed at her throat, a pearl-white waterfall of skirts tumbling below her ornate cream corset, down to a pair of beautiful, pointed heels. Worm stood behind her, fixing her hair with iron pins before lifting the pièce de résistance into place. A pale, ornate wig, styled with the gaudy flair usually reserved for the finest of nobility. Dior Lachance was a girl who had hidden as a boy most of her life. This was the first moment she'd been unveiled as a young woman. And while that young woman was impressive, stunning, in fact, still her expression was clouded as she looked at her reflection, the shadow of that beast in the bathhouse rising at her back once more.
What is wrong? Worm asked. You look passable.
Dior shook her head.
I feel naked.
Worm met her eyes then, a touch of pity finally softening that emerald and sapphire.
No purses to filch, nor watch to flee here, Mademoiselle Lachance. But though it's a strange truth, all this ludicrous fuckaboutery can serve purpose. Silk will prove stronger than steel on the right battleground. Beauty can be a kind of weapon, and bestow a rare power. The only kind they will allow you in this place anyway. But wield it well, and she will mark you.
The maidservant's voice dropped low.
And she can protect you from him.
Worm stepped back, motioned to the door.
Now hurry, the Contessa awaits.
The maidservant swept from the room, and more subdued now, Dior followed, hiking up her skirts and wobbling on her uncomfortable shoes. We followed, flitting rafter to rafter on tiny red wings, as Dior was led stumbling and cursing down a long stone corridor. The air was heavy and chill, ringing with the song of crows. A trail of bloody footprints stained the floorboards before her, leading to a pair of grand doors flanked by 2 young gallants in steel breastplates and Divock colours. They were red-headed Ossians both, Handsome of face and green of eye, their chins dusted with the scrawny beards of boys who long to be men. The stench of murder ever hung over Dun Mergen like a pall, but we felt it stronger here, deepening with every one of Dior's wobbling steps. The pair nodded to Worm, watching Dior's unsteady approach with bemused expressions, obviously as unsure as she was. But with eyes on the boys and hands full of skirt, the Grail stepped in one of those bloody footprints, slipping, almost falling, and in a blinking both lads near dropped their swords in their lunge to catch her. "You will, my lady?" one young gallant asked, holding her steady.
"Oui,"
she said, finding her footing.
"Merci, messieurs."
"Best be careful."
The other flashed a bright smile.
"Not that catching you wasn't a pleasure, but it's a long fall off those pretty heels."
Dior smiled back, lowering her eyes. It seemed a light moment, a harmless flirt, commonplace in any tavern or court in the realm. But looking to their hands, Dior saw each lad was scorched with a brand, a black heart circled by thorns.
"Nikita's mark,"
she whispered.
"Aye,"
the taller one replied, eyes shining.
"Praise be our laird and master."
Her smile died then, the moment with it, and the flirt seemed not so harmless anymore. Studying them from above, it was hard for us to not wonder who these boys had been. Soldiers, obviously, sworn to the Nine Swords service before her city fell. But had they fought before they bent the knee, or had they bowed to save their own skins? Did it trouble them to serve this evil? Or did the love they bore it now swallow their shame? Worm nodded thanks, glanced to Dior to ensure she was steady. Satisfied, the maid knocked once, brisk, then flung the doors wide, and Dior flinched, hand up to her face as the stench washed over us all in a red, reeking wave. So much blood. A parlour room awaited, polished mahogany, velvet and satin, chandeliers of gleaming gold glass. 2 doors opened left and right into boudoirs so palatial they could bed dozens. Obviously the chambers of the former lady and laird of this keep. Dior's face was still ashen as Worm pulled her within, and we flitted inside behind them, up, nestling at last in the shadows of the rafters above, every part of us now afeared. Closing the doors behind them, the maidservant urged the Grail to her knees before the figure waiting in the room's heart. Cold as tombs, motionless as mountains, as beautiful as the first snows of fresh-fallen winter. The beast, named Lily Divot. She reclined on an ornate chaise-longue, her great white wolf beside her, its one blue eye flushed scarlet and locked on Dior. The vampire was flanked by 3 ladies-in-waiting, all immaculately attired, beautiful ball gowns and powdered cheeks and ornate hairpieces. Yet Lily Divot was not dressed as a noblewoman like her entourage. In fact, the Heartless was hardly dressed at all. A sleeveless black robe was draped over her shoulders, 2 strips of sheerest silk barely protecting her modesty. A half corset bound her ribs beneath, cinched her waist, black velvet and whalebone. Her bare legs were crossed, demure, but her eyes burned with dark promise as she gazed upon the Grail. A golden circlet sat on her brow, and her hair spilled over her shoulders to the floor in red rivers. Her skin was porcelain pale, yet now unveiled we saw it was decorated with beautiful inkwork, fey spirals wending up her right arm and down her left leg. Not as intricate,
but assuredly similar to those that adorned the skin of Phoebe Adonsair.
Naiath, we realized, the tattoos of the Ossian Highlanders. Another servant in a beautiful gown was on her knees, scrubbing the bloody footprints off the stone. We recognized the twin beauty spots on her cheek at once. Young Isla, Joaquin's beloved ever after. To have survived the fall of 2 cities only to be press-ganged into the maid service of these monsters was a cruel fate, but at least she lived. The lass met Dior's eyes, risking a small nod. Dior's gaze followed the footprints into one of the boudoirs, and there she saw naked people about the room, on the floors or silken sheets, one even dangling from the chandelier. Many of them were the valuables she'd been brought to Dunmergen with, pretty young men and women she'd known and suffered alongside. They were dead now, every one. Throats torn open or heads torn away, bellies ripped wide and privates ripped off. Dior had surely seen cruelty before, on the streets of childhood, in her journeys with Gabriel, but she still blanched at the sight of such wanton slaughter. We remembered Nikita in the bathhouse then, drenched head to foot in blood, understanding at last where it had come from.
"Mistress,"
Worm declared,
"the prisoner has been prepared, as commanded."
"We thank thee, Worm. Artful handiwork as always." Lily pressed one finger to crimson lips, thoughtful. "Yet thou art somewhat tardy in thy arrival." We saw Worm tense then, heard her heartbeat quicken as she pressed brow to boards.
"Forgive me, mistress. Count Nikita came upon us in the bathhouse. He were—"
"Thou wouldst blame my brother for thine own ineptitudes?" Lily frowned. "A lord of night, a king of dark heaven's splendours, to be held account for a servant's failings."
"No, mistress, of course, the fault was mine. Please, I beg forgiveness."
Lily smiled, indulgent, waving one pale hand. "Of course, love." Worm sighed, like a man who receives pardon just as he steps onto the gallows. "Kiss ye my feet," Lily commanded, "and all sin shall be forgiven." One might have expected the young woman to flinch, to balk, God help her, to refuse. But without hesitation, Worm scuttled forward, low as her namesake. A look of revulsion crossed Dior's face as the thrall prostrated herself, and as Lily stretched out one long leg, the maid pressed her lips to the dead goddess's pale, ring-clad toes, one at a time. Dior appeared uncertain where to look, at the girl being humiliated for the sake of a few minutes' wait, or at the innocents slaughtered for the sake of a madman's meal. But she settled on the latter in the end. The former was in part her fault, after all. The Heartless followed Dior's eyeline, dark smile dimming. "Thou shalt excuse my brother his peccadilloes," she sighed. "Many nights hath passed since our larder overflowed with such bounty. A king must have his catharsis." Lily's eyes fell on Worm, lifting her lips from the last of her toes. "Have those served with the evening meal," she ordered, waving to the leavings of her brother's feast. "There be yet dregs in them, and the children ever hunger."
"I live to serve, mistress," the girl breathed, her voice thick with devotion.
Worm whisked into the boudoir and lifted the first corpse she saw. a young man, missing both throat and privates. Dior stared as the maidservant slung the body over her shoulder like a sack of feathers, and lifting a lass, likewise mutilated, Worm hurried from the room, Isla scrubbing furiously at the spatters in her wake.
Thou hast the look of muddied blood.
Dior flinched. She'd apparently not heard Lily move, but the vampire now stood only inches away. Lily gazed down with jet-black eyes, the ink on her skin visible through her sheer silks. Reaching out, she caressed Dior's cheek, soft as spring rain.
Those eyes,
Lily mused.
Those lashes, those lips. Elidani stock, surely. But thy complexion be Ossian through and through. From whence dost thou hail?
Dior swallowed hard, averted her eyes. From on high, she somehow looked more exposed than the Contessa, despite the finery she wore. To us, she seemed not a beautiful maid in a dazzling gown, but a soldier without her shield, a knight without her armor. I grew up in a city called La Chamée.
We know it.
Lily nodded.
We visited with our brothers 12 decades past. A pit of lepers and vipers, we thought it, beggared of beauty and reeking of dung.
Dior smiled faintly. It hasn't changed much since then, I fear. The caress at her cheek slipped lower, the dark goddess lifting the Grail's chin so she was forced to meet her eyes.
Thou shalt refer to us at all times as mistress.
Dior's faint smile died beneath that monster's stare. It was bereft of anything approaching life, warmth, compassion. It was the gaze of a shark closing in on a drowning swimmer, mouth slipping wide to reveal endless rows of jagged teeth.
Mistress,
Dior murmured.
Lily's lips curled. Thou art a beauty, fey and fine. Pray, why did ye hide it?
The streets I grew up on were cruel to girls, mistress.
There be no street under heaven that is not. But we learned long ago the solution to that dilemma is not being afraid, Poppet. It is being feared.
Dior gazed into Lily's eyes at that, lips parting. We knew the Contessa's blood would be at work within the Grail now, softening her will, warming the halls of her heart. And though perhaps it was my own fears speaking, it seemed a moment of understanding passed between the pair, the girl on her knees, and this goddess to whom she knelt. It was hard, sharp, a dagger of truth. The Heartless fussed with Dior's outfit a moment, gold-dipped fingers straightening the bodice, adjusting the choker of rubies around the Grail's throat. And standing back to admire her work, the ancient finally nodded.
Walk with me.
Lily stalked from the room, silk flowing about her, Wolf slinking at her side. From the glares the ladies-in-waiting shot her, Dior realized she was expected to follow first, and she wobbled to her feet, hurrying to catch up as the women flocked around her. There had been swans on the lake near Lawson when I was a child, and flitting above them now, we fancied Lily's ladies moved like those birds once had, regal and graceful. All three were scorched with Lily's mark, the same antlered crown that Worm wore, yet we noted their brands were fresh, and that all were marred further somehow, scarred hands or sliced faces, or missing fingers.
Wolves were embroidered on the fabric of their dresses, and all wore some shade of green, noble colours for the noble-born. These must have been the ladies-in-waiting to the Duchess Amergene, we realised, now forced to serve the murderer of their mistress by the power of her blood. And Dior was only 2 drops away from that same hell. Lily led us down a corridor lined with beautiful armour, draped with clan cloth of the Mergen, 2 shades of green hatched with black and blue. Reaching a set of double doors, 2 bowing thrall swords drew them aside. A freezing wind struck our wings, but though she wore next to nothing, Lily walked onto the balcony as if into a summer's day, her white wolf beside her. As Dior followed, we saw dark ocean beyond the battlements, white caps crashing on the gulf of wolves. The great snow-clad bailey below was all a-bustle, a multitude of folk lit by flickering torchlight, shouts rising above the song of the waves. It took a moment for us to comprehend what we were seeing. The folk Dior had travelled with from Avelaine were clustered outside the ruined sepulchre of the Mother-Maid. Over 1,000, guarded by thrall swords in Divok livery. Upon the broken cathedral's stairs stood Soraya, doffing her tricorn to the flock of vampires before her. The tattooed one named Dragan and his paramour Alex, the sister with the broken wheel about her neck, the grey jester, Cain, Chiara. All the members of the untamed court were assembled, and pointing to a bedraggled group of men on the steps beside her, Soraya called aloud, "A half-dozen head, unskilled but strong and hale all. What am I bid?" A young vampire wearing a cloak of what looked to be children's skin called above the clawing winds, "3 knights, 50 swords. 350 to Bloodlord Remil," Soraya cried. "Do I hear 4? The jester raised his hand, his voice like oily smoke. 450. 4 to Bloodlord Grey. Hear us 5. Soraya looked around the gathering, dark eyes gleaming. "Fresh from the Nordland this lot, well fed and unspoiled." Dior watched on, her face running pale with horror. "They bid knights of service to my brother," Lily murmured beside her. "1 drop of water is worth a fortune in a desert, and while crowns are often won with steel, they are always kept with coin." Dior said nothing, staring down into the dark. A cart waited near the dun's doors, corpses within, naked and mutilated. As the Grail watched, Worm threw 2 more bodies onto the pile. People were being hauled from wooden pens over by the stables. Elderly folk all, pushed into a wagon by more scorched. We recalled that foul-blood horde within the walls of Newton then, understanding the depths of the depravity at work here. The frail and elderly would be fed to the wretched outside, the young and strong auctioned off to purchase the loyalty of Nikita's court, a brutality and callousness from the darkest of nightmares. Gabrielle had warned Dior of the evil of these things, but to witness it first-hand was another trial entire. Her eyes fell on a gaggle of children, ragged and tear-stained, not one older than 10. Among them stood a small girl with dirty blonde hair, a hand-woven moppet doll clutched in one hand. "Mila," Dior whispered, "this troubles thee to see?" Lily's voice dragged us back to that balcony, to Dior's own jeopardy. The girl licked at ash-dry lips, swallowing hard. "We, mistress." "Why? Be this so different to a farmer and his sheep?" "Of course it's different," Dior hissed, bewildered.
They're people.
People they are, but animals also. And though it may seem cruel to thee, so too the spring cull to the lamb. Lily gestured to the beast beside her, or the wolf's teeth to the doe. In the wild, there be no rabbit nor deer who dies peaceful in his sleep, Poppet. Young or old in the end, they perish in anguish. Torn apart by predators, all of them. Such hath it been since time's dawning, for the strong to devour the weak. And till but a few decades ago, thee and all thy kind were content with that sacred truth. Lily watched the prisoners below, ruby lips curling. You, people, only believe our new world cruel, because in it, for the very first time, thou art the prey. The jester had won the bid and was taking possession of his stock now, while another group were being marched onto the steps. Lily turned to face Dior fully, engulfing her in the polished jet of her eyes. What doth the forever king desire of thee?
I don't know, mistress, I swear it.
The blood mage who slew Rickard on the mare. Who was she?
Her name is Selene. She's Gabriel's sister.
Who was she to thee?
Nobody. I only knew her a few weeks. Mistress.
Hisani. The ancient hissed that word like venom, pinning the grail in her bottomless stare. Dior held perfectly still, perfectly mute, cold wind filling the silence between them. Know thee this name, sweet child? Lily finally asked. Dior stared hard into those midnight eyes, and did what she did best.
No, mistress,
she lied. Relief flooded us through at that. A single taste of Lily's ancient blood was not enough to have Dior betray us. But dread followed quick, the thought of what must come next, and the Heartless smiled, ocean winds rippling in her long silken locks. Kneel. The whip rang like a pistol shot in the night, and though we thought she might resist, that the gifts of the Divok might prove as useless as those of the Voss against her, the Grail immediately obeyed, sinking to her knees under that goddess's cold, dead gaze. Lily slipped her golden blade from inside her corset, and the wolf beside her growled then, ears pressed back to his skull. Hush now, Prince. The beast lowered his head, obedient, keeping Dior fixed in his one good eye as Lily smiled. Forgive him. He is a jealous little brute. And reaching down, she sliced the porcelain skin up the inside of her thigh, cutting deep through the tattoo and into the artery beyond. Drink. All our thoughts raged now. Disgust, defiance, but most of all, fear. A second taste would leave Dior but one drop from servitude. Lily knew the name Isani. She was old enough to remember the wars of the blood, the Red Crusade, the fall of Ilia's brood into near catastrophe. And losing the Grail to this monster's clutches must surely push us closer to our final ruin. We prayed the Grail might resist, might refuse, might unveil some ploy she'd fashioned to escape this fate. But instead, Dior closed her eyes, and as if commanded by heaven itself, pressed her mouth to the smooth flesh of that devil's thigh. Its scent was autumn's rust and iron's end, that blood, heady and impossibly thick. Lily's hand snaked behind Dior's head, pulling her closer, tighter, deeper. Terror rushed over us as we watched, helpless, Dior groaning now, her hand slipping up and over the vampire's buttocks as she drank, clutching tighter. Lily smiled, but again no hint of it reached those eyes, deep and lonely as a starless sky. Dior's mouth roamed the slice in that pale flesh, kissing higher now, licking up, toward the dark shadow between Lily's thighs. But satisfied, the ancient pulled the grail away, dragging her effortlessly to her feet. Dior's eyes were glazed, blood smeared thick and red on her lips, and she blinked like a drunkard, as if unsure of where she was. Lily leaned forward, serpentine, tongue outstretched to catch the long spool of ruby red dripping from Dior's chin. Drawing it into her own, Lily took the smooth swell of Dior's lower lip into her mouth and sucked it clean, while we listened to the girl's heart thundering against her breast. "Kith, dream not. Did ye know that?" Lily whispered, sticky lips brushing gentle against Dior's. "Our slumber is as death, but tonight thou shalt dream of Lily, poppet, sure and true, and a morrow night shall Lily have the truth of thee." The monster glanced to one of the ladies beside her, the graceful older dame with the deep blade scar beneath the powder on her chin. Lily drew breath to speak, but at that moment Worm returned from below, hands yet drenched with blood as she fell to her knees beside the ladies-in-waiting, gasping for breath.
"I have returned, mistress," the lass wheezed.
Lily smiled red. "Timely arrival for once, Worm. Take our prize below." The serving girl pressed her head to the stone.
"At once, mistress."
Lily's gaze lingered on Dior a heartbeat longer, hungry, endless, cold as winter's deep. And then she turned away, gazing out upon that auction of the doomed. Dior still looked dizzy, barely seeming to take note as she was whisked back to the dressing-room. We followed, watching as she was stripped of her finery and wig by the dutiful Worm, and clad in simple servant's cloth, the Grail was escorted down to the dungeons once more. She seemed to be surfacing from the spell of Lily's blood now, looking about briefly for Aaron, but the Capitain's cell was empty as she passed it by. Worm locked Dior in her own cell, peering now through the slot.
"A word of advice?"
Dior blinked, looking up into those mismatched eyes.
"If Count Nikita comes to you in the night, don't fight."
The maid sighed, blue and green deeping to grey.
"He hurts you worse if you fight."
And then she was gone. Dior hung her head in the dark, the maidservant's footsteps fading on the stairs. Fluttering in on tiny wings, we settled on the smooth skin of her left hand, wondering how soon it might bear the Contessa's mark. Above, we could hear that dreadful auction still going on, the wails of prisoners, the choir of 1,000 crows.
"God, I wish Gabe were here,"
Dior whispered. We were saddened at that, fearful and sick. We beat our wings, gentle, just to remind her again that she was not alone in this hell. But she looked at us then, blue eyes shining a touch colder now, the scent of Lily's blood still thick on her breath as she whispered,
"Selene, when we fought Kiara at Kenheim, when Gabe fell..."
She licked her red-stained lips, swallowing thick. "Did he fall? Or did you—" Tap, tap. Our wings beat on her wrist, furious, defiant. Tap, tap. We spelled out the word for emphasis, tiny legs crawling on her skin. No. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The last Liathy glanced up as Jean-Francois clucked his tongue. Lifting a finger, the historian wagged it as if in the face of a deceitful child. When a man lies, he kills a part of his world and a part of his soul besides. The Book of the Redeemer, Selene replied. 1327. Chapter and verse. Jean-Francois nodded. Hardly becoming of a servant of the kingdom of heaven, is it, Mademoiselle Castille, to lie to the lost scion of the Redeemer's line? The monster lifted her chin, hissing behind the cage on her mouth. Everybody lies, sinner. But we did it only for the good. Ah, oui, the Marquis smiled. The greatest wickedness is always done for the good, is it not? But what a relief it is to learn that the Almighty's soldiers are just as hypocritical as the rest of us. The monstress fixed Jean-Francois in her black stare, glittering with cold rage. The historian only tilted his head and raised his quill, and glowering, Selene continued. Dior chewed her lip as we gave her answer, watching us with those grifter's eyes, ever older than her years. We'd no knowing if she believed us, but still, she seemed to be slowly coming back to herself now, that crimson daze she'd fallen under fading away. And dragging one hand through her hair, she finally spat red off her tongue. "I have to get out of here," she declared. "I have to get out of here tonight." We circled once upon her hand, batting our wings upon her skin. Tap. "Can you be my eyes? Find me a safe path through the dun, over the walls?" The Grail shook her head, jaw clenched. "I don't want to abandon these poor people, but I'm no use to anyone if that devil makes me her thrall." The mote of me circled again, trying to convey confusion, agitation. We'd searched the chateau as she slept during the day, and while we'd found no sign of Mother Marin, we did know a way by which she might make a run to us. Crawling over her hand, we spelled out 5 letters, painstakingly slow. "Sewer," she whispered. "Good. That's good." It was a tiny flicker of hope, but while we ever sought to aid the Grail, in truth, we were unsure at all of this. God had brought Dior to this place for a reason, and to abandon the dun before we'd discovered Marin's resting place seemed a kind of sin. Yet more pressing, while we might guide her to freedom, we could do little to actually help her escape. Our moat was unable to steal a key or even lift a latch. Dior still looked a touch befuddled on the taste of that monster's blood. How was she to slip her cell in such a state? We walked over her hand again, spelling out a simple but all-important question. "Lock?" "No fear on that score," she whispered. The girl's lips twisted in the gloom, and reaching up to her growing mop of hair, she plucked a slender treasure from its pale tumble. It gleamed as she twirled it through her clever fingers, iron hard and dagger thin. The key to all our problems. Jean-Francois lifted his gaze from his tome, and despite himself, the vampire smiled. A hairpin. Chapter 11. Unanswered. There is an art to picking locks, sinner, Selene said, and a greater art to the lie of it. Tales speak of master thieves who could but whisper to a keyhole and have it open, like a drunkard's purse at last call. But in truth, lock-picking is a trickier transaction than that. It took Dior 20 agonized minutes for her tryst, the threat of a visitation of Nikita Divok hanging over her head, while the sweat burned her eyes. But at last, the most beautiful musical note a thief can hear kissed the air. Click. Our moat took flight up the dungeon stair. The jailer sat yet at his desk, and though his task must have bored him witless, the man was awake, alert, an ironwood cudgel close to his branded hand. This fellow had no doubt witnessed the cost of failure in Nikita's court, and had no desire to fill a foul-blood's belly. We swooped out of the gloom like a dart and struck him full in the face, the jailer flinching and swatting at his cheek. Twisting aside, we wheeled about and hit him square in the eye. The man cursed, half rising from his stool and taking a more vicious swipe. "Fug off, lil bastard!" We retreated, giving him a moment to settle before blurring out of the dark and slapping into his ear. The jailer rose, cuffing the air and setting his mug a-wobble. "Fuggin'!" He reached for his cudgel, frowning as he realized it was not where he'd left it, and turning, he found himself face to face with an ashen-haired waif, cold fury burning in her ice-blue eyes. "Wha—" His shout shattered along with his teeth, Dior catching his jaw with a north wind strike that would have made her former swordmaster proud. But spitting red, jaw hanging loose, the man grabbed Dior's throat and slammed her into the wall so hard she near blacked out. She squealed, he squeezed, possessed of all a thrall's awful speed and strength. And in the end, it was not a maneuver taught by the great black lion that saved Dior Lachance, but the first she'd learned on the hard streets of Lachemay. Knee met nethers with a damp crunch. The jailer's eyes bulged, and raising the man's cudgel in both hands, Dior brought it down hard onto the back of his head. She kept hitting him, blows falling like hammers onto his skull until he stopped moving. Dragging one sticky hand across his mouth, the Grail hauled the man behind his desk, tearing off his tunic to mop up the worst of his blood. Jean-Francois raised an eyebrow, quill poised over his page. "She killed him." Not quite, but that was only his good luck. She certainly beat him viciously enough. Selene glanced across the river. Such a portrait does not match the one Gabriel painted. "Hardly," Jean-Francois replied. "Dear brother," Selene scoffed. "Ever you saw only what you wished to see." The historian glanced in the direction of the tower high above them, twirling his quill through quick fingers. "Please continue, Mademoiselle Castille." Dior wiped her cudgel clean, watching her hands in the jailer's mug and taking his cloak from a peg. It was a dance, then, the pair of us, our moat in front, she behind, slipping the candlelight gloom of the dun like thread through a needle's eye. But the higher we climbed, the more dangerous it became. Night was day in a vampire's lair, and while that awful auction had finished, the keep was still a hive of servants, messengers, soldiers. In the end, Dior decided to hide in plain sight. She was dressed in servant's cloth after all. Snatching a tray of mugs from a hallway table, she marched through the bustle as if meant to be there, hood pulled up over her hair, and our moat hid beneath. She slowed as she headed through the Hall of Crowns. A familiar figure barreled through the front doors and headed right toward her, flint eyes agleam. We tapped a frantic warning on her skin, and Dior shrank back into the shadows beneath the banister. But Cain missed her entirely, storming up the great stairs 6 at a time and spitting bile to another fledgling beside him about that greedy bitch Kiara. The Grail backed off farther, waiting for Cain to pass overhead. But heart a-gallop, eyes still on the headsman instead of where she walked, she bumped into another figure hidden in the shadows under the stair, dropping her tray with a crash.
"Mother maid, forgive me," she said, stooping to retrieve the mugs. "I didn't—" Dior's heart stilled as she looked up into the figure's eyes, her own gone wide. "Joaquin," she whispered. All was undone, and I cursed myself a fool, knowing now she was caught. The hound boy of Averlane stood before her, staring her right in the face, unmistakable. Dior's jaw clenched as she waited for his inevitable cry of alarm, the descend of the guards, the return to her cell. But the handsome lad only knelt and busied himself with the spilled mugs, helping stack them on Dior's tray before rising back to his feet. "God go with you, mademoiselle," he whispered. The Grail blinked at that, glancing at Kiara's mark atop his head. But the hound boy only cast a furtive glance about them, and with a nod, slipped off through the shadows. Sheened with sudden sweat, Dior could only follow as we took to the wing, leading her on through the bustling dun. She walked as if she belonged, past the copper-dark reek of the Hall of Plenty, the hustle and stink of the chateau kitchens, and finally out into the bitter, biting cold. And there she stopped suddenly, breath stolen clean from her lungs. A pit lay before her, 50 foot at the square. The devil only knew how deep, and it was filled with human bones. Men and women and children, all tumbled together and blanketed nowhere near heavy enough with snow. Great piles of discarded clothing stood beside it, too vast, too high, too much to look at. The leavings of countless stolen lives, parents and offspring, lovers and friends, once alive with light and hope, and now this. "Oh God," Dior whispered. "Oh sweet mother maid." We beat upon her cheek, frantic that she move. To be discovered here would cost everything, and there would be time enough for grief come the dawn. Dior made the sign of the wheel, whispering a soft prayer. Then she poured at her eyes, clenched her jaw, turning her back on that pit, that abyss, that yawning mouth to hell. And onward she marched. The ironworks stood nearby, and the night was aglow with the light of Divok forges. A stone well stood in the shadow of the ramparts ahead, leading directly down to the sewers, easy access for servants tossing night soil from the dun. The well was covered by an iron grate, secured by a heavy lock, but we knew Dior could make short work of that. Crouching in the shadows, trying to ignore the fiendish stench drifting up from below, the sight of that mountain of discarded clothes, Dior pulled out her trusty hairpin. A scream rang in the night, the sound of some maid in the city beyond, suffering only God knew what fate. The Grail looked out through the gatehouse toward the shadows of Oltun, all those poor souls trapped between the high bloods in this dun and the foul bloods in Newton beyond. No hope of escape, no fate but that awful pit. "I'll be back," she whispered. "I'll come back for all of you, I promise." We knew there was naught she could do for any of them. Isla, Aaron, little Mila. That to tarry here was to risk everything. And her alley-born pragmatism might have seen her through, had she not glanced at the last toward the ironworks. Because there, silhouetted in forge fire, she saw a man, broad of shoulder and mahogany of skin, his body glistening with sweat as he pounded at an anvil.
A man who'd stood up for her when few in this world would. A man who'd risked his city to save her, and then lost it anyway.
Baptiste!
Tap, 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 tap. Dior glanced to the padlock, back to the black thumb wreathed in flames.
I could...
Tap, 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 tap.
He can't be thralled after only 2 nights. I can't just leave him like this, Selene.
Tap, 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 tap. She brushed us away, heedless, and slipping down the chateau's flank, she carefully stole toward the smithy. The building was good stone, its roof tiled, the air around it blissfully warm. Hood pulled low, soundless, Dior stole through the rear door, into the shadows around the forge's light. The smithy was busy, men in its forecourt stacking armour and blades in long racks. But Baptiste was the only soul actually at work in the forge, his face lined with exhaustion, shadows carved under his eyes. He wore a leather apron and heavy gloves, no shirt, bright sweat gleaming on dark skin. Dior crept closer, swatting us aside as we battered her cheek, furious and helpless.
Baptiste,
she whispered. The black thumb paid no mind, pounding hammer to anvil and thumbing the sweat from his brow. We realized he was forging sets of fresh manacles.
Baptiste,
Dior hissed, louder. The big man glanced up and saw her in the gloom, shock and wonder and fear all crossing his features in the space of a single heartbeat. He opened his mouth to speak, but she pressed finger to lips, eyes wild with warning. Baptiste glanced about him, shifting nearer and pretending to busy himself with the coals.
"Sweet mother maid, child, what are you doing here?" he breathed.
"Getting the fuck out, and you're coming with me."
He paused at that, handsome brow darkening. He threw a wary glance to the men stacking the weapons, the courtyard beyond, the dun looming into the dark.
"What about—"
"I don't know where Aaron is,"
she said, eyes pleading.
"But Gabe's sister is nearby. She's hurt now, but when she's well, she'll be stronger than all these bastards. We can come back for Aaron. Come back for every one of them, I promise, but we have to go, now."
He looked at her, tormented.
"But how would we leave?"
"There's a well by the chateau that opens into the sewers, and from there to the ocean. We can pick our way along the cliffs to the shore."
The black thumb glanced back to the keep, torn to his very soul.
"Please, Baptiste,"
Dior begged.
"Aaron told me to get you out if I could. I can't save them all tonight, but if I can, at least save you."
The man hung his head, a storm cloud now gathered at his brow. He dragged one gloved hand across his scalp, face twisted with anguish, and I could feel Dior's pulse hammering beneath her skin as she watched him fighting that war within. His blood versus his heart, his love versus his life. But finally, the Smith of Avelaine won some bitter inner victory, heaving a sigh and looking to the girl in the shadows.
"Let me get dressed. I'll meet you by the well, chérie."
She grinned bright, swiftly smothered by their peril.
"I'll get it unlocked. Be quick."
Soundless, she turned, slipping into the night. We flew before her, spinning desperate spirals to bid her move quicker. Through the flickering gloom, she stole back down the chateau's flank, ducking into the shadows as 2 soldiers walked the battlements overhead. Crouching in the evil stench of night soil, glancing once more to that awful pit of bones, she drew out her hairpin and set to. Again, the lockwork was no magic trick, no quick twist and pop, but a dance of tumbler and iron and trembling fingers. Tap, tap. She fumbled with the pin, hands shaking, breath steaming.
"Tap, tap, tap, tap. I'm hurrying," Dior hissed. "If you've nothing useful to do, say me a prayer."
Tap, 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 tap. Fine advice, little mouse. Dior whirled to look behind her, the blood draining from her face. There, silhouetted against the forge fire, loomed a half-dozen figures, Kiara at their fore. The wolf mother glowered, fists clenched, eyes agleam. "But best pray for yourself, I wager." The Grail scowled at the wolf mother. The scorched gathered around her. Despite the odds, Dior slipped the jailer's cudgel free from her cloak and took up her northwind stance. But more thrall swords came through the servants' door now, others gathering on the battlements above, and the Grail's breath caught as their lanterns illuminated a figure behind Kiara. A man who'd stood up for her when few in this world would, a man who'd risked his city to save her, and then lost it anyway. And now, lost himself besides. "Baptiste," she breathed. "Oh no." "I'm sorry," he said. Forgive me, chérie. His voice was a burning whisper, tears shining as he covered his face with shaking hands. He'd removed the heavy smith's gloves he'd been wearing in the ironworks, and Dior's shoulders sagged as she saw Kiara's brand upon his skin.
"But we've only been here 2 nights," she whispered.
"My blood touched his lips long before that," Kiara smiled. "I near killed him when I killed his man at Avalansea. He fell into a fury to watch his Aran fall, almost took my head off with his bare hands. I had to feed him afterward to heal the thrashing I gave him, lest all this muscle be wasted. But we've put it to good use the last 2 nights, he and I. He doesn't miss his Aran at all anymore." The wolf mother ran her hand over Baptiste's head, drummed her fingers over his stubbled scalp. "Is that not truth, pretty one?" "That is truth." Baptiste hung his head, tears spilling down his cheeks. "Mistress." The cudgel slipped from Dior's grip, and the fight melted from her bones. Kiara's hand fell on her shoulder, heavy as lead, hard as iron, and the Grail sank to her knees, tears frozen on her cheeks as she looked to the empty skies above.
"Oh, Gabe," she whispered, "where are you?"
Chapter 12. The Lesson. We left her slumbering, back in the hole where they threw her. Jaw clenched tight, cheeks wet with hateful tears. A wise woman once said there is no hell so cruel as powerlessness, sinner. But even rage must surrender to sleep eventually, and curled into a ball, silent and utterly spent at last, the Grail's bloodshot eyes slipped closed. But there is no rest for the wicked, as they say, and as Dior drifted into the peaceful still of slumber, we crawled out from beneath her ashen hair and took once more to the wing, flitting up through the dungeons and into the dun above. My heart was heavy, guilt and fervour both. Though I'd have gladly seen the Grail freed, I couldn't help but see the hand of the Almighty again here, at work even in Dior's failure. We'd not been brought to the city where Mother Marin slumbered, only to abandon it. We were meant to be here, and I was meant to find her. The historian conspicuously cleared his throat, turning to a fresh page. The last of the Lyothy narrowed her eyes, glowering across the water. "You have a question, sinner?" "I have many," Jean-Francois sighed, "but I shall settle upon one, for now at least. Why was your priori sleeping in Dunmergen?" The monster shrugged. "Who can know? It was said she was born in the Osway centuries back. Perhaps she felt safest there. It is a dangerous thing to enter the eventide, that sleep deeper than death. Master Wulfric told me that Marin had slumbered for more than a century, and even thralls will die of old age in that time. It takes... You misunderstand me, Mademoiselle Castilla. I do not ask why she chose Dunmegen specifically. I ask why was your mother of monsters asleep in the first place? The last Liathy sighed, lips pursed behind her silver cage. How much do you know of the wars of the blood, sinner? How much has your mistress told you about that righteous crusade? Enough to know your so-called righteous crusade ended in complete failure. Not complete, though lying historians would tell it so. Selene shook her head, dark eyes glittering. The mortal church sought to eradicate the Redeemer's line, and Fabian and his Knights of the Blood to destroy we who safeguarded it. And they did achieve a kind of victory. When the Emperor's holy legions finally sacked the Avsenkt capital at Cherbourg, when Ilia herself was rendered unto dust, hope seemed utterly lost. Mortal histories purged all record of the heresy. Kith chroniclers spoke of the Yasana in hateful whispers. But the faithful endured. Only 4 of them. 4 of God knows how many. But still, enough to carry the dream out of that cataclysm. A dream of saving this world. Rats will flee a sinking ship, I suppose. Even immortal ones. You mock, she sighed. Again. But you have no conception of what was lost that night. Ilia alone carried countless Kith souls within her body. All of them damned to hell with her death. How many others were condemned to the abyss as Cherbourg burned? It depends how many your depraved cult had cannibalized, I suppose. The historian brushed a golden curl from his eyes. In the end, we all get the hell we deserve. So it is said, the Liathy nodded. And so it was thought. Too close to heaven had Ilia's brood flown, and in their hubris it seemed they had caused the extinction of the Redeemer's dynasty. But it was still whispered, hoped, prayed, that some remnant of Isan's bloodline might have endured. And so those 4 faithful who survived the wars of the blood made a pact. They would scatter to the corners of the realm, never more to gather in one place, lest they be caught, and Ilia's dream extinguished forever. And alone they would keep faithful vigil in the dark, looking for signs of the Redeemer's line, that hope still remained for this world, and that their dream was not truly dead. The last Liathy looked down at her hands, and the Marquis was surprised to see them trembling. Sighing, the monstress entwined her fingers to halt the shakes. But time is a terrible thing, sinner, and to carry the burden of hundreds of souls over hundreds of years is a weight that few can bear. The voices of the damned call to you in your sleep. Their memories bleed into your own until you know not what is yours and what is theirs. The 4 knew that madness would come for them all eventually, and so to ease their burden, it was decided only 2 would ever be awake at once. The others would slumber in the eventide, to be woken in turn after a century of watchfulness. And so it was. Wulfric in St. Yves, Genoa in Kernheim, Oleander in Augustin, and Marin, eldest of the 4, neath Megen. Selene shook her head in wonder. 4 of them, to carry the weight of 10,000 damned souls, the fate of the world on their shoulders. But now Genoa was lost, Wulfric gone. Oleander might have been 1,000,000 miles away, Yet I was still certain God had brought us to Mergen for Marin. And so, as Dior slumbered in her cell, we set out to search for our eldest once more. There was no hide, nor hole in the city our wings could not reach, save those of the Holy Sepulchre, and we knew no fear at that. An ancient vampire could never sleep on hallowed ground. And so we started in the sewers, those dark tunnels twisting under Porton and out to the sea. Empty-handed, we turned next to the cellars in Alton, the oldest in the capital, most likely to house the mother. The city's necropolis was next, a lone red moth flitting among the houses of the dead. And there, at last, we found a sliver of promise carved upon the tomb of a mason long dead. The sigil of the Yesana. My heart soared at the sight of those twin skulls, that chalice between. They were small, subtle, carved in old stone by the hand of one long gone to dust. But still, this was proof. The mother lay somewhere in these ruins. All hope was not yet lost. But hateful dawn was coming now, and I too needed to sleep, to hunt, to heal. Answers still beyond our reach. In frustration, we returned to the dun, soaring over her scarred battlements. The walls were peopled with scorched, gathered at flaming braziers and handing around a hip flask. It was a horrid-smelling brew they were sipping, conjured from potato peel and rotting weeds in the Dun's distillery, a brand of Ossian rotgut known as the Black. Its stench is akin to cabbage mixed with cat urine, and we are told the taste is little better. We soared over those awful cages in the bailey, past the ironworks. Poor Baptiste Sa Ismail bent over his forge. We flitted through bustling corridors, past the nine-sword statue, her legendary blade raised in her granite fist. But we slowed our flight, pressing wings to the rafters as 4 figures trudged up the grand stair below. The first was Chiara, looking dour, storm clouds over her brow. Behind her walked the 2 Ossian gallants who'd stood on guard outside Nikita's chambers, rescuing Dior from her treacherous heels. Their jaws were squared, hands on their swords, green eyes fixed on the figure between them. Aaron de Costa. He wore only leather breeches and a leather collar fixed about his throat. His handsome face was framed by golden hair, the scar gifted to him by my dark marker, Lure Voss herself, cutting hook-shaped down his brow and cheek. But on his back and arms we saw new scars, dark lines tracing the path once graced by the aegis of Saint Michon. They'd carved out his ink, we realized, filling the wounds with ash so they'd no longer heal when he awoke each sunset, a relief from his endless pain. Whoever had done the work was an artiste. The Dragan, or his bride Alex, perhaps. Aaron's tattoos had lost none of their splendor. But where once they'd shone silver, now they were black as night. Aaron's head was hung low, hands clasped before him. Praying, we realized. Again, we felt that kinship with this fallen son of Avelaine, to see he'd not abandoned his faith. Though we knew him not, still we feared for him. And so, though dawn was near, we found ourselves following as he was led along the landing to the boudoir of the Count and Contessa d'Ivoque. Stepping into the foyer, they were greeted by the sight of young Isla in her beautiful gown, exiting Nikita's chambers. Her mouth was curled in a small smile, arms laden with bloody sheets. She glanced up as they entered, eyes on the former lord of her city, her lips smeared red. "Capitaine," she whispered, smile fading.
Oh no, not you too.
Aaron met her gaze, heartbreak plain on his face. One more soul he'd failed to safeguard. One more child brought to her knees before these monsters.
Courage, love, he whispered. God has not forsaken you.
Kiara scowled at the girl, and Isla lowered her eyes, backing away with her bloody burden. Flitting past Lily's chamber, we saw the Contessa seated at a desk, reading some dusty tome by dimmest moonlight. She was still clad in those 2 strips of sheer black silk, dark lips pursed as she turned a page. Her great wolf, Prince, was asleep at her feet, and a pretty man was sprawled naked upon her sheets, throat punctured, chest rising and falling. We recalled her words to Dior, her questions about the Asana. Lily was ancient enough to remember the fall of Cherbourg, the crusade against my kin, and though Nikita was the dread lord of this kingdom, we now knew here, in her, lay our truest threat.
Move!
One of the Scorch growled, shoving Aaron's shoulder. Jaw set, Aaron obeyed. He was thirsting, we could tell, his pallor closer to death, shadows beneath his eyes. Yet though he was only a fledgling, we could see already how the becoming had affected him. He may have been handsome in life, but now he was awfully, fearfully beautiful, pale and fey and deathless. His skin was smooth, golden locks flowing down his bare back, thin beard trimmed razor-sharp, eyes ablaze at the scent in the air. As Kiara drew back the doors to Nikita's boudoir, it washed over all of us in a flood, Aaron's long lashes fluttering on his cheeks, fangs bared in a snarl of perfect animal hunger. Blood. The Count Divok awaited within. He was sat on a plush wooden chair of red velvet and dark ironwood, the tall window behind looking out on the Gulf of Wolves. The grand 4-poster was dressed with fresh sheets, the bodies from his earlier feast cleared away by the dutiful worm. But the perfume of murder still stained the room. An easel and canvas stood in one corner, more canvases scattered about, stripped from the walls and painted on their blank sides. They were portraits, nameless beauties, male and female, though several studies of Lily and Kiara, and even young Isla could be seen among them. The Count Divok obviously considered himself an artiste in private, and though their flair was undeniable, there was something gauche and altogether brutish about the pieces. Not only had the artwork of Mergen been destroyed to serve as their bones, but each had been painted wholly and solely in blood. Nikita wore a black silk robe tied loosely at his waist, little left to the imagination. Long ink-black hair spilled over his broad shoulders, the marble plains and valleys of his bare chest, the hills of muscle running down his belly. His brow was crowned with iron thorns, his bottomless eyes fixed on Aaron, cold and dark as the waters in the bay.
Good eve, Golden One.
Aaron made no reply, fists clenched at his side. Nikita glanced to his daughter, the young Scorched standing beside her, his head tilted. The gallants bowed low before their master, departing swift at his unspoken command. But Kiara lingered.
Daughter?
Nikita asked, one brow arched. Priore, she replied, her voice strangely gentle. I wonder, might we speak alone? The black heart smiled soft.
Anon, child, when I am done.
The wolf mother bowed her head, lips thin. She was a slayer of the Ossian wilds, murderer of countless men and women and children, the beast who had filled those cages in the courtyard to brimming. And yet, for a moment, she seemed a green maid. Your ladder filled, your line strengthened, the black lion slain. Kiara wrung her hands, meeting his eyes. Do my gifts not please ye? They do. Nikita's gaze flickered to Aaron, his smile widening. They shall. Then can we not forget not thy place, Wolf-Mother? There was iron in Nikita's voice now, and his daughter flinched when he spoke. As Kiara searched that dark, unblinking gaze, we saw no light nor warmth in it. My right hand art thou, Nikita said. Of all my court stand ye the tallest. Be satisfied, my blood, with the blessings thou hast, for what is given can be taken away. The Wolf-Mother lowered her eyes again at that, bowing deep. My laird, she whispered. And with a sidelong scowl at Aaron, Kiara departed, closing the doors behind. Silence fell over the boudoir, save for the song of the sea. Nikita's dark gaze fell once more upon Aaron, that dreadful smile lingering on his lips. Solitude at last, he said. Aaron made no reply. We knew that the ancient's blood was at work in the young Capitaine. He had supped only once of Nikita's wrist, but even that is enough to forge a bond, same as we had seen budding between Dior and Lily. Nikita was inside of Aaron now, and as we watched from above, we could see how much effort it took for the lordling to ignore that pale incubus as he reached down slow, unbinding the ties of his robe. Thirst dost thou? Nikita asked, voice low and deep. But still, the Capitaine of Avelaine made no sound. Astonishing how swift the hunger rises, Nikita mused. Glut thyself to brimming, and thou shalt know but one night's peace before torment begins anew. All too well I know the pain that grips thee, Golden One. All too well I know thy need. Nikita plucked a goblet of sparkling crystal from the table beside him. Eyes still locked on Aaron, the Count lifted his wrist to his mouth, a soft hiss slipping his lips as he bit deep. Holding the goblet beneath his opened vein, he willed his ancient blood to spill into the cup, and though high in the ceiling above, still our wings trembled at the scent, that potency, that power, bathing the whole shivering world red. Come, Nikita proffered the goblet. Drink. Aaron stood with fists clenched, defiant. Mercy, but I am not thirsty. The black heart only smiled. Setting aside the goblet, he met Aaron's eyes and shrugged his robe off his shoulders, leaving every graven inch of his perfect body unveiled. Another kind of feast thy desire. Thou art but young in the blood, after all. Still ye remember the mortal man ye used to be, his hungers, his needs. In all of these can Nikita well oblige thee. Aaron stood in that boudoir, a pale droplet at the shores of a black ocean. His eyes roamed the peril of Nikita's body, his bloodless lips curling as he hissed. You sicken me. Thy mouth protests, but I see the emptiness in thy soul. Nikita reclined on the velvet, naked and perfect. And I shall see thee filled, Golden One. Nights of wonder await thee,
Nights of bliss and blood, of pain and power and pleasure, all entwined. Nikita shall be thy mentor, thy monarch, thy master. Never, Aaron replied, never. Never be a long time in accounting. Know ye what I am, what I do? I know you are all I was raised to despise, the lordling spat. I know you are a devil wearing an angel's guise. But though you may bend my mind, for all your power you cannot touch my heart. So hear me now, monster, then do as you will. All you shall have from me will be stolen, never surrendered. I shall die before ever I call you master of my own will.
Nikita chuckled, low and long. Thou art noble-born, we. He waved his hand, as if to banish the question. Answer not. I smell its stench upon thee. I have met many who thought themselves born high in my years, Aaron da Costa, and in the end I saw all of them on their knees.
The black heart toyed with the edge of his goblet, smile fading.
I myself was not noble-born, that is. A shepherd's son was I birthed, on the dirt floor of a squalid hovel in Talhost. The hamlet where I lived does not even exist anymore. My father was a cruel man. Men raised in cruel climes often are. But in his cruelty there was a kind of wisdom. And 641 years later, still I remember the greatest lesson he taught me. Wouldst thou like to know, Golden One, what it was?
Aaron remained mute, glancing to the window, the fireplace, searching for some desperate escape. But Nikita spoke on, eyes fixed on his prey.
On a winter's eve in my 8th year, one of our ewes was torn apart by wolves. I found her body. There was so much blood, I could taste the iron in the air. A lamb had she, stood in the snow, bleating its fear, and my father told me to kill it. Always could we use more meat for the pot. Yet though I told him done was the deed, instead I hid the lamb in our barn, fed her by hand, slept with her at nights to keep her warm. She was the first thing in this world I truly loved.
Nikita smiled, midnight eyes twinkling.
Treasure, I named her. One Priedi, father summoned us for supper, and though we were oft hungry, that night we had a feast laid out, a fine hot stew of good fresh meat. But after father urged me to eat all I could, out in the barn he took me, and there he showed me the fresh flayed hide splayed upon the wall, and the empty loft where my treasure had been hid. And I understood then who it was that filled my gurgling belly, and he beat me to within an inch of my life, my dear father. Beat me so hard that all I had eaten came back up to greet me, the remnants of my first love spraying over the very hands I had raised her with. Is this tale meant to make me pity you? Aaron growled, eyes flashing. You, who destroyed my city, who slaughtered a nation. 'Tis meant to impart a lesson, as I said, the most important in life.
The ancient leaned forward, eyes fixing the lordling to the floor.
What makes ye care, makes ye weak. The cruel will use the things ye cherish to strike at the very heart of thee.
Nikita leaned back, parting his legs slightly.
And the black heart is nothing if not cruel, Golden One.
Baptiste, Aaron whispered, at last recognizing the threat. Nikita picked up the brimming goblet again,
his voice soft and dark as smoke. Die for him, wouldst thou? I love him.
The Capitaine clenched his fists, trembling now.
Of course I would.
The Count d'Evoque smiled, and as those bottomless eyes bored into the lordling's, the ancient willed his blood down, down, his member stirring now on his thigh, swelling with the warmth and life he'd stolen from those poor souls murdered in his bed.
How benevolent a master, then, be great Nikita, for he commands not that ye die, Aaron de Costa.
The Black Heart slipped one hand down to his nethers, running one slow fingertip up his smooth and thudding length.
Only that ye kneel.
Nikita held the goblet up to the light, studying his blood within, dark, warm, gleaming. With lips curled, he tilted the crystal, letting a few drops spill onto his bare chest, over one tight nipple, a splash of ruby onto polished marble. Aaron's jaw was clenched, but though he tried to look away, the fledgling found himself staring, lips parted. And with eyes still locked on the young Capitaine, Nikita tilted the glass farther, blood scent kissing the air as he poured the entire goblet over himself, rivulets running down his smooth torso, the hard muscle of his belly, down, down to his member, now standing tall and taut between them. Here he paid special attentions, upending the goblet entirely, painting his length and the smooth pouch beneath, letting the last of it drip, drip onto the tip of his swollen crown.
Tell me, beauty, he breathed, art thou still not thirsty?
Aaron gritted his teeth, racked with despair. To fight, to bleed, to die, this he would gladly do. But to condemn his paramour to the fire, for pride's sake? Would he break before he bent, we wondered? Would he forsake his beloved rather than his freedom? And we saw then why Nikita d'Evoque called himself Blackheart. Looking down into the hell below, we caught a glimpse of the abyss that yawned within his breast, a hint of the perfect evil that coiled beneath the skin of this pale prince of night.
You will not hurt him, the lordling whispered. I vow it, so long as thou shalt give thyself utterly, willingly, unto me.
The Blackheart smiled, dark as all lights dying.
Kneel before me, Aaron de Costa.
Aaron stood frozen, hands curled into helpless fists. We could feel the thoughts ringing in his skull, nothing in him but rage and hate and the bleakest shade of despair. And head hung low, no choice left him. The lordling finally obeyed, stepping forward like a man toward the gallows, and slipping down to his knees before that black throne. Nikita dipped his thumb into the blood pooling at his navel, reaching out toward his prey. Aaron flinched, steeling his will, closing his eyes as that thumb was pressed to his lips, smearing them with red, slipping between his teeth into his mouth.
What is my name, Golden One?
That dark prince breathed, withdrawing his hand.
Kita,
Aaron whispered.
No.
Dark eyes flashed, bottomless and wrath.
What is my name?
Aaron looked up then, his gaze matching the ancient's. Bloodshot blue, staring into burning black, boiling with hatred absolute.
Master, he hissed.
Good, that devil whispered. Very good.
One hand snaked out, marble fingers knotted in golden hair.
Now, drink me. Drink. Oh.
Chapter 13. When Ravens Call. Dior's eyes opened well after sunset, wide and blue in the deeping dark. She'd dreamed during the day, lips curling in a smile soft as winter's first snow. But we knew she had been dreaming of Lily, the ancient's blood at work inside her now, choking resolve and weakening will. And as she lifted her head from the hard stone, Dior's smile died, cold reality choking whatever sweetness she'd found beyond the wall of sleep. Her hands were manacled, an iron collar chaining her to a rusted ring on the wall. The wolf mother had been ungentle, returning her to her cage after her escape, and Dior's skin was splashed with bruises, shadows smudged under her eyes, the beauty spot at her cheek as dark as the blood crusted upon the floor. Her cell reeked of it, and she glanced to the gift they'd left her, the head of the jailer she'd not quite beaten to death, yet condemned to it all the same. The rest of the man had gone to the foul bloods, of course. Far be it from the Divok to waste a meal. Her throat was parched, stomach growling. They'd given her nothing to eat or drink all day, and now the fearful sun had fallen again, night's cloak gathered, and when those curtains fell, we all knew full well how the final act would play. "I'm so fucked," she breathed. Tap, 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 tap. We rested upon her cheek, near as afeared as she. For all we'd seen scouting the dun, we could see no way out now, and the thought of her bound to the untamed was a terrifying one. Dior would be forced to tell all we'd revealed about the faithful, and if the Divok unearthed our eldest's resting place, all that knowledge, all that power, all those shriven souls. "Are you still hurt?" Dior whispered, soft in the dark. Tap. "Too hurt to help me?" We could only flutter our wings then, frustrated and fearful. Our burns were healing, but not yet enough. We could not enter a lair like this alone and live. "It's all right." Dior rolled onto her knees, brow to the stone. "No sense throwing good coin after bad. I've been worse places than here. I'll think of something." It was bravado. We knew it. But still she dragged herself up, taking a familiar stance. And unarmed, hopeless, but trying to feel a little less helpless, she ran the sword forms Gabriel taught her. Belly, chest, throat, repeat. She'd no chance of fighting her way free here. Like her bluster, this practice was a bulwark against fear. But as footsteps rang on the stair, and she flinched at the sound, we saw how desperately she needed it. "Working up a thirst, little mouse?" The door was flung wide to reveal Kiara looming on the threshold. "The heartless will see it sated." She smiled, unlocking Dior's chain. "Get her ready." This last was aimed over her shoulder, and we saw Worm standing in the corridor outside, arms laden with silken finery. At the wolf mother's command, the maidservant hurried into the cell, wordlessly peeling Dior out of her bloody clothes. The Grail stayed mute, allowing herself to be dressed, whatever trepidation she felt at being stripped in front of this monster outweighed by her hatred of it. Worm lacked the powders and paint she'd had the previous eve, but even ill-equipped, she did fine work, draping Dior in that same beautiful ball gown, adorning her fingers with jewels, and finally cinching her waist tight in the bonds of an ornate cream corset. When the maidservant was finished, the wolf-mother looked Dior over and sneered, and taking up the chain that had bound her to the wall, snapping it like a whip, Kiara led Dior up from the dungeon and into the dun, worm on their heels. Walking through the stink of death and misery, Dior's gaze was downturned, cold sweat on her skin. But she glanced up as she was led through the Hall of Crowns, her face running bloodless at the sight of dead bodies being dragged in from outside. We recognized the corpses, the elderly and frail, fed to the foul-bloods in Newton yestereve. Their empty bodies were being carried toward the chateau kitchens now, hefted by scorched, wearing bloody aprons, butcher knives at their belts. Worm bowed her head, making the sign of the wheel. Dior looked to the maidservant then, blue eyes gone wide as realization sank in. "That pit of bones outside," she whispered. "Those soldiers handing out meat to the people in Alton when we arrived." And she whispered then Gabrielle's words about the slaughter farms at Triobeili. "I can still smell the fucking stench when I close my eyes." Kiara glanced over her shoulder and shrugged. "Waste not, want not, little mouse." Dior's fists curled closed then, jaw clenched so tight her teeth creaked. "Why are you like this?" she hissed. Kiara stopped at that, turning to stare at the grail. Dior looked frightened, furious, gesturing around at that symphony of misery. Worm took the younger girl's hand to calm her, but the Grail shook her off, stepping up to the wolf-mother and trembling with rage. "Why are you all like this?" "You think yourself better," Kiara growled. "You think yourself saintly. Your kind hunted mine for centuries, girl, and not a tear they spilled for one of us. I asked nae for this life, nor for my laird Nikita to take my old one from me, but take it he did, for the sake of the dun I owned, and I spent the next 5 decades in hiding, terrified of being burned in my bed or dragged screaming from it into the sun." "Then why serve him?" Dior demanded. "You were his victim, just like the rest." "It was nae. I was nae victim." Kiara dragged off her gauntlet, lifting her hand before Dior's face, and there, branded upon her skin, was Nikita's mark. "I was his beloved. Together we lived as beau and bride, 50 years hunted, shunned as abominations, as monsters. But you are monsters." The wolf-mother shook her head then, her eyes hard and cold. "If that be so, little mouse, we are the monsters your kind made us." Dior grunted as Kiara tugged her chain, stumbling forth once more. Heart-pounding, chewing her nails now, she and we both searched about desperately for some way out of this plight. God had brought her here for a reason, had he not? Surely it was not to suffer thraldom at the hands of the heartless. But we could see no way through, and our prayers were still answerless as Dior was dragged into the Hall of Plenty before Nikita's grisly court. They were gathered again, devils with the countenance of dead angels, the tattooed one called Dregan, his fearsome bride Alex in his lap, tipping a goblet of blood into his upturned mouth, the unholy sister whispering with a smiling Cain, the grey jester arguing with an old and apparently sightless man, Remiel with his coat stitched of the flayed hides of dead children. The rafters were strung with people, maids with knives and goblets waiting obediently below, and at the end of the hall awaited the king and queen of this court of the blood, Blackheart and Heartless, watching all atop their stolen thrones. Lily wore a daring gown of midnight silk and lace tonight,
her long red hair circled by a crown of stag antlers. One gold-clad hand rested on Prince's head. The wolf as ever sat beside his mistress, his one good eye agleam. Her ladies stood about her, Worm taking up her place on her belly before Lily's throne. Nikita was resplendent in black and ocean blue, hair dark as midnight, his mighty greatsword at rest on the back of his throne. And in front of Nikita, down on his knees, was poor Aaron de Costa. He wore only leather breeches again, muscle carved of pale stone, a leather collar cinched tight about his throat. As Dior was knelt beside him, the brave Capitaine of Avelaine glanced her way, and we saw true pity on his face. But as Nikita stirred, Aaron's gaze was torn from Dior's, and thereafter the lordling looked only at him. It seemed Aaron had been fed by his master already this eve, or perhaps he'd shared Nikita's bloody bed during the day and feasted as the sun sank to rest. Whatever the case, we saw it in the fledgling's eyes now, his smile, his sigh, that hellish adoration he'd warned Dior of in his cell. Love is mortal. Blood is eternal.
"Oh, Aaron," she whispered.
"Attend,"
Nikita said. The hall stilled, all eyes now on that ebon king. Thorns on his brow agleam, Nikita rose to address his lords and ladies, a voice of iron reverberating on the walls.
"My lords, my kin, my blood, these are the greatest knights the children of Divok have ever known. After great Toliev's murder at the hands of the thrice-cursed lion, we fell to petty squabbling, bleeding each other as much as the cattle we were born to rule. But now, by the hand of mine own beloved daughter, hath that murder been avenged."
Here Nikita gestured to Kiara, black eyes agleam. The wolf-mother lifted her head, smiling as the monsters around the hall offered bloody toast.
"The quarrels of the past hath been laid aside," the Black Heart continued. "United under Nikita, the blood Divok hath brought all Oswe to its knees in 2 short years, and this whole empire shall follow."
He pointed to that vast map upon the wall, the realm of Elidane, taken in with a sweep of his hand. Sigils were marked upon it, outlining the points of Kith conflict, the lines of their fronts. A flock of ravens was gathered along a river to the far east, poised above the Elidane capital, the whole Nordland behind awash in their gold. Wolves were scattered about the south of the continent, dots of red indicating their strongholds of power. But in the west, a great multitude of bears were gathered, the whole country shaded blue.
"The Shastan fumble in the Sudemi," Nikita said. "The Elon cower in the few scattered city-ports. The Vos still battle the Emperor in the east, and meanwhile we rule Oswe as kings."
Nikita lifted his chin, meeting the stares of his monstrous court.
"Know we, my lords, that these lands are bled near dry. Know we that thou hast hungered these past nights. But know we also that all Elidane can be ours if we have but the will to seize it."
A hungry murmur rippled among the kith, fangs bared, eyes narrowed.
"Yet no dynasty may endure without new blood. One now kneels in homage before us, with desire to stand in service beside us, and we have found him worthy."
With a snap of Nikita's fingers, young Isla entered the hall, dressed in finery and bearing a golden bowl and iron rod.
Wide green eyes fixed on Aaron, the lass proffered the rod to Nikita, one end glowing bright and smouldering. Dior's shoulders sagged at the sight of the brand, rippling with heat. Nikita turned to Aaron, still on his knees, iron ablaze between them. "Whom dost thou serve?" he asked. "Nikita," Aaron breathed, as if the name were God's. "Whom dost thou love?" "Nikita." The Blackheart's lips curled, eyes deep and cold as the starless sky above. "I shall dear miss the sight of thee upon thy knees, golden one." Aaron looked up into Nikita's face, smiling just as dark as he. "Ask it of me, master, and I shall gladly kneel again." Kiara stood nearby. The smile that had curled her lips just moments ago now fled entire. We could feel a sob bubbling in Dior's throat, and she averted her eyes as the Capitaine of Avelaine offered his hand to his lord. Lily caught her gaze then, smile heavy with dreadful promise. Dior turned away. Aaron's gasp cut the air, a sigh of something horribly close to passion slipping his fangs as the sound of sizzling flesh kissed the air. Nikita took Aaron's hand, rubbed the burn with ink and ashes from Isla's bowl, and with a triumphant smile the ancient loosed the collar about the fledgling's neck. "Rise, Aaron de Costa, blood sworn of Nikita, and—" The doors boomed open, and all eyes turned toward the southern end of the hall. Soraya stood there, framed in the light, her expression grim as death. The vampire strode through the gathering, shoulders and braids bejeweled with fresh snow, her mighty sword in one fist. She stopped a respectful distance from the thrones, sinking to one knee. "Daughter?" Nikita asked.
Forgive me, Priori. A message has come to the gates from the Ironhearts."
The Divok ancient exchanged a glance, and we felt the mood in the hall grow heavier. Lily scowled, waving one lazy hand. "Tell the Voss be gone. We are Divok, not Shastan. We speak not to dogs." A mirthless chuckle rippled around the room, but Soraya looked only to Nikita.
"They are insistent, father."
Nikita returned to his seat.
"They?"
Soraya nodded, glancing to her sister Kiara.
"The Terrors, Alba and Alain Voss, they are come beneath banner of Pax and request courtesy under the old forms."
The mood fell further, the vampires about the room whispering. For Fabian to have sent his eldest daughters to speak to the Blackheart in person. Lily turned to her brother. "They shall offer nothing we want."
"Let them offer all the same."
Nikita's gaze fell on Dior, empty and dread.
"There be wisdom in listening when ravens call, sister."
Lily narrowed her eyes at that, but Nikita looked to Soraya.
"Show the princess in, good daughter."
He raised a warning finger.
"Politely."
Soraya bowed and marched from the hall. Dior was dragged upright by Kiara, propped beside the Contessa's ladies. Nikita bid his new soldier rise, and with a dark and knowing smile, Aaron bowed and backed away. Dior watched him sit beside beasts he'd spent half his life battling, tears welling to see him so twisted by so small a thing as 3 drops of blood. Her eyes drifted to Worm, on her belly before Lily's throne, and then to the monster on that throne itself. We could feel the Grail's heart thudding ever faster as those red, bow-shaped lips gently curled in a smile. Soon, it seemed to promise.
Alba and Alen Vos,
came the call, Soraya's voice echoing in the hall.
Firstborn of Fabian, Ancient of the Iron Hearts, and Princess of Forever.
Sweating now, breath quickened, Dior lifted her eyes to watch the terrors sweep into the hall. They stalked forward beneath the gaze of 100 bristling untamed, sparing none of them a glance. To step willingly into such a dragon's den may have seemed a fool's gamble to mortals, but courtesy is a custom sacrosanct among ancient, and besides, the first daughters of the Forever King were likely more powerful than any in that keep. The twins walked in mirrored unison, heels clicking upon the stone. They were luminous in their finery, sweeping frock coats and silken hose of black and white, eyes as dark as the siblings watching their approach. Behind them came a cadre of foul-bloods, but not a rotten rabble as in the city below. These dead walked with the voice of the Voss ringing in their minds, left foot, right foot, in grim parody of soldiers at parade. Alba and Elaine stopped some 20 yards from the thrones, sweeping off their snow-kissed tricorns and curtsying like noble ladies at court. They spared Dior a glance, and we could feel them probing, failing, the air thrumming with fathomless power.
"Priore Nagita,"
they said.
"We offer greetings and humble thanks for thy courtesy. Prince Alba, Prince Alain, a singular pleasure has always doubled."
Nikita's lips curled in a smile, sharp and wicked.
"How long hath it been since we danced? 80 years since Ilhan's masquerade, methinks." 92, they replied. "So many. Ah, the heart bleeds to have so long been denied such majesty."
"Majesty," Lily sneered. "Spake the night to the day." Black eyes turned in unison to the Contessa.
"Lady Lily, we greet thee."
"Ah, they deign attend at last, she who sits upon eldest's throne."
"Forgive us, lady."
The terrors bowed.
"A novelty to stand in a hall where eldest and greatest sit side by side. Among the Iron Hearts, they are one and the same."
"We forgive thee, princes, of course." Lily scratched her pale wolf behind his ears, her tone mild as summer breeze. Counting to 2 is a difficult proposition after all. Nikita stroked his chin, still smiling.
"Thou hast journeyed far to exchange barbed pleasantries, cousins. Thy father's forces are to the east, we hear, his righteous crusade set to crush Montfort's walls to dust. How comes it thou art so far from his side? Our dread father Fabian, the forever king, Priore of Vos, eldest of the kith and sovereign ruler of this empire, hath desire for return of his property."
"Property?" The terror's eyes fell upon Dior.
"This child belongs to him."
"Indeed?" Nikita raised one eyebrow.
"Yet, by time-honoured pact twixt our great lines, there is naught west of the Mere and north of the Undir that be not dominion of the untamed. And whilst a king Fabian may also be, no emperor's laurel hath yet kissed his brow by our reckoning. Ye o'erstate, cousins, and o'erstep."
"By what right doth Fabian claim this prize?" Lily asked. The terrors glanced to the Heartless.
"The child is his."
"No, she is ours. By this very night's end, 3rd time blooded and bound unto me." A flush rose on Dior's cheeks at that promise, and fear gripped us as we saw her eyes roaming Lily's throat, licking absent-minded at the corner of her mouth. The terror's eyes slipped back to Nikita.
Our father offers reward for return of his property, Priori. 2,000 head of mortal stock from his lands in the north, delivered unto thee afore sweet winter's end. Cattle have I in abundance already, Nikita said. Indeed.
The terrors tilted their heads.
Thy lands appeared quite barren upon our journey here. We had e'en heard vicious rumour that to restock thy larder, thy captains were forced to raid east of the Mare, in violation of that time-honoured pact made recent mention of.
The ancient glanced to a bristling Kiara, then bowed in unison to Nikita.
But of course, we were misinformed. No doubt Avilane's fate was the work of lowly brigands, and wise Nikita has some hidden cornucopia that shall feed his bloodlords and foul-bloods well after the summer thaw, when ice turns to rivers and feast to famine.
The Blackheart's eyes narrowed, and he leaned back in his throne, drumming sharp claws upon his leathers.
2,000, ye say?
So much cattle hath Fabian, Lily mused, that he might spare them to feed us. But the terrors ignored the heartless, eyes on Nikita.
What say thee, Priori?
In the belly of Soladaire, Selene Castilla fell silent, pausing now for thought. Dark eyes locked on the river between her and the historian. She leaned forward, legs crossed, steepled fingers hovering just shy of the silver cage over her teeth. There is no greater fondness in a vampire's heart than for a grudge sinner. The Voss had ghouled the Divok since before most of those gathered in Dun Mergen had fallen to darkness. Few knew how the animosity between their great houses began. Some whispered of ancient betrayal, or a war of the heart, or friendship soured to bitterest gall. But whatever the root, the hatred between these ancient lines had aged like finest brandy. Voss versus Divok, Ironheart versus Untamed. It is like
wine versus whiskey, Jean-Francois murmured. Blonde versus brunette.
Selene blinked, scowling across the river. I beg your pardon.
No matter. The historian smiled to himself, glancing upward. Forgive me. The last Liathy frowned a moment longer before continuing.
Despite the blow my brother had delivered at the Crimson Glade 12 years prior, the Divok had conquered all Osway, an astonishing feat that made Nikita the first true king of the dead in this new night. But in his haste to take his throne, the Blackheart had left his kingdom a wasteland. Summer was coming, and with it, the thaw. Rivers would flow once more, ending hope of further conquest till winter began anew. The mortal stock pledged by the terrors would be a boon in the months of coming privation. That much was plain. But to truck with the Voss, for Nikita to admit he needed them.
I say thee aye, he declared.
Whispers rang among the untamed, bared fangs and flint-hard eyes.
Aye?
The terrors asked.
Aye.
Nikita raised his hand, the iron signet glinting on it.
As soon as thou shalt drop to one knee afore my court, princes, and gift kiss to this ring, and for thy affront to my sister and elder, ye may then drop to both knees and press lips to mine other.
Grim approval rippled through the court, the Dragan's fangs glinting gold as he grinned. Soraya even going so far as to laugh. But if the terrors were incensed, they gave no sign. Instead, with brows raised, they turned toward the foul-bloods at their backs.
"Ah, sweet Nikita,"
came a voice, soft and lilting.
"Ere thou art ruled not by thy head, but the black heart thou hast named thyself for."
The Count lifted his eyes, searching for the speaker. At some silent command, the foul-bloods parted, and standing amid them, a boy was revealed, smiling and bloodless. He was foul-blooded, that much was sure, eyes bleached white, dark traceries of rot's roots at his lips and fingernails. 10 or 11 when he died, hair shoulder-length and ashen blonde, clothes blooded. But he spoke flawlessly, his voice hard and cold, and across his pale eyes and down his brow, we saw a smear of fresh blood. A puppet, we realized, a marionette being steered by another, darker will. Nikita rose to his feet, whispering a word, a curse, a name.
Fabian.
Chapter 14. Hope's End. Dior's face paled, her skin crawling as that dead boy's gaze met hers. Though the corpse spoke with a child's voice, it was he. She knew it. The Forever King. All the miles, all the blood, all the murder, all because of him. A monster who had haunted her dreams, hunted her through the waking world, watching her now through the pallid eyes of some poor murdered child, lips curling in a 10-ton smile. The air seemed colder, as if winter had fallen within that grim hall, Dior's breath rolling in white plumes from her lips. We felt him then, this sire of our sire, hammering upon the battlements of the Grail's mind. The air fairly rippled with it, Dior shuddering as he tried to pierce the veil of her thoughts. And though for all his dreadful power the Forever King's efforts were in vain, still he whispered through that dead child's mouth,
"We meet at last, little one."
Dior shivered at those words, at the hunger in those eyes, and we could not help but wonder at all this. Day's death had been naught but a boon for monsters like Fabian Voss. And if Dior was the secret to ending this darkness, why under heaven did he want her alive rather than dead? What could Dior do we had not realized? What did he know about her that we did not? Fabian's puppet turned from Dior to Nikita, its smile growing wider.
"How fair, my old darling. An age hath it been."
Lily glowered, gesturing to the dead marionette.
"Be this the measure of a priore's worth in a Forever King's eyes, to come afore his throne, clad in finery so rotten? My dear Contessa."
The dead boy bowed.
"E'er have I held thy brother in deepest esteem. Well you know this. But the miles betwixt us, like the years, sweet Lily, run treacherous and deep, and I have my own throne to sit."
"'Pon no throne sit ye. Nearby must thou be to ride dead flesh to our halls." Fabian's marionette chuckled, dragging pale hair from sharp teeth.
"Long years, as I said, e'en the changeless change in time. No idea hast thou what now I am capable of."
Nikita bristled. We know exact what thou art capable of.
Ah, poor Blackheart, still broken. Time mends all wounds, my old darling.
Fabian's puppet tilted his head and smiled.
And the ones I bestow.
Nikita snarled, snatching up the mighty greatsword behind his throne and bringing it to bear. Get thee and thy rabble gone, Fabian, afore I misplace my courtesy.
Always hath he been quick to passion, Nikita, but thou art in the end no fool. Thou hast made a charnel house of Osway in thy haste to conquer it. Hungry months lie ahead of thee, and as we both of us know, ere were ye possessed of a bottomless thirst.
The smile on the dead thing's lips vanished, its stare boring into Nikita's eyes.
With 2,000 head to bolster thy larder, thou couldst spend a comfortable summer here, then press across the Gulf of Wolves come the freeze. Our dear cousin Margot is weak, Nikita. Her blood lords scattered and squabbling. Thou hast strength enough to claim all the lands of Shastan, as well as Divok, as thine own.
Pale eyes met Dior's, lashes gummed with blood.
One girl be not so heavy a prize when weighed against 2 thrones.
Be she worth so little? Why dost thou covet her? Lily demanded. The puppet still stared at the grail, eyes cold.
Because she belongs to me.
Naught to do then with the power of her blood? The Contessa asked. The lion who safeguarded her, the sanguimancer who accompanied her.
Sanguimancer?
The puppet shook its head.
The faithless are extinguished, Lily. I saw to that centuries past.
The heartless scoffed. Say we refuse thy generosity. The puppet smiled.
No desire have I for unpleasantness betwixt us, dear Contessa, and be assured, nor do thee. E'en with the new vintage thee and thine art drinking of late.
The puppet's gaze drifted to the golden vial about Nikita's throat, then to Lily's eyes, the air fairly crackling between them. Prince growled beside her, the wolf's scarred face twisted as he rose, long fangs bared. And though she kept her expression as stone, Lily's eyes glittered with malice, one hand petting the beast's head to calm him. The marionette shifted its gaze back to Nikita.
Consider my offer, beloved. My gifts are already en route to Dunmergen. I assure thee that the legends traveling with them are simply to safeguard them on the journey. My dearest daughters shall await their arrival, and thy reply at the banks of the Ord. In the meantime,
the dead thing smiled.
Think of me.
Fabian's puppet looked to Dior, the weight of hundreds of years in its gaze.
Soon, child.
The marionette shuddered, bloody lashes fluttering. The bitter chill in the hall receded, and then the forever king was gone. Only that hollow dead boy in his wake.
Priore Divok, Lady Lily.
The terrors curtsied, brisk and formal.
Farewell.
With one final glance to Dior, Alba and Alain marched from the room, taking their cohort with them. Silence hung in their wake, 100 high-bloods now watching Nikita, propping his mighty blade upon one shoulder and meeting his sister's burning gaze. No need hath we for them, brother, she warned.
Need?
Nikita replied.
No, but use. That we may glean. We can trust them not at all, Priori, Cain warned. Water-blooded bastards all, the Dragan spat. Cowards and sheep.
They made short work of Nordland, the Wolf Mother pointed out, and their armies are poised to sweep across the Ranger River and take all Elladane.
Kiara's green eyes fell on Dio then, cold and hard.
2,000 cattle for one mouse seems a fine price to me.
Perhaps we'd not need so many, Alex muttered, glancing at Nikita. Were we not so keen to paint the walls with the ones we have? Nikita's eyes narrowed at that, and Alex looked away swift. The Dragan set his lover off his lap, rose to his feet, scowling at Kiara.
You steal this pup from those dogs simply to hand her back when they bark, so swift to show your belly, cousin.
I stole nothing,
Kiara growled, squaring up to her cousin.
I claimed her on the field of battle, where afore me fell the Black Lion of Lorsan and those same 2 princes of forever. And if ye've a hunger to know how, step ye forward, and I'll gladly give demonstration.
Alex sneered. Try it, whelp.
I'll tear your eyes out through your ass.
Enough! Dio flinched, all eyes turning to Lily as she spoke. The Contessa sat with hand outstretched, studying her painted claws. Ye speak of bartering property thou hast no owning of. This prize belongs to Lily, and with Lily it shall remain.
All due respect, great lady, Kiara said, but Nikita, not Lily, is priori here.
And Lily is eldest, the Dragan growled. Respect is owed for that, cousin.
Respect, aye, Soraya said. Yet obedience is paid not to the eldest, but the greatest, and Nikita is that. Who here in this court dares claim otherwise?
None spoke aloud, but many muttered, the length and breadth of that bloody hall. Lily glowered at her nieces, and looked around those whispering fiends, their dagger eyes and cutthroat smiles. Dio could only shudder at the sudden menace in the air. Nikita turned to his sister.
Kept we this child because she hath value to the Vorse? If that value be now measured in such a wealth of blood, should we not trade it?
Lily's face was stone, but in her gaze burned a terrible rage. Should we not stop first, brother, and consider why thy Fabian weighs her so heavy? Nikita's eyes narrowed slightly.
He be not my Fabian, Lily.
Once, though, and wouldst thou not have it so again? Or art thou simply so accustomed to kneeling afore him, thou wouldst do so again to stand as equal beside him? Every lady around Dio took one step back, trembling. And though he kept his voice steady, as Nikita turned to his court, we saw the fury in his eyes.
Out!
The serving staff fled the hall, abandoning those poor fools still strung from the chandeliers. The vampires followed, those loyal to Nikita first, Aaron and Kiara among them. Others moved slower, the Dragan and Alex looking to Lily for approval before retiring. Yet the Contessa's mortal thralls remained, no small count of soldiers, her ladies trembling yet loyal. Worm on her belly before her throne, Prince on his haunches beside it. Dio stood still among it all, head bowed, heart pounding like a hammer. When they were alone but for Lily's servants, the Priore turned on his sister. His voice was gravelled with anger, one marbled fist at rest upon his blade.
Ye o'erstep, Lily.
Ye step blind, Nikita.
I see all. Perhaps what ye do not. Thou art no warrior, and hath ne'er been. E'en with our weapon, should Fabian strike at us, victory shall be purchased dear.
No warrior, Lily, I.
The Contessa nodded. But who was it that gave thee thy weapon, brother? Through Lily's design, thou hast conquered this wretched sty in but 2 years, where before we languished 15 in quagmire.
Ye speak truth, Nikita said, and ye know I am grateful. But why court conflict when Fabian offers advantage? We can use them, Lily.
Use them, she cried. He uses thee. Why think ye Voss offers us this feast? Worm grunted as the Contessa stepped down off her throne, stabbing a claw at Dior. Because she is worth more than 200 slit throats, Nikita.
Then tell me how.
Dior flinched as the black heart rolled his massive blade off his shoulder and stabbed it into the floor, shattering the stone as he shouted.
What use this gormless slip to us? To dress as yet another doll? To primp thy hair and drape thy flesh and wait upon thee as fifth? Wherefore will not suffice? Her blood may heal the ill, and so one mouthful from either of us can mend the same.
I know not how, Lily snapped, but one more drop to her lips and all her secrets are mine to plunder. The Asani blood witch who followed her did not do so out of charity. The Black Lion did not die defending her on a whim. I shall find her worth. Patience, brother.
And if our bloodlords be not so, already they quibble, ever they scheme. Should Fabian bring his host to bear, how soon before our court weigh this brat's life worth less than their forevers? And who shall stand against the terrors if they quail? Thee?
Nikita scoffed, cruel and cold.
In 7 centuries thou hast spent not one night upon the field of battle. While use they doubtless have, neither thy tongue nor quim can assuage the forever king.
Lily actually flinched at that, as if Nikita had struck her. With a snarl, she snatched up his sword from the splintered stone. It was almost half again her height, God knows how many times her weight. Yet Lily flung the weapon as if it were a twig. It flew across the room, and Dior gasped as it sheared through a bundle of those poor, dangling prisoners, bursting them like overfull waterskins. Gore sprayed, bright and thick, but Nikita's sword flew on, smashing one of the great pillars to splinters before crashing through the wall. No warrior I be, Lily hissed, but a kingdom have I yet brung thee with those gifts so swift dismissed. And though my sword arm be not so mighty, my heart hath twice the measure of thine own, Nikita. 300 years gone, and still thou wouldst forgive all if Fabian did not beckon thee. Be ye so content on hand and knee? Wouldst thou borrow my lady's dresses when next he asks thee to spread thy— She got no further, her brother seizing her throat. As one, Lily's maids cried out as the Contessa was hauled into the air and smashed down into the floor so violently the whole room shuddered. A deafening boom cracked the windows around the hall, and Prince rose to his feet, fangs bared, hackles up. But as the great wolf gathered himself for a spring, Nikita's voice whipped the air, echoing on trembling walls.
Stop!
The beast stilled itself, ears pressed back, its pale blue eye glittering like sapphire. Through the settling dust, we saw Nikita looming over Lily now, hand on her neck.
Thou art my sister and mine elder, he growled, but speak ever so to me again, and thou shalt taste a reckoning undreamed.
Lily seized hold of his wrist as she glowered up at him. Lay hand upon me again, and thou shalt taste that reckoning doubled. Think ye thou shalt defend this city without the Dragan's fleet, without Grey's or Alex's foul bloods, without that prize dangling about thy throat? All this have I given thee. Through the tumbling dust, the Heartless glowered up at her brother, squeezing the hand at her throat. She was strong, God, strong as the bones of the earth, and older than he besides. In nights before the death of days, nights where subterfuge and guile were worth 1,000 times the weight of swords, she'd have been his match. No, his queen. But these were nights of war, nights of chaos and conquest, where the blade cut sharper than the tongue, and deeds spoke louder than words. Deep beneath the belly of Suladair, the last Liathy sighed. What a thing to pity such a monster. And yet I did. And Dio? Jean-Francois asked. Did she too look with pity upon her mistress? She looked with dread, Selene replied. She must have known there would be a price to pay for this humiliation. Nikita released his grip, and Lily's ladies rushed to help their mistress. But the Heartless snarled as they touched her, and the swans slunk back, anguished, aching to help the one they adored, yet terrified of her wrath. Nikita stabbed one claw at Dior. Find ye her worth, sister, and pray it be more than what we risk for her keeping. If it be not, night help thee both. And without another word, he stalked from the room. Lily rose from the rubble, gown dusted in powdered stone. Prince slunk forward, the wolf's eye fixed on the door Nikita had left by, licking Lily's hand and whining. The Contessa brushed stone splinters from her hair, dragging off her broken crown. A lesser vampire might have done anything in that moment, flown into a rage, painted the walls, torn everyone and everything in that room apart. But Lily Divock did not lose control. She inflicted it. Come here, Poppet. She did not use the whip, relying upon fear and the blood already at work in the girl's veins. But we knew she was strong, Diolachance, full of fire, and there was still some foolish part of us that expected her to fight, to spit, to defy as once she would have. Instead, there was but a second's hesitation, and then Dior obeyed. Lily drew a now familiar dagger from her bodice, and with her ladies watching like hawks, the Contessa slipped an arm about Dior's waist, lifted the knife between them, and ran her tongue up the blade, slicing it open. Lily licked her lips, slow, sumptuous, slicking them sticky red. Drink, she breathed. Again, no whip, no command, save for the blood twice tied between them. And again, wings beating frantic on her skin, we burned with hope the girl might resist. The minds of countless mortals had been overthrown by that blood. But Dior-Lachance was the holy grail of Saint-Michon, heir to the Prince of Heaven. Surely she'd not obey. But slipping arms around Lily's shoulders, Dior pressed her lips to the vampire's, as if to a cup of finest wine. The Heartless opened her mouth. Dior sighed, tongues flickering like candle flames. Lily ran a hand up Dior's throat, clawed fingers slipping into her hair, and the Grail gasped as she was drawn closer, a drop of Lily's blood spilling down her knife to spatter on the floor, shattered like my heart to bear witness to that dreadful kiss. All was lost now. All hope was gone. The fate of every soul under heaven slaved to the eldest Divok outside of hell. All we had told her about Mother Marin would be made known, any chance of unearthing her lost. And more. Dior would surely tell Lily about us, that we lurked outside the city, a Liathy of the hated Isani, wounded and frail. Should we flee now? We wondered. Abandon Dior as lost? Or should we throw ourselves onto this fire, simply so I might beg, at least I tried, when I faced my Maker on the day of judging? Damn you, Selene Castilla, we hissed. Damn you to hell. Lily pulled back slow from Dior's embrace, the Grail moaning disappointment, lunging forward to suckle on the Contessa's tongue one last moment. Dior's eyes were glazed with passion as she gazed at her mistress, licking the blood from her lips. I love you, she breathed. The Contessa smiled, triumphant. Do not love me, mortal. Adore me. The swans flocked to Dior's side, giddy, like bridesmaids at a wedding feast. The red-headed sisters embraced her, whispering felicitations, and with a blood-stained smile, Dior hugged them back, eyes shining to know such a perfect, awful love. Prince watched on, the wolf's ears pressed back to his skull, tail between his legs. Worm remained on her belly, silent, eyes glittering in the aftermath of that terrible communion. You belong to Lily now, Dior la Chance, the dame with the scarred chin declared. Not Fabienne, the red-headed maid whispered. Nor Alba or Alain, her sister smiled. I am yours, mistress, Dior vowed. Mine. Lily looked the Grail over, lips pursed. Ye flew thy cage yestereve, pretty poppet, thy lock undone, as if 'twere smoke. Dior sank to her knees immediately, hands clasped before her. Forgive me, Lily waved a hand, irritated. The fault lies not with thee. As Dior bowed her head and whispered thanks, Lily withdrew a familiar sliver of metal from her bodice. It gleamed in her fingers, iron hard and dagger thin. Worm blanched as the Contessa tossed the hairpin onto the stone before her. Again ye fail me. The serving girl breathed swift, mismatched eyes welling with an awful fear. Forgive me, mistress. I was in haste after Laird Nikita. Speak not his name. Lily's scream was an awful thing, the walls shaking with her fury. I'm sorry, mistress, Worm whispered, brow to the stone. Please. Lily stalked toward the prostrate girl, and Worm began to beg, voice rising with every step closer. Oh, please, no, please, please, please. The Contessa seized a fistful of strawberry blonde, and Worm shrieked, hauled to her knees. Lily gazed into the girl's eyes, emerald green and ocean blue. The pity I had felt for Lily was gone now, and where but a moment ago she had been at her brother's mercy, now this poor girl was at hers. Such is the way of things, we suppose. Those hurt will hurt in kind. Cruelty is an infection, spread from one victim to the next, an avalanche rolling ever downhill and crashing worst upon those at the bottom of the pile. Not again, Worm sobbed. I love you. Please don't hurt me again. Hush, Lily whispered. The vampire caressed the girl's cheek, soft as silk, brushing the tears away.
Hush now, little failing. I shall punish thee not.
Thank you. Oh, God,
They shall.
Worm sucked in one trembling breath, looking now to Lily's ladies. The three women stood in a half-circle, faces gone pale as their mistress spoke.
Ye shall, she commanded them, and if ever the names of those Voss usurpers slip thy lips in my presence again, I shall gift thee twice the lesson. Test me not.
The Contessa let Worm collapse to the floor.
Now punish her.
Without hesitation, without pity, the ladies obeyed. With gorgeous velvet heels and heavy bejeweled hands, those beautiful swans descended on the maidservant like vultures to a corpse, kicking, hitting, spitting. Worm could only curl into a ball, wailing, arms up to protect her head as they struck her over and over again. Dior watched, her face death-white but mute as stone, and looking into her eyes, Lily spoke. Thee also, Dior la Chance. Punish her. This was the last of it, the final flame of hope inside us. It surged briefly, one moment where we thought we saw her tremble, but in a heartbeat it was gone. Dior taking her place among the swans, and she kicked that poor maid, again and again. The sounds were wet, tearing, Worm's wails drowned beneath, and though to watch was all we could do, I could watch this no longer, taking wing and fleeing into the dark, away from that sobbing maid, that girl I had failed so terribly. I thought I could protect her. I had meant all for the best, but now I wondered if God were punishing me for what I had done. He had already chosen a guardian for his grail, after all, and in my hubris and my hate, I had let him fall. Outside the dun in the bitter storm, hidden in a copse of trees long dead, something stirred, scarecrow thin, urchin ragged. She'd once been clad in a fine red greatcoat, a porcelain mask at her face, but she wore a dead man's clothes now, filched from a graveyard in a frozen hamlet, her face wrapped in scraps of dirty cloth. Her skin was cracked and dusty, like a river parched beneath the long-lost sun, and her voice was a croak, a whisper, thrown to the raging sky with no hope of answer at all. "Gabriel," I whispered. "Oh, God, where are you?" Chapter 15. Or Else by None.
Ah, vanity, what fools you make of your favourites.
The Marquis Jean-Francois of the blood Chastain dipped his quill, chuckling to himself. He was finishing an illustration of Dior falling into the doom of Lily's arms, but he glanced up at the last Liathy now, slender hands crossed at her lap, head hung low.
You and your brother make quite the pair, Mademoiselle Castilla. I begin to see why you loathe him. For a creature who casts no reflection, you certainly do hate looking at yourself. I care as little for your critiques as for your flattery, sinner. Forgive me, but your conduct sometimes begs the former nonetheless.
Selene sighed, looking up to the ceiling and blinking hard. It is only through falling that we teach ourselves to fly. Our measure be not in how many times we stumble, but how oft we rise. Failure is how we learn.
Then you must have learned a great deal at Dunmegen, mademoiselle.
Go to hell.
Jean-Francois laughed then. I was under impression I was already there. Is that not what you, Isani, believe? That we all languish in purgatory, and that only you and your merry cult of cannibals can save us from ourselves? The historian scoffed, lifting his crystal goblet and draining the last of the blood within. God Almighty, I thought your brother's ego intolerable. At least he marries it with a sense of humour, puerile though it be.
Perhaps you should keep him company for a time, then, the Liathie whispered. We grow weary of your presence, Shaston, and your judgment.
A pity, then, that decision is not yours to make. My empress shall have her tale, and you shall have the pleasure of my presence, and my judgment for so long as I wish it. Jean-Francois glowered a moment before returning to his sketch. Forget not who holds the leash here, whelp. Selene lifted her gaze to Jean-Francois then, across the rushing river keeping her at bay. She would have been almost lost in shadow to a mortal's eyes, the dark staved off only by the globe on the historian's small table. That glow danced upon the river's surface, a million tiny points of light refracting on the water, his now empty goblet of blood, the eyes of the thing watching him. She was leaning forward again, gazing at him through the veil of her lashes.
Do you remember what it was like to die, Shaston?
Threats? The historian tutted. I thought we were past that, my dear.
No threat. Curiosity.
She tilted her head, a smile in her eyes.
Indulge us.
Jean-Francois matched those smiling eyes with his own. I remember, most vividly.
Did you sigh when Margot killed you? Or did you scream?
Forgive me, Mademoiselle Castilla, but as I am constantly reminding your brother, we are not here to share my history. My mother is well aware of the details of my creation, after all.
We think you died between the sheets.
Selene stretched one hand out before her, weaving pale fingers in the air.
We think Margot was gentle with you.
Indeed. The historian arched a brow. And what makes you say so?
You call her mother. It's rather telling, and rather vile.
The monster's voice was cold, fingers stretching toward the goblet beside him. The historian heard it rattle, saw the congealed dregs trembling violently as if the earth were quaking. He had time to draw breath before the glass shattered, glittering shards of crystal spraying the air. Droplets of blood spattered his coat, the illustration he had been finishing, and the shrapnel cracked the chemical globe on the table, plunging the room into darkness. Jean-Francois was on his feet, claws unfurled, moving so swift he was almost a blur. He could see nothing, the cell pitch black around him, the song of rushing water in his ears. But he heard a tiny sound beneath it, soft as a feather on the stone right beside him. Mind suddenly filled with the image of that thing lunging out of the dark, no silver cage at her mouth, but teeth and hunger and hell awaiting.
Capitaine!
The door at his back clunked and swung open swift. Capitaine Delphine and his thrall swords flooded into the cell, their torches and blades raised, their eyes wide. It was only after their flickering light spilled across the stone at his feet that the historian realized the source of that feather-soft sound. His quill, fallen from the pages of his blooded tome.
You are right to fear us, Marquis.
The last Liathie's whisper echoed in the gloom, and Jean-Francois's dead heart flooded with relief as he realized her voice came yet from across the river.
But you are a fool to mock us. He saw her crouched on the far bank, watching like hawk to field mouse.
Your histories named us faithless, she hissed. But we were far from that, and you are unworthy to judge us. Our cause was righteous, our conviction so deep it shook the world of men to its foundations and brought the world of the kith to its knees. Esana, not Esani. Faithful, not faithless. We were the reason elders cowered in their dens, frightened of shadows. We were the reason those monsters feared the dark.
I warned you, the historian spat. I told you what would happen if you did.
And we warned you, sinner, all along, and still you do not hear.
The thrall swords were gathered at Jean-Francois's back, blazing torches held high. The last Liathy glowered at those flames, dead eyes agleam as she spoke.
From holy cup comes holy light. The faithful hand sets world aright, and in the 7 martyrs' sight, mere men shall end this endless night.
The historian sneered. I know the words to your so-called prophecy, madame.
Before the 5 come unto one, with sainted blade neath virgin sun. By sacred blood, or else by none, this blackened veil shall be undone.
Jean-Francois blinked, the silence 1,000 years wide.
What did you say?
He whispered.
Enough for now,
Selene replied. You forget your place, mademoiselle, the historian snapped, jerking his lapels straight. It is down here, in the dark, completely at my mercy. I say when you feed, I say when you suffer, and I say when it is enough. Selene climbed to her feet, lithe and soundless, drifting toward the far-flung corner of her cell. She paused on the cusp of the torchlight to look at him over her shoulder, a silhouette against a deeper darkness, a shadow returned home.
You should talk to my brother, Marquis, she said.
Though we have no doubts as to how keenly you will miss the joys of our company, we might both benefit from some time apart, we? Absence does make the heart grow fonder, they say. And besides, the next piece of our tale will make little sense without his. The historian glared at the monster's back, his tome heavy in his hand. His fright was gone now, replaced by cold fury, his need to see this thing suffer wrestling with his desire to get the hell out of this pit for a spell. In the end, the latter impulse won, the historian nodding brisk to Capitaine Delphine and his men. The thrall swords backed out of the room slow, eyes never leaving the thing across the river. But in a show of what he hoped would look like disdain, Jean-Francois turned his back on it, stalking from the room.
Marquis.
He stopped at her voice, but did not deign to turn.
Oui.
The last Liathy sighed, looking down at her empty hands.
Give my love to Gabriel.
Book 4. This Blighted Blood. I war with my sister until we war with our kinfolk, until we war with the Highlands, until we war with the world. A Song of the Moon's Throne. Chapter 1. Hell Divine. 1,000 tons rested in the palm of his tattooed hand. At least, so it seemed to Gabriel. The bell was small, embossed with wolves and wrought of solid gold, though it weighed far more than its weighing. He'd been holding it for an hour now, staring at it for at least 2 more before he dared to pick it up. He'd paced the length of his cell 1,000 times, pausing to stare out the window toward distant mountains and distant days, that golden bell muted in his palm, and the certainty of what would happen if he let it sing weighing on his mind. Ring if you've an itch, de Lion. Someone will be along to scratch it. The ache was in his bones now. Burning ice in his veins, cold fire under his skin. Unable to sit still. Unable to think clear. Sick and hurt and hollow. They'd let him smoke if he asked, but he knew he might not have the strength to settle for a mere pipe anymore. It had been too long, Mother Maid. How long? Closing his eyes against the memory, the taste of her, the feel of her, slipping down his throat like molten flame and burning all of it away. That voice in his head, growing louder every year, every night, every mouthful. Red. Oh God, red. You pay the beast his due, or he takes his due from you. I can't, he whispered, sinking into his chair. You must, it replied. I won't, he breathed. Laughter, echoing on the walls and in his head. You will. In the end, I always win, Gabriel. The bell's song was bright, brief, but it was scarce moments before he heard the lock click in his door, heavy bolts sliding free. He looked up to find her watching him, tight lace choker and locks of blood-red hair framing the pale promise of her throat. Mélinée cast a careful glance around the room before entering, closing the door behind, hate etched in the pale blue of her eyes as she raised one brow. Your desire, Chevalier? I'm thirsty, he whispered. As it please you. Stepping closer, the thrall bent to fetch his bottle and goblet, both dust dry. More money? His hand reached out to hers, stilling her with his lightest touch. I fear I am not thirsty for wine, madame. He watched her skin prickle at those words, at the caress he ran over the smooth thudding arc of her wrist. Mélinée met his eyes, lips parted, breath quickened. She shrank back as Gabriel rose to his feet, leathers creaking, his shadows swallowing her whole. A pipe, then? She swallowed. I could. Her voice faded as Gabriel shook his head, taking one step closer. Mélinée did not step away. Meeting his eyes as she lifted her chin, wetting dry lips with her tongue. Though her hands shook as she loosed her choker of dark lace and jewels, she moved swiftly, as if she could not get it off her neck fast enough. If you must, she breathed. Take what you will. His heart raged at those words, every inch of him afire. This woman hated him, that was plain. Gabriel had hurt her beloved master, after all. But the last Silver Saint hated all that he needed, too. Did nothing to lessen his need of it. And as he traced one sharp fingernail down the smooth line of her jugular, he saw how swift Mélinée's breast rose and fell above the bounds of her bodice, how her pupils widened so far her irises near vanished. Though she despised him, still he saw it carved in her every line and curve, the same hateful want he had of her. Say please, madame. Mélinée met his eyes, biting her lip lest her tongue betray her. Her hand slipped down to his leathers, stroking the hardness she found there, toying with his belt buckle. But she said not a word. Gabriel laced one hand through her plaited hair, fingers closing to a fist, and Mélinée turned her head, baring her long, slender neck. He dipped his mouth toward her submission, lips brushing her skin as he growled, low and deep in his chest. Say? His tongue flickered against her vein, teeth brushing ever so light across her skin. Please. God's sakes, Mélinée, give the dog his bone, will you? The pair snapped apart. Mélinée with a gasp, Gabriel with a snarl. Jean-François was sat in his leather armchair, a sly grin on his face, chocolate eyes sparkling in delight. Gabriel hadn't even heard the Marquis enter the room, but there he was, sketching in his damnable book. Mélinée bowed her head, stammering. Forgive me, master, No, the historian chuckled, giving a magnanimous wave. By all means, continue. I love a good show after dinner. Gabriel glowered, furious and ashamed. Dragging his knuckles across his lips, he willed his heart be still, his thirst and anger down into his boots, sparing Mélinée one starving glance before sinking into his chair with gritted fangs. No? Jean-François glanced back and forth between the pair. I don't mind, I assure you. I'd rather enjoy it, in fact. A dash of debauchery would make pleasant change from the hours of sanctimonious puritanism I've just had to endure. Believe me. Gabriel met Jean-François' eyes. Selene. Last of the Laethe. The Marquis wiggled his brows. She sends kisses, by the way. She actually spoke to you. Preached at me would be a more accurate summation, but we conversed. Gabriel drew one steadying breath, trying to ignore the perfume of Mélinée's want. You can't believe a word she says. That thing breathes lies like I breathe smoke. Speaking of, would you like some? If you're not willing to put yourself out of your misery in Mélinée, at least have a pipe, de Léon. The hour is late, and we've much to discuss. The Marquis snapped his fingers, and the door opened wide. Gabriel saw that same Nordish lad who'd bathed him earlier tonight, standing on the threshold with a golden platter, a bottle of Monet, a pipe of bone, and a burning lantern with a tall glass chimney. The lad stepped into the room, long black hair tumbling forward as he bowed low, casting one terrified glance toward Mélinée before his adoring eyes fell on his master. On the table, Mario, there's a love. Fuck's sake, Gabriel growled. His name is Dario, vampire. Even I know that. Ah, oui, Dario. Jean-François kissed his fingertips, touched the lad's lips as he put down his tray. Forgive me, beloved. Of course, master, Dario breathed, dark gaze shining. Mélinée had recovered her composure now, glowering at the other thrall as he set the lantern on the table. Jean-François fetched a phial of Sanctus from his frock coat, and eyes narrowed against the lantern flame, he tossed it to Gabriel. The silver saint snatched it in one hand, pipe already in the other. His thirst roared as he filled the bowl, screamed as he raised it to the lantern's chimney. That divine alchemy, that dark chemistry melting blood to bliss. He could still smell Mélinée's desire above that thread of smoke, knowing how easy it would be to take what he wanted. God, what they all wanted. To hurl pretense aside and bury himself deep, soaring into a burning heaven and down to a flaming hell. God, he missed it so badly he could taste it. Instead, he breathed the sacrament in, warmth flooding into every tingling fingertip. He held it inside his lungs, eyes closed, smoke drifting from his nostrils as he finally exhaled, red and heady into the cold air. The thirst slunk back into the dark where it dwelled, but even the bliss he felt in that moment was soured by the knowledge it must return, intent to rule him. Ever patient, ever watchful. That hole inside never quite filled. To hate the thing that is completing you, to love the thing that is destroying you. What perfect suffering, what hell divine. Better? Gabriel opened his eyes, blood red, pin bright, fixed on the monster opposite. Much, he snarled. Merci. Are you certain you wish Mélinée and Dario to leave? The historian waved his quill at the straining buttons on the silver saint's breeches. That looks uncomfortable, de Léon, and honestly, it's rather distracting. I can wait outside and pretend not to listen if you're shy of an audience. Fuck off, vampire. Off you go then, loves, Jean-François sighed, We shall call if we've a need. The historian brushed his quill along his maddening smirk. Ought to. Young Dario gathered lantern and pipe, set the new bottle of Monet on the table. Mélinée took up the empties and, with a deep curtsy, followed the lad from the room. As the woman turned to lock them in, her eyes met Gabriel's, dark and smouldering. Then the door shut, the lock clicked, hunter and prey alone once more. She's delicious, de Lyon, and quite mad. Jean-François dipped his quill, turning to a fresh page. You really should give her a role. The occasional hate fuck is good for the soul. And what would you know about souls, Chastain? Only that they appear to be an inconvenience at the best of times, and that many of us seem to get along perfectly well without them. Gabriel chuckled at that, despite himself, filling his goblet with wine from the new bottle. Lifting his cup to the cold blood, he found the vampire smiling at him fondly. Santé, Silver Saint. Morte, cold blood. Gabriel could feel the vampire watching him as he tipped back his head and swallowed. Again, Jean-François ran his quill over ruby lips, slow and soft. So, Gabriel sighed, refilling his cup. What lies did my sister tell you? I'm rather more interested in the lies you have in store. Did she talk about the Black Heart? He demanded. The failing. Did she tell you of the colossal swamp of shite her idiocy landed Dior in, and what Dior had to... It matters not, Jean-François sighed, raising a hand to stop the tirade. Ignorance is a chasm, and knowledge is the bridge. You said after you fell in the Battle of Cairn, after Selene dropped me, after you and Gravity had your little chat, that it was some time before you saw the Grail again. I would like to know what happened in the interim. What difference does it make? Margot wants Dior's story, not mine. There is no truth without context, de Lyon. We have time. And meanwhile, your beloved sister is as uncomfortable as I can make her. The historian met the Silver Saint's eyes, quill poised. So, you had fought to defend the Grail at Kernheim, but you ended up taking a rather long flight off a rather short bridge. What came next? Gabriel ran one hand along his jaw, leaned back in his chair with a creak. I fell, he shrugged. A long fucking way. The wind was screaming, and so was I, thunder above as I tumbled below. I've no idea how far I plummeted. Farther than before or since, I know that. Eventually I hit something that broke beneath me, crashing into fresh snow and rolling down in a bleeding, broken tumble. And then... darkness. Were you injured? I should have died. Alone at the roof of the world. No horse, no sword, no supplies. I know pale bloods perish with reluctance, but it sounds a divine miracle you survived it all, de Lyon. Divine? Gabriel scoffed, taking a long gulp of wine. Believe me, cold blood, God had nothing to do with it. Chapter 2. A Song of Scars. Breathe. That was the first word I heard, somewhere dark and distant. Swimming up through blood-stained murk toward a point of light, 1,000 fathoms above. All I felt was pain. No knowing where it ended and I began. Barely enough in me to... breathe. Red smoke. On my lips and in my lungs. It was harsh, burned halfway to bitter, and though I needed it more than words could say, I couldn't hold it in, gasping in agony as I rolled onto my belly and hacked blood into my hands. Breathe. Stop fucking saying that, I managed. It's not helping. Bollocks to and all then, someone spat. Light your own smoke, you surly shite. My pipe was tossed onto the stone before me. I coughed, opening one swollen eye, squinting at the blurry figure crouched over me. Freckled, tattooed skin. A collar of everknots bound about her throat. Flame-red curls tumbling over her scarred face, and by the look of it, maybe 40 yards of silk and tulle and Eladani lace covering her body. "What in God's name are you wearing?" I whispered. "The only other clothes in your saddlebags," Phoebe scowled. "And might I add, a very sensible choice of attire, you fucking cock-wambler." I looked around, saw we were in the depths of a mountain cave. Black stone and old ice, the stale musk of wolf. Outside, a fierce storm was raging, but a blessedly warm fire burned nearby, a pair of gore-soaked saddlebags beside it. My body was caked in clotted blood, broken in a dozen places. But I was clad in my tunic, the greatcoat from Genoa's lair, blood-red velvet, midnight black trim. And Phoebe Adunzer was wearing a dress. But not just a dress, a ball gown, shoulderless and wasp-waisted, mantled with fox fur. The fabric was a brilliant emerald to offset the flame of the dusk dancer's hair, hugging her body to the hips, then spilling into a waterfall of skirts below. In the salons of Augustin, it had not have turned heads so much as snapped necks, but in the frozen wilds of the Nightstone, "You look ridiculous," I rasped. "Whose fault is that?" she demanded, hands on hips. "It was in your bag, you twat." "I didn't put it there, Kit Kat. Dior packed it for—" My heart stilled. Chiara, the terrors, the battle on the bridge. "Dior!" I pushed myself up, managing to reach my knees. Blood drooled from my lips, my left leg bent entirely in the wrong direction, but I clutched the wall and tried to rise. Phoebe pressed on my shoulders. "Sit down, you bloody fool. Get your damned hands off me. Take hold of your Ah!" The dusk dancer jerked away, a whirl of emerald silk and burning curls. "Watch the silver, you buck-toothed gobshite." I saw a bloody red welt in the shape of the 7-star on her upper arm. Glancing to my palm, I realized I'd scorched her where we touched, the silver on me a burning brand to her. Coughing more blood, I slithered down the wall, struggling simply to breathe. "Apologies," I wheezed. You all right?" "Should have left you in the damned snow, you moonstruck cack-witted." Phoebe stalked around the fire, clutching her arm, mumbling a string of blasphemy so vile you could have dressed it in a red robe and called it a cardinal. "Why didn't you?" I asked. "Eh? Why didn't you leave me in the damned snow?" "Sweet Mother Moons, you've got some towels on you," she spat. "I think the words you're searching for are, 'Merci, m'lady, for saving my sorry ass.'" "What happened to Dior?" Phoebe sighed, curls tumbling over her face as she hung her head. "Nae clue." "Then I'll ask again," I growled, temper rising. "Why did you waste time saving me when you should be chasing her? Best case scenario, my traitor sister has her in her claws. Worst case, she's in the hands of the fucking Divok." "You think I dinna ken that? I swore on my heart's blood to keep that girl safe." The dusk dancer stormed toward me, tossing her hair from her face. "But in case you weren't paying attention, that leech put her boot so far up my cunny, I can still taste the leather. So, excuse me if I thought to bring help when I next stepped to." "Phoebe," I whispered, mouth agape. 7 martyrs. Your eyes." She blinked, temper fading. "What about them?" Looking to the scabbard at my belt, my heart sank as I remembered Ashtrinka was gone, smashed from Dior's hand by Chiara on the bridge. But reaching into my boot, I fished out my straight razor, unfolding the blade so Phoebe could see her reflection in the steel. "Oh, Mother Moons," she whispered, hand rising to her face. The Dusk Dancer's eyes were changed. Where once they'd been emerald green, now they gleamed gold. The whites vanished entirely. No longer a woman's eyes, I realized, but those of a lioness, like the talons at her fingertips, like the shadow at her feet. "Shite," Phoebe hissed, gazing at her reflection. "Green suited me too." I frowned, unsure at her expression. I was taught the more a Dusk Dancer wears the shape of her beast, the deeper the beast marks her. Isn't this, sort of normal for you? Phoebe sighed, still staring at the blade. "Before the death of days, it would have taken 1,000 dances for me to be as changed as I am. But these nights—" The Dusk Dancer handed back my razor, knelt by the fire in silence. With a wince, I sank down beside her, watching the flames dancing in that strange new gold. "What about these nights?" I urged. Phoebe looked at me sidelong, debating whether or not to reply. We'd both fought and bled beside each other to defend Dior, and battle makes the strangest bedfellows. But still, I was a Silver Saint, she a Dusk Dancer. We weren't exactly the closest of confidants. "We Wieldings are born of moons and mountains," she finally sighed. "Once we were blessed by both. But since the death of days, our mother moons have been hid by the veil across the sky. Our Earth Father rots in the grip of the blight, and his corruption infects our veins. The beast burns brighter inside us these nights. Every change twists us further, faster, and every time I dance the wheeled shape, I know not what I'll become after." "You mentioned this to Dior," I murmured, "the time of blighted blood." She nodded. "Now you see why I journeyed with the flower 6 months and never danced once. Now you see what the godling means to my kind. An end to this endless dark, to restore the harmony among earth and sky, and our blighted blood between." I sighed, unsure what to say at this revelation. But my temper had quelled at least, and I spared a moment to take stock of where we were. Last I remembered was tumbling off the Kernheim Bridge. I'd no idea how I'd even got here. The pain in my body had dimmed, thanks to the sacrament, but my boot was tattered and torn, the ankle beyond like same. Teeth marks, I realized. I guessed the tale at last. Phoebe must have found me in her wheeled shape, dragged me to safety in her jaws, danced into human form come the dusk, then gone out into the snow wearing nothing but that bloody ball gown, gathering wood for a fire, the gear off my dead horse, clothes for my back. Pale blood or no, I'd have frozen to death without this woman. Her efforts were doubly courageous given the price she paid to shift her shape. And here I was, chewing on her about it. "You know, you're right," I murmured, dragging back a frost-caked lock of bloody hair. "I do have some balls on me. Merci, Mademoiselle Phoebe, for saving my sorry ass." The Dusk Dancer tossed a red curl from her face, breathing deep. "'S'alright?" "Your eyes." I coughed, wincing. "Gold suits you more than green." "Stick your chivalry where the sun don't shine." "The sun doesn't shine anywhere anymore." "Then stick it anywhere you like." We both chuckled, shadows retreating a little in that crackling firelight. "Sunshine aside, I am grateful," I told her. "Truly, I owe you my life." "Nay bother." Phoebe shrugged as if throwing off a cold, damp cloak. "Moons only know why, but the flower's fond of you. She'd be vexed if I let you perish." "Not so sure of that anymore. Eh?" I scowled at my hand, remembering the awful sound of that slap. "I acted harsh to Dior before the battle. Did things I should have never done. Unforgivable things. The dusk dancer only stared. I shook my head, almost too ashamed to speak my sin. I raised my hand to her. In anger. I hit her, Phoebe. She shrugged. My ma gave me a whipping or two when I was... You don't understand. My stepfather beat the shit out of me when I was a boy. Thrashed me so hard I couldn't walk some nights. I vowed I'd never do the same. Phoebe watched across the fire with new glittering eyes. Then, why did ye? I don't know, I hissed. I was angry. Angrier than I've ever been in my life, but God, that's not like me. I never raised a hand to my patients, not once in 11 years. I scowled at my hand again, fingers trembling. I'd rather cut the damn thing off. Well, buck the fuck up about it. You can lop off whatever body part you please later. I glowered across the fire, Phoebe meeting my gaze. A fool could see you love that girl like kin, Silver Saint, she said. So, save the self-flagellation for church on Priady. You can atone to Dior once we get her back. I chewed on that, and it tasted an awful lot like wisdom. Phoebe had a way of cutting sharp to the quick, but she was right. No sense moaning about what was done. All that mattered was what we'd do. Best pick my lip off the floor and get the hell on with it. And so I closed my eyes, hand outstretched to the flames. What are your... Shh. Don't shush me, you cocky foot. I gave Dior a phial of my blood, I murmured. I can feel it if I try. But it's not easy. I spoke truth. This was more akin to finding a piece of hay in a stack of needles than the other way about. But still, I reached across the freezing gulf, pawing through the storm, the night, the vast and lifeless spaces. I've no idea how long it took, groping about in that empty dark, but finally, I felt a tiny drop of red amid the black. Distant. Moving. Swift. 7 martyrs. I think the Divok have her. Phoebe's eyes narrowed. You're sure? No. But she's moving fast, and our ponies are dead. Either she stole a horse and started galloping toward Osway without us, or she's being carried there on horseback. Either way, I doubt Selene is with her. She's not had time to thrall a beast to bear her. If those leeches have Dior, they won't kill her. The Wolf Mother is many things, but a fool isn't one. She knows Dior has worth to the Voss now. I climbed to my feet, gingerly testing the break in my leg. You have to run her down before she realizes how much. I do, Phoebe blinked up at me. You got more pressing plans? Washing your hair or... They're a horse. I gestured at my empty scabbard. And even if I could catch them, I'm unarmed. So, tomorrow dusk, you dance the wheeled shape and give chase. And leave you up here alone? You'll be frozen or starved within a week. That sounds an awful lot like not your fucking problem, Kit Kat. Call me Kit Kat one more time, Silver Boy, and I'll bury you up here myself. I know daft heroics of the ale and honey of your kind. There you go again with that my kind shit, I swear. But were you born stupid? Or did you just take one too many Divoks to the head? Phoebe squared up to me, scowling. Did you skip the chapter where that slag and her boy kicked the shite out of me and chucked me off a mountain? And now you want me to run them down alone and what? Ask nice. Pretty please with me jugular on top. We can't just abandon Dior. Nobody's saying we should. But they won the battle, Silver Saint. Take your lumps and start thinking about winning the war. Moon's sakes, I know you're fond of the girl. I'm not just fucking fond of her, she's... I slumped back onto the stone, body still wounded and aching, yet nowhere near as bloodied as my heart. The thought of Dior in Divok hands, of what might be happening to her, the terror that the last time we spoke might be the last time we ever... She's all you have left. Phoebe sank down opposite me, golden eyes on mine. Her cheeks were flushed with rage, talons curled into fists. But in truth, neither of us was truly furious with the other. I know what she means to you. Past the auguries and destinies. What she really means. Phoebe's voice was gentle, as if she knew she now stepped onto thinnest ice. Dior told me what happened to them. Your woman, your little girl. I know what that feels like. Don't, I growled. Don't you fucking dare. My protest faded as the dusk dancer lifted her hand between us. Her nails were claws, sharp and cruel enough to rip a heart from its chest. But around her ring finger, a scrolling design was inked in her skin, the same blood red as the fey spirals adorning her body. A troth ring, I realized. Not forged of silver, but carved in ink and blood. You're not the only one with scars, Silver Saint, she murmured. I glanced at the old wound etched down the dusk dancer's cheek, the bite of her dead cousin's axe in her shoulder. Others were carved into her forearms, her neck. She was covered in them, I realized, just as I. A song of scars, singing the tale of her hurts. And it seemed Phoebe Adunzer had been hurt a great deal. I understand, she said, why you're so afraid. And nae sin is that fear, save if you let it rule your wits. She's nae gone, only lost, and we can get her back. I breathed a heavy sigh, dragging one hand down my blood-stained face. She was infuriating, this woman, belligerent, hard as stone. There were centuries of blood between her kind and mine. The very ink on my skin was a bane to her, and who knew what dark magics flowed in her veins. But she was right, damn her. About the only thing Phoebe was better at than winding me up was talking me down afterward. She sounds exhausting, Jean-Francois yawned, turning a page. She was. Gabrielle scoffed softly. One of the things I appreciated most. Your masochistic streak when it comes to women is really quite telling, de Lyon. It's naught to do with women, the Silver Saint scowled. The folk I held dearest were always the ones I quarrelled with hardest. Folk who weren't afraid to slap me out of my bullshit or tell me I was being an arse. There's no friend under heaven like an honest one. The last Silver Saint leaned forward, elbows to knees. That's the way to wisdom, vampire. The wise man learns more from his enemies than the fool from his friends, but even the fool can learn if his friends are willing to call him one. Surround yourself with folk who confront you. If you're not being challenged, you're not learning anything. If you're the smartest man in the room, you're in the wrong fucking room. Phoebe Adunzer and I were nothing close to friends. From the day I entered Saint-Michel, I'd been taught her kind were animals, bloodthirsty heathens who drank the blood of the innocent and stole the skins of men. But though I'm not the wisest of fellows, I'm wise enough to heed wisdom when I hear it. All right, I sighed. We work together. Phoebe nodded, leaning back on her heels. So, if they're headed to Osway, where would they be bound? Dunquin is closest. The Divok crushed that last year. Dun Sayath, too, and Dun Aris. Even Dun Meagan has fallen, if what Lachlan said is true. I shook my head, bewildered. 15 years they've been in stalemate, and now the Divok have crushed all Osway in a blinking. How the fuck did they get so strong? Nae ken, but that's where they'd take her, aye? The Nine Swords capital. I chewed the puzzle over, slowly nodding. Makes sense. Then you need a horse if we're to catch them. Supplies if we're to chase them. And if I might be so bold, she winced, a wash wouldn't kill you either. I opened my mouth for rebuttal, but looking the dusk dancer up and down, I saw where I was splashed head to foot in bruises, ashes, and dried gore. She was absolutely spotless. I knew cats were fastidious, but this was just taking the piss. A horse isn't the only thing I'll need, I sighed. I lost Ash Drinker at Cairnham. After all we've been through, all we've seen together, she could be anywhere. I looked up at the odd note in Phoebe's voice. After a long moment of torture, she smiled, a touch of mischief twinkling in those strange feral eyes. Standing swift, she pulled aside the blood-stained saddlebags, and there, wrapped in a blanket, "Ash!" I cried. I swept up my blade, eyes stinging as that beautiful silver voice rang once more in my head. She was talking to herself, I realised, a recipe for bloody spud loaf of all things. But her voice was wondrous, bright, warming my cold bones as no fire ever could. "One new potato, large and lovely." "Ash," I whispered. "2 cups goat's milk, fresh and fine." "Ash," I said louder. Her voice stilled then, that broken silvered dame upon the hilt ever smiling. "Gabriel, where did you go? I was worried. "All's well," I whispered. "Fear not." "Fear for them, not for us. Fear and the snack, aye. Not for peace was I hurled here, nor for parley was I forged. But where is Dior?" "South. Not far. We're going to go get her." "Oh, good. Was I talking to myself just now? What was I saying? I can't remember. I can never remember." "You sleep now, Ami," I murmured. "I'll call when I need you, eh?" Do ye?" she asked softly. "Still need me, even if I'm not what I was?" "Always," I whispered, squeezing her tight. "Shh. Always." Good. Oh, good. Sleep now. The quiet and the still. The calm in the storm. Ye are a lucky man, my friend. Kiss Astrid and Patience good night for me." The blade's voice fell silent as I slipped her back into her sheath, caressed the beautiful dame on the hilt. I looked to the dusk dancer, watching from across the fire. "That's twice I owe you, mademoiselle." "Found her where she fell," Phoebe muttered. "She'd split the boulder she landed on in half. Should have heard the shite she was saying. Angels and devils and all manner of madness. Messy as a pub floor at closing, that one." "She wasn't always like this," I protested. "She has good nights and bad." "What happened to her?" "No man of woman born can slay the forever king, they say." I sighed, old hatred burning in my chest. "But still I tried, and Ash paid the cost, along with ma famille." Phoebe's golden eyes roamed the silvered name on my fingers. "Can you nae fix her?" "Fix her?" "Reforge her, or some such. Like in the old tales. They gan renewing the hammer o' the ta'en owl, or the damned 9 swords, melting the blades of her foes to make her own." "Doesn't work that way. You can't just melt a sword down and make another with it. If you liquefy the metal, you alter its chemistry. Molten steel hardens into cast iron, brittle, weak. All those old stories about reforging shattered blades are just that, Mademoiselle Phoebe. Stories." I sighed, rubbing at bruised eyes. "A blade is like a heart. Once it breaks, it's broken." Phoebe sighed, looking me over. "You look like shite twice stepped in." "Strange." I peered out at the mountains beyond our cave. I feel on top of the world. She chuckled, her scarred smile lopsided. We'll start remedying that tomorrow. Where do we get your horse, is the question. I pouted, brow creased in thought as I considered options. I know it's a dark road to get there, I finally said, but if we sought help in the Moon's Throne, is there any version of that story where I don't end up slaughtered? Your kind killed the Stormbringer, Silver Saint. If you go to the Highlands, you die. I nodded, sucking my lip. We could head down to Redwatch, I suppose. I thought you told the flower that place was dangerous. Dior and I fucked over some hedge mages from the night market last time we were in town. Murdered an inquisitor on holy ground to boot. If I get caught there, only question is whether they hang or quarter me. Maybe both. I scowled, rubbing my stubble. But we've no time to waste, and I still have a few friends behind those walls. Phoebe nodded, resolute. The city of Scarlet, then. Fast as we can trek. Get us mounted, then run Dior down and cut the Divok to pieces afore they reach Dunmegan. I don't mean to alarm you, but did we just agree on something? She scoffed. Sooner we get there, sooner we get to the flower. Best sleep, eh? I nodded, tired all the way to my bones. The bloodied saddlebags Phoebe had salvaged contained bedding at least, and I hauled some furs out onto the stone, curling down among them and wishing for nothing but a dreamless dark. I heard Phoebe drag another log onto the fire, fussing with the bags, and my whole body tensed head to toe as I felt her pull up the furs I'd wrapped myself in, and with a noisy rustle of emerald silk and tulle, join me underneath. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, quick round of ale and horrors afore church. What do you think I'm doing? I think you think you're sleeping with me, Kit Kat. And whoever said you're more pretty than perceptive? Is there only one blanket, or? There's 3, she said, pulling them all atop us both. Thing about blankets is they're warmer the more you have. Same's true for bodies. Grow up. I knew this was Phoebe's way. As heedless of personal space as any feline alive, I also knew it wisdom that we warm each other in this chill. But I'd never shared a bed with any woman who wasn't my wife, and so I peeled off the blankets, made to crawl free. Where the hell you going? Phoebe asked, lifting her head. One of us should keep watch. The terrors fell off that bridge too. You don't dance on a Voss grave unless you dig it yourself. Found their tracks this morning, headed south. They're nowhere close. We shouldn't take that risk. Moon's sakes, you do have a high opinion of yourself. Phoebe levered herself up on one elbow with a stare that could be safely described as withering. Take hold of your bollocks, you blouse. Your virtue's safe with me. I don't bite. I motioned to my bloodied leg, the teeth scars she'd left on my arm. That so? Well, not in my sleep, she smiled. Trust me, I'm not hungry, man. Just cold. I scowled a moment longer, but in the end, as if a prisoner on the way to the executioner's block, I crawled back between the furs. Phoebe sighed, snuggling up against my back without a care under heaven. She hissed as our hands briefly touched, silver burning her skin, but after mumbled apologies, I settled beside the flames, the dusk dancer curled up against me. Phoebe was soon asleep, but I stayed awake, staring at the thing staring at me. She sat on the cusp between shadow and flame now, watching silently. She was clad only in firelight, heartbreak-shaped face framed by rivers of long black hairs, tears of blood spilling down her cheeks. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, pleading with my eyes. I love you. Astrid hung her head, red tears falling like rain. She reached up slow, smearing the blood across her skin, and as I blinked, I realised her face was a mask, a bloody handprint painted upon it. Red circles were scribed around her eyes, midnight blue hair whipping about her face as the lightning pulsed. And Selene looked down at me from the Cairnheim bridge, ember rain swirling, mask twisting into a soulless smile as she let go of my hand. I hate you. I plunged into the dark, that lonely cold, that loss and longing. And as I fell, I heard screaming above. The girl I'd vowed to protect, yet failed like all the others. Gabriel, where are you? But the storm stole my reply. Chapter 3. The White Rabbit. Hold! State your name and business. The cry echoed in the freezing gloom, accompanied by the creak of a dozen bowstrings. The battlements above were wrought of redstone, 40 feet high, dozens of firepots flickering along their length in the newborn night. The gates before us were made of iron-bound oak, embossed with the key and shield of mighty San Clayland. Breath steaming between us, Phoebe and I exchanged a weary glance. Sweet mother maid, we're here, I sighed. A fortnight we'd travelled, down from the Nightstone. 2 weeks of howling storm, biting snow and fungus-riddled deadwood. Phoebe had refused to shift as we travelled, and though I now understood her reluctance, Dior had only packed a fox fur mantle and elbow-length gloves to accompany that impractical dress, not exactly winter attire. But even in human form, Phoebe seemed immune to the elements. Walking trackless and barefoot atop the same snows I struggled through. It was only after dark the cold seemed to bother her, and, strange as it was, despite our bloody history, a dusk dancer and a silver saint slept beside each other for a few weeks that winter's deep, beneath the hidden Eridani moons. Every night I dreamed of Selene's face, the image creeping like a shadow into my quiet moments and unguarded thoughts. But all day long I fretted on Dior, reaching out every few hours to the blood she carried. Relieved to find her still moving, still alive. We'd followed the Volta down from the mountains, through frozen valleys and wasted forests, all run to rot and ruin. The only signs of life were a few swift foxes and a single mousehawk, watching us with tawny eyes. We were exhausted by the time we spied it in the distance, a great crown of battlements encircling an island on the frozen river. A grand priory stood on its north side, looking over tangled streets below. A chateau rose in its heart, built of the red river stone the city was named for. Martyr's Cradle, some called it. Saint's Home. Birthplace of San Clayland, the famed fourth martyr. The grand city fort of Redwatch. Dior and I had visited here before Winter's Deep, but now it seemed the gates had been closed to outsiders. A sea of tents and wagons had sprung up around the walls, a shantytown more akin to a city. Thousands of men, women, children, huddled in the cold, dirty and dishevelled, wide-eyed and wounded. I saw different patterns on their clan cloth, Quinn and Saeth, Fass and Aris, folk from all over the Nine Swords' ravaged lands. A dozen burning arrows streaked from the battlements above, hissing as they sank into the snow about me. Not one step farther, by God! Hold, brothers, we come in peace, I shouted. A grizzled fellow with an iron helm peered over the battlements, frosty beard quivering as he shouted, I'll not ask again. State your name and business, or be gone. I studied the soldiery above us, dozens of men at vigil on the towering walls, burning fires and heavy mail and crossbows aimed square at us. They're taking security a little more seriously these nights, I murmured. The closest chateau to here just got greased up, bent over and ass-fucked by the Divok, Phoebe whispered in reply. Are you surprised they're nervous? What's surprising is you actually agreed to this, Now, remember, we stumble here, I'm bound for the noose or worse. I tugged the leather leash about her neck. So follow my lead, eh? Oh, very amusing. I took off my glove, held up my hand to show my 7-star. Fair dawning, Sergeant. My name is Frère Philippe Montfort, brother of the Holy Order of Saint-Michel. A silver saint? The sergeant squinted at my tattoo, his demeanour shifting a touch closer to warmish. What brings you to Martyr's Cradle, good Frère? The hunt, sir. My abbot sent me to Beaufort to capture this unholy beast. I feigned a kick to the back of Phoebe's legs, and she dutifully collapsed in the snow with a curse. I seek sanctuary for the night, afore the long march back to Saint-Michel. Refugees in the camp were looking at us now. Flint-eyed men and hungry children, elders shivering in their bloodied rags. The little sergeant squinted at Phoebe on her knees in the snow, resplendent in her flawless emerald gown. A beast, you say? She looks fair enough. And that's the evil of her, good sergeant. Let your eyes be not deceived. This sorceress is a dusk dancer and skin thief, whose earthly temptations can enslave the pious with a word, a glance. No bishop, priest, nor God-fearing man is safe, and if she had her way, sir, you would be next to be flayed alive in her boudoir of blood. Boudoir of blood? Phoebe hissed. Easy, Kit Kat, I muttered through gritted teeth. Who the fuck is going to believe that shite? These men are press-ganged peasants, I whispered. They stand on a damn wall for a living, so calm your tits before they perforate them. Why don't you just tell them the truth? I want them terrified of you. That way, they won't waste time asking me idiotic questions such as why you're only restrained with a few strips of saddlebag or wearing a bloody ball gown. I'm a wanted murderer in this city, Phoebe. If just one of these bastards recognises me, they'll hang me twice over and burn the leavings at the stake. I shrugged, lacing my collar tighter about my face. Besides, this is more fun. Fun? Fun? I nodded. Dio told me about it. I thought I'd try it for a while. You're not the one on your damn knees in the snow. Have no fear, mademoiselle. No doorman refuses entry to a member of the Ordre Argent. Those gates will open quicker than you can say, fuck my face. Fuck my... Metal clunked, and with the groan of frozen hinges and a shower of broken ice, the gates began to grind apart. Phoebe glanced to me, scoffing as I winked. You're cleverer than you look occasionally. Not difficult, according to some. The red watch gates opened wide, revealing an arched tunnel leading through the gatehouse. Hundreds of refugees climbed to their feet as the portcullis rose, looking with hungry, frightened eyes at the city beyond. But a small army of soldiers barred their way, faces cold and hard. They carried spears and crossbows, and each was clad in the charcoal tabard of the Saint Cléland gendarme. At their lead stood the little bearded sergeant, iron helm on his head and hand on his sword. He cast a warning glance around the Oceans to ensure all was still, then turned fearful eyes to me and Phoebe. You two, come forth, he demanded. Only you two. And if you move sudden, vile temptress, I'll swear you'll not move again. I nodded to the gates. After you, vile temptress. Should have left you on that damned mountain. We marched forward under the eyes of the soldiery, Phoebe with wrists bound before her, me holding the leash about her neck. A dozen loaded crossbows were aimed at us as we stepped beneath the gatehouse arch, and I was on edge to be in close quarters, nowhere to run if the guards marked me for who I was. But on closer inspection, most looked barely more than boys, peasant lads raised in hamlets where the greatest trade was rumour and superstition. A few kept watch on the ragged mob outside as the gates creaked closed behind us, just in case any should make a break for the shelter within. I trust you know the custom, Silver Saint, the sergeant said. He motioned to the stone font sitting to the right of the gates. It was crafted in the likeness of Saint Nael, the angel of blood's hands holding a large bowl crusted with ice. I punched the surface to shatter it, dipping my hand into the freezing liquid beneath. "What's that?" Phoebe asked softly. "Silence, villain," I snapped. Turning, I flicked the liquid off my fingers onto Phoebe's bare skin. And though holy water was no actual bane to dusk dancers, she made a decent show of hissing in agony, teeth bared as she staggered backward and covered her face. "Sweet mother maid," someone whispered. "Look at her eyes." "You've stepped up the watch since last I was here, Sir Jean," I said. The little man nodded. "Gates are closed to all save citizens of Red Watch, or those on God's or the Emperor's business, by order of Lord Cedric Beaufort. Those folk outside are freezing, man. Lord Cedric has no charity for the poor." "He's charity aplenty, Silver Saint, just no room. There's too many folk flooding over the border. The streets are awash with Ocean rabble, and food's already scarce." I sucked my lip, uneasy at the thought of those folk outside, but with no end of my own troubles to fret on. "Well, I'll only be here the one night, but I'd best get this monstrous into proper chains afore the witching hour." The man nodded, frightened eyes on Phoebe. "Where'd you plan to take it? I'll have to fetch the Capitan, if you've wished to lock it neath the keep." "Sanctified ground is the only place this beast can be safely caged. I'll take my rest in the priory this night with the Holy Sisters of St. Cleland." "As it please," he nodded. "I'll have my men escort you." "No need, Sir Jean." I slapped the man's shoulder, giving the lads around us a nod. "You and your men stay your posts. The dead are abroad, and All Saints' home doubtless sleeps easier in the knowledge you brave fellows stand their walls." I scowled at Phoebe. "I know the way to the priory, and shall steer this heathen siren to God's house forthwith." "Why's she wearing that dress?" someone asked. "Filthy horse-spawn," Phoebe spat, glowering at the man. "I'll flay your bairns to make my bedclothes and fuck your wife upon their "Silence, fiend!" I cried, flicking more holy water in her direction. "Threaten not these faithful men of God. Come, give me your cloak, sir, and make a path, all of you. I'll have you goodly fellows hear no more poison from this acolyte of the abyss." The young soldiers stepped aside, awed and fearful, a few flinching as Phoebe's golden gaze fell upon them. I took the sergeant's cloak, threw it around her shoulders. Dragging the hood down over her eyes, I snapped the leash about her throat like a whip. "Follow, flesh witch," I growled, "and speak no sinful word lest you taste my blade." The sergeant returned my grim salute, and leading Phoebe on her leash, I marched into the torchlit street. St. Holmes' buildings were tight-packed, looming tall above us, its streets a tangled, overcrowded maze. I was awed at the flood of refugees. Things must be going truly ill in the West for so many to have fled Osway. But walking quick toward the priory, Phoebe and I were soon deep into the sprawl and out of sight of the walls at least. Slipping into the lee of a cobbler's shop, I turned and unbound her hands. "That wasn't too disastrous, all things considered," I muttered. "Near the most fun I've had with knots," she shrugged, rubbing her wrists. "Nor the least. But we'd best get off the streets. Where are these friends of yours?" I nodded down the alley. "Follow me, vile temptress." "Pushing your luck now, silver boy." I drew my collar up over my smirk. Phoebe pulled her hood over her eyes, and I led us down a tangle of squeezeways and alleys, cutting toward the frozen Red Watch docks. We dodged 2 patrols, ducked into a doorway to avoid a third, the hangman's noose ever over my head. And at last, we came to a row of crooked buildings lining a cobbled thoroughfare, the street filled with touts and homeless Oceans begging for coin. On a grubby corner, stacked between a bawdy house and a smoke den, we found our destination. "The White Rabbit," Phoebe murmured, looking over the tavern's sign. "The ragou's excellent. Whatever you do, do not order the potato surprise. Any particular reason? The surprise is dysentery. A mountain of beef in a winter cloak stood in the doorway, sheltering from the wind. He looked me over, toe to crown, breathing into dish plate hands to warm them. No beggars in here, he grunted. Beggars? I scoffed. Steady on, monsieur. I warned you, Phoebe muttered. That wash is long overdue. Rolling my eyes, I jangled my purse in the man's direction, and he dutifully stepped aside. With one last glance around the street, Phoebe and I slipped through the door. The White Rabbit was a bustling affair, the common room filled with folk of all shapes and sizes, every shade of shady. The tables were packed, scullery maids slipping among the crush with laden trays. A trio of minstrels were hard at work in the corner, playing a brisk jump step on fiddle, lute, and drum. After so long wandering the frozen wilds, the tavern was a sudden rush of sensation, the heat of hearth and bodies, the perfume of wood smoke and liquor, and beneath it all, sweet and hot and red. Oh, God. You all right? Phoebe murmured. I shook my head, swallowing ashes. Need a drink. We shoved through the throng toward a booth in a smoky corner. Pushing a slumbering drunkard out of his chair, the two of us settled in, my back to the wall and eyes on the door. My stomach felt a knot of broken glass, drenched in cheap liquor and set aflame. Phoebe touched a passing scullery girl, hood pulled low to hide her eyes. Drinks, if you please, love. And food, eh? Ragu for me. Potato surprise for him. I opened my mouth to protest, but the maid had already bobbed her head, slipped off into the throng. Phoebe smirked in my direction, casting a glance around the room. Fine place. Name any horses in it? Food and sleep tonight. Tomorrow we get ourselves saddled and gone. You don't want to spend your day resting up? Nae offence, but you look. Every day we waste here is a day Dior draws closer to done me again. Not to mention tempting the hangman. I lowered my voice as the serving girl plonked 2 wooden mugs and a jug of rotgut on the table. The sooner we're gone, the better. Phoebe nodded, hunkering down and waiting for the maid to depart before she spoke again. So, this friend of yours, how'd you know him? Met in the Ocean campaigns. I poured myself a cup, another for Phoebe. I was part of the Ordo attachment under Neve Meagan's command during the Divok War. What? The Dusk Dancer scoffed. You know the 9 Swords? Know her? I downed my spirits with a gulp. Neve fucking knighted me. Knighted by a pretender's blade. You just get more impressive every day, don't you? Neve Meagan's no pretender, I said, pouring another. She conquered the Osway from the Splintered Isles to the Moon's Throne by the time she was 25 years old. Emperor Alexandra himself named her a Duchess of the Imperial Court. Travel to the Highlands. See how many kneel for her. Phoebe scowled. The 9 Swords tried to invade the Moon's Throne. Do you know that? After all, those lowlander dogs bent the knee. Greedy bitch fixed her eyes northward and tried to take what was ours. There was 7 different clan wars raging across the Highlands back then, and we still found the time to kick her ass so fucking hard, her nose is yet bleeding. Mercy for the history lesson, but I have been known to read on occasion. You can read? The minstrel shifted tune. The crowd cheered as the fiddler jumped on a table. I winced, briefly entertaining the notion of jamming his instrument into an orifice with better acoustics. My head was splitting, stomach burning, this liquor doing next to nothing. I reached to my bandolier for a dose of Sanctus, but instead of glass, my fingers brushed something heavy, metal. Drawing it out with a frown, I recognized the golden vial that little Mila had given me after the battle on the mare. You said a bad word, but you're a good man. What's that? Phoebe asked, squinting. The wolf mother wore it, I replied. Drank from it when we fought at Avelaine, and from another just like it before she smashed the Cairnheim bridge to splinters. What's in it? Unscrewing the cap, I inhaled. My mouth flooded with spit, belly tying itself into a burning tangle. Even sour, the perfume was so heady, so rich. I was sore tempted to upend it over my open mouth, to let those clotted dregs fall onto my tongue and bathe me in flame. Did they not warn you, your precious silver order, what would happen if you indulged your desires night after night? Or were you simply too drunk with lust of the flesh to give a damn about your immortal soul? Silver boy, Phoebe asked, what's in it? Red fire. Red thirst. Blood, I whispered, closing the cap. Just blood. Phoebe's strange new eyes roamed my body. The clenched jaw and sweat-slick skin and white-knuckle fists. I filled my pipe, striking my flint box with shaking hands. Your hunger for it? I looked up sharply at that, pupils dilating as I dragged down a lungful of red. Phoebe looked from the vial to my eyes, her own glittering, feral and gold. Why not just drink it? Because I'm not a fucking animal, I growled. Some of my favourite people are animals, she said, lips quirking. I chuckled at that, despite my parched tongue, my dry and clawing throat, the pain in my belly easing as the sacrament flooded red and warm through my veins. Pale bloods who indulge their hungers can get lost in them, I said, toying with my pipe, falling to a madness we name the red thirst. It turns us into beasts. No better than the monsters who made us. That's why the Order smokes blood rather than drinks it. Trust monastery boys to find a way to drain all the fun out of life. Phoebe watched me drag down another red lungful, her lips pursed. Is it true what's told in the old tales about the vampire's kiss? They say it's a bliss unmeasured. I wouldn't know. I'm not a vampire. But you used to drink? From your woman, I mean. I heard you and your sister talking. Anger flashed through me then, black and brittle. Perhaps once, but never again, and I'll thank you, Mademoiselle Phoebe, not to speak about my... A sheathed sword slammed on the table between us, embossed with sigils of the Mother Maid and Redeemer. Phoebe snarled, half rising as I scowled up at its owner. A woman, stout and tall, eyes of watery blue. She wore a jerkin and doublet, the sleeves split to show 2 shades of green hatched with black and blue, the colours of Clan Meagen. Her face was nicked with scars, crow's feet at her eyes, plaited hair faded grey. I heard tell you were dead. Her hand drifted behind her back, eyes glinting. And by God, by the time we're done, you'll wish you were. Chapter 4. Emerald and Flame. 7 bloody martyrs, I breathed. I stood slow, hand slipping to my belt, brushing over my sword hilt. The old woman's eyes glittered as her hand closed behind her back, and simultaneously we drew. Her a bottle of dark Ocean homebrew, and me my trusty hip flask. Sweet Gabby, she laughed, opening her arms. You wee rascal. I laughed also, catching the woman up and lifting her off the floor. Phoebe raised an eyebrow as I twirled the elderly dame about, my thirst and anger and the danger hanging over my head behind these walls all forgot. Patrons threw curious glances our way, the old woman yelling and thumping my shoulder. Put me down, you great lump. I complied reluctantly, kissing both her cheeks. The dame smacked me on the backside like a disobedient brat. Away with ye. I'm too old to be manhandled such. Never was there a man alive who could handle you, sister, I grinned. The cheek of him! Talking so to a former woman of the cloth. Phoebe watched us, eyebrow arched. This your friend, I take it? Phoebe O'Dunzair, I declared, breathless with joy. This is Sir Fiona, the White Rabbit, hero of Bay Sita and slayer of more cold bloods than I've had hot baths. 3 vampires. Impressive. I scoffed, but I was too happy to see Fiona again to quip back. The old dame thumped 3 fresh cups on the table, cracked the wax on her bottle, and poured us all a stiff dram of a dark, reeking liquid. Lifting her cup, she looked me in the eye. "To those who fought," she declared, "and those who fell, and those who lived through living hell," I replied. We smashed our cups together, and though Fiona must have been near 50, she matched my pace, slamming her empty down on the table when she was done. 7 martyrs, I coughed. The taste of the black hasn't improved with time. I brew it myself out back. A little taste of home. Takes me back to better times. Fiona grinned, sitting down beside me. We've all seen finer days, Chevalier. Bollocks to that. You're as beautiful as the night we met. And you're as full of shite as ever you were, she laughed. Time eats us all alive. The white rabbit can never die, I declared, topping up her glass with the reeking brew. You're going to live long enough to see your tits touch your hips, mon ami. Ha! Charm me out of this doublet, I can touch my toes. Phoebe almost choked on her mouthful. You said you're a nun? The old dame looked the dusk dancer over, noting the golden gleam of her eyes. I was a sword sister, Highlander, in my foolish youth, devoted to God and Mother Maid and martyrs, but when I prayed... Here she touched her old blade. I prayed with this. Dame Fiona is one of the finest blades in the Empire, I said. She taught me a thing or 3 in the Ocean campaigns. Saved my life when I was still finding my feet. You got there in the end, sweet Gabby, she said, patting my knee. Sweet Gabby, Phoebe scoffed. Fiona grinned. That's what I called him, before they started this Black Lion palaver. Little Gabby de Leon. Full of spunk and vinegar he was, scowling like someone kicked him in the bollocks every morn, and shouting. Mother made so much shouting. This was when you served the 9 swords? Phoebe asked. My first command, I nodded. Emperor Alexandra commissioned a force to retake northern Osway after Toliev and his brood seized the coast. The good sir and I fought side by side for the next year. I smiled, heart flooded with sweet nostalgia. Took back Baisita, pushed on to Duncraig, Saithton, all the way to Treobele. The minstrels picked up their pace. Folk cheered, but Fiona's face had gone suddenly grim. A shadow fell over the pair of us, despite the music, the dancing, and laughter all about. The old dame's eyes grew clouded, no doubt walking the same streets as I in her mind. Those awful cages, those wretched people. I topped up her goblet to the brim. And that was the end of that, she sighed. Phoebe looked back and forth between us. Were you wounded or... Not in the flesh, Highlander, Fiona replied, refilling my glass. But after the things I saw at Treobele, the god in me just evaporated. Young Gabby and his order chums marched on toward glory, and I quietly took my leave. Hung up my sword. Met myself a sweet Nordish man who preferred pouring drinks to cracking skulls and shagging on a Priya de Morn rather than going to mass. Never looked back. Good thing, too. Fiona lowered her eyes, her voice a murmur. Do you hear about Dunmay again? Only that it's fallen, I replied. The Divok took it months back. The Black Heart and his sister. How? May again was the mightiest fortress west of Augustin. We hear only rumour, Fee shrugged. Refugee tales. The Divok brought the walls down from afar, out of range of Neve's cannon. Some say artillery, others sorcery. They sank Lady Caitlyn's fleet in the Gulf of Wolves, butchered Lady Una on the walls, Lady Rain was killed defending the sepulchre. 3 of the 9 Swords' daughters, gone. I sighed, remembering the girls I'd met at Neve's court. Little Cat with her fierce smile, and Una with her razor tongue. God, Rain had been barely more than a babe. And Neve? I asked softly. She fought bravely, they say, even after her girls fell. But when the city looked doomed, she sent parley to the Divok that her people might be spared. The Black Heart accepted her surrender, then threw her to his wretched. Drank her dry, the bastard, then fed the scraps to his dogs. Sweet mother maid, I whispered. Fiona made the sign of the wheel. Take her in your arms. I was heartsick and afeared at this news. Neva Mergen was a brilliant general, the veteran of a dozen campaigns against both the living and the dead. For Nikita to have crushed her capital, for Kiara to have taken on the terrors and lived, there was some new darkness afoot with the Untamed, some ill magic I'd no understanding of. And Dior was in the Wolf Mother's clutches, headed right to the Blackheart's arms. What brings you here, Gabby? Fiona asked softly. What do you need? I dragged myself back to the now, finishing off my glass. Food, a bed, a horse. A wash, Phoebe growled. Oui, I sighed. A bath wouldn't be unwelcome either, I suppose. Well, there we can oblige. Fiona eyed me up and down. I'll have one of my girls scrub those clothes too. They look about ready to start walking on their own. We'll be gone tomorrow, I swear. If we'd any choice, we'd not be here tonight. I know the Red Watch gendarme must be looking for me. I know you. Enough of that, she scowled. It's a blessing to see you again, love. The music changed, shifting to an Ossian jig called The Riddle of the Fiddle. It was a merry tune, as if the minstrels too wanted to banish my misgivings, to brighten my freezing night. The crowd cheered, Fiona clapped, several folk pushing back tables to open up the floor as people began to stomp in time. I was halfway to drunk now, but nowhere near close enough, pouring myself another and trying to hide the fact my hands were still shaking. Dance with me, a voice demanded. I blinked at the outstretched fingers that had appeared before my eyes. Frowning, I followed the emerald glove upward, over a shoulder inked with blood-red fey spirals, and at last into a pair of shadowed, glittering eyes. Hey? You can dance, can't you? Phoebe asked. No, I growled, knocking back my black. He can, actually, Fiona declared. He's excellent. I've seen him. I scowled at the old sister as Phoebe wiggled her outstretched fingers. I love this song, so dance with me. Or are you planning to sit here moping all night? I'm not moping, I'm thinking. Drinking? Same thing. Dance with me, damn you. What's the magic word? The dusk dancer raised one brow, hand on hip. Now? Tuss, tuss. Filling my cup to the brim, I took another long swallow. You'll find life a lot easier when you learn to say please, Kit Kat. Phoebe scoffed, shaking her head. The goddesses ruined a perfectly good asshole when they put teeth in your mouth, didn't they? Tossing her curls over her face, the dusk dancer spun out into that sea of bodies, stomping all in time. She moved like a blade, the fire of her hair burning like the flames in the hearth. Some around the room stared at her with envy, with awe, with desire, but she noticed not at all. I'd wondered if the change to her eyes might be troubling her, but I realized she kept them hidden only to avoid trouble, not because she was ashamed of what she was. Truth was, you could probably buy all the fucks Phoebe Adunzer gave for the opinions of others with half a brass royale and have change left over. I swallowed the rest of my cup. The Gabriel de Leon I knew wouldn't have turned down a dance from a beautiful woman, Fiona murmured, and that was before he got excommunicated. I filled my cup with black again, sighing. Heard about that, did you? The old sword sister scoffed. I own a pub. I've heard the songs. There's not a maid alive who doesn't swoon a little at the opening bars of The Lion's Lover, Gabe. I scowled at the men in the corner, lips pressed thin. Fucking minstrels. You can't blame them. It's the stuff legends are made of. A boy and girl so in love they defied the will of heaven itself. Look how far it got them. How are they? The lion's love. And his cub. My eyes drifted up from my cup. My silence told the tale without me needing to speak a word. Fiona's face turned a lighter shade of pale, and for a moment I could see my pain reflected in her gaze, raw and bleeding. Her voice shook as she whispered, "Oh, Gabby." "I did what a hero was supposed to do, Fee. I killed the monster. But the monster had a father who loved it." I shook my head and growled, "Fucking minstrels." "This is no world for happy songs," Fiona said, "but that's exactly why we sing them. There's a joy to be found in something so simple as moving in time." I glanced at her sidelong. "Are you asking me to dance now?" She crowed aloud, head thrown back. "With this hip? My dancing days are long past, old friend. But that's exactly my point." She nodded to that flash of emerald and flame in the throng. "Enjoy the music while you can, Gabby. The way we're headed, tomorrow, the whole world might be silent as graves." I sighed, meeting her eyes. "We need to be back on the road, quick as we can. If you know someplace we can get horsed, I'd be in your debt." "Anything for the Black Lion of Lawson," Fiona smiled. "Now, go on with you." I took up my cup, drained it to the dregs. Sharing an embrace that only those who'd fought through hell together can give, I kissed the old sword sister's cheek, and breathing deep, I walked through the whirling bodies and onto the floor. "May I?" Phoebe halted her swaying, turned to me with a scowl. "What's the magic word?" I bowed, hand to heart. "May I please have the honour of this dance?" Her eyes were mostly hidden behind the curtain of her curls, but I thought perhaps I caught a twinkle of mirth in the gold. "I suppose." With another bow, I took Phoebe's gloved hand, and together we sailed into that ocean of rolling bodies. Her feet were still bare, and I'd no wish to tread on them, but I was surprised how quick we fell into step, moving as one through the smoke, the laughter, and shouts of joy, all of us stamping the beat. Through the burning veil of her hair, I saw her lips curl as my other hand pressed to the small of her back, drawing her a little closer. It seemed then that the music grew louder, the laughter about us to dim, until, even in the midst of that sea of people, the two of us were completely alone. The brutal history between our kinds faded a moment, the whispers of unholy magics and tales of slaughter swallowed by that beautiful song. The tune shifted faster, and we pressed closer, holding tight. A part of me still felt this some kind of treason, the troth ring on my finger cold and heavy. But the woman in my arms was warm and fierce, laughing as she twirled out from my embrace. The crescendo built, the room about us fading further, and for a brief and blessed moment, I forgot all, who I was and where I'd been, what I'd done and must do, caught up entirely in the spell. Phoebe spun away from me, and I drew her back, lowering her into a breathless dip as the song reached its close. The crowd cheered, the minstrels bowed, and the dusk dancer laughed in my arms, curls tumbling back from her face. It was a strange thing, but this close, I realized Phoebe's new eyes were not simply gold, but an alloy of precious metals. Bright platinum and burning bronze, and sharp silver, molten and wide and fixed on me. My gaze drifted from her feral smile, along her jaw, down the long, smooth plane of her throat. And there, I saw it, thudding, thumping beneath her tattooed skin. A vein. I felt my head snaking lower before I knew it, Phoebe's heart beating quicker as my breath tickled her throat. The thirst in me smashed itself against its bars, roaring, the blissful end of it all just one breath, one bite away. I wanted it. God, I wanted it more than anything before in my life, fangs grown long and hard, goosebumps prickling Phoebe's skin. Another song started. The spell between us broke. Phoebe and I straightened, stepped slowly apart, each watching the other. Her cheeks were flushed, eyes glittering like the heart of a forge. My heart was a wild thing, thrashing against my ribs. "The old dame was right," she breathed. "You can dance." "Perhaps," I swallowed, dust dry. "But I fear that was my last. I should have bet." Her gaze sharpened at that, eyes roaming the tavern around us. "Probably for the best. Long road ahead." She curtsied, smooth and graceful, curls tumbling forward as she dipped her head. "Moon's blessing, Chevalier." I tore my eyes from the thudding vein in her throat, my skin damp with sweat. "God morrow, mademoiselle." And with the thirst inside me screaming, I near fled from the room. Chapter 5. Some Sliver of Joy. I woke when dark ran deepest, and hope seemed farthest from the sky. Opening my eyes in the velvet black, I could still taste liquor on my tongue, a hint of wood smoke, another scent strung beneath like an old promise. I wondered where I was, what had woken me, and I caught it again, the perfume that set my heart beating swift against my ribs and dragged me up through the tattered wall of sleep. Silverbell. Astrid. She drifted through the dark toward me, moon's light kissing her skin as if it adored her too. She was utterly bare, pale and perfect, my eyes drinking every inch of her, the mystery of her eyes and red promise of her lips, the dizzying curve of her breasts and the smooth arcs of her hips, and lower, to the dark heaven between her thighs. And though I knew in the heart of me this was only a dream, still I sighed at the simple sight of her. "I miss you," she breathed. Standing at the foot of the bed, my bride lifted the covers, eyes sparkling to discover I was already naked and hard beneath. Slinking beneath the sheets, she prowled upward on hands and knees, long hair tickling my bare skin, a lioness of alabaster and shadow. She loomed above me now, wreathed in the perfume of Silverbell, the sheet draped about her like a funeral shroud. "I miss the way you kiss." Her face was framed by black rivers, red lips parted. She drifted closer, a serpent uncoiling, and I rose off the bed to meet her, dying to feel her mouth on mine. But Astrid allowed me only the faintest touch of her lips, placing one knife-sharp fingernail on my chest, the whole of me at her mercy with the press of her smallest finger. "I miss the way you feel." She knelt astride my thighs, razored fingernails skimming my chest, down the tattooed valley of my heaving belly until they reached the smooth heat of my cock. I groaned at her touch, her fingers flame, my breath quickening as her hand encircled me, slow and maddening. She leaned close, and again I lunged for her mouth, but once more she allowed me only the briefest kiss before she pushed me back. And with a smile as dark as honeyed chocolat, she sank toward her prize. "I miss the way you taste." I groaned as I felt that first touch, warm and soft, licking me from root to aching crown. She teased me, fist tightening around me as her lips flickered over me, breath cool upon my burning skin. She toyed with me, stroking, kissing, kneading, pleading, and I sighed and thrust my hips upward, begging for more. She laughed, tongue tracing butterflies on me for one last agonizing moment before she finally plunged me into her mouth. I was hers then, wholly and solely. My head thrown back and my spine arched as time lost all meaning. All I knew was the rhythm of her lips, the deftness of her tongue, the tightness of her throat as she forced me deep, deep as she could take me. I gathered up a fistful of her hair to guide her, and she growled assent, but in truth, this tune was hers to play. And so she did. She, the maestro, me now helpless in her song. Suckling harder, deeper, swifter now, that blissful tempo quickening with her moans as I closed my eyes and took hold of the headboard and held on for dear fucking life. "Don't stop," I begged her. "God, Please don't stop. The magic of her hands, her mouth, her lips dragged me ever higher into raging heavens, nothing left but the fall. I gasped as I felt my ending rushing up from the thundering heart of me, and as I tumbled, I cried aloud, eyes open wide and all my sky aflame, the oaken headboard shattering to splinters in my grip with a crack of thunder. She moaned as white fire flooded her tongue, drinking as if I were water in her desert. And when I had nothing left to give, still she tried, suckling and swallowing and whispering, more, until the pleasure pain was too much for me to bear. I wrapped my fingers in her tresses again, easing her away, and she let me slip from her mouth only reluctantly, gifting my still aching cock a scattering of warm kisses up and down its length before her head sank to rest on my thigh. "Sweet Mother Moons, you've been saving that up for a while," she purred. My heart lurched in my chest, and I shot bolt upright, snaking back toward the broken headboard. I could barely speak for my shock, mouth agape, eyes wide. "Phoebe?" The dusk dancer raised herself up on one arm, curls tumbling over her pale skin. She was naked, dim moonlight spilling over tattoos and scars, sheet crumpled about her hips. "Anything to drink in here?" Her eyes roamed my body, and her smile turned sharp and wicked. "Aside from the obvious, I mean." "What the fuck are you doing in here?" I demanded. She blinked, looking at me like I was a simpleton. "You?" I was out of the bed, taking the blanket with me. We were in my bedchamber on the top floor of the White Rabbit, memory of the night before now settling in my addled head. I realized Phoebe must have stolen in here while I was dreaming, that I'd mistaken her for that same dream. I could still see the echo of my Astrid lingering in my mind's eye, long black hair and deep black eyes and a shadow that weighed a ton. My thoughts were a tempest. Anger, shame, guilt, confusion, all further confounded by the beautiful naked woman now sitting up in my bed and gazing at me with utter bewilderment. "You all right?" "No, I'm not fucking all right." I paced about, not knowing how to feel other than cold and naked. But, as promised, one of Fiona's daughters had taken away my clothes for washing after I'd bathed, so I was forced to wrap the blanket about my waist instead. "I never asked—" "Damn it, I'd no wish for you to do that, mademoiselle." Phoebe's brow arched as she glanced to the headboard I'd just shattered with my bare hands. "Apologies, but you seemed quite enthused a moment ago." "That was—" I flailed, utterly at a loss. "I thought I was dreaming." "I suppose a woman could take that as a compliment." "I thought I was dreaming of my wife." Phoebe fell still then, her playful smile fading. "Oh." She looked around the room, then slowly pulled the sheet up to cover herself. "Oh," she said again. "Get out." I leaned against the wall, sank to my haunches. The troth ring on my finger felt made of lead right then. "God fucking damn it, get the hell out of here." "I'm sorry." I looked across the bedchamber and into those golden eyes, expecting the same sharpness I usually found there. But instead, Phoebe gazed at me with honest compassion. "The way you danced with me, I thought you wanted... And what you said just now, shite, I thought..." Phoebe hung her head, breathing deep. "You're right, I should go." I watched her slipping on her chemise for the long, cold walk back to her room. And though my thoughts were still a flaming tumble of guilt and resentment and confusion, I saw Phoebe's cheeks burned with shame, and for a moment, perhaps the first in my sorry life, I tried to put myself in her shoes. She'd no knowing I dreamed of Astrid, nor the shape those dreams took. All Phoebe knew was that a man she'd shared a long and bloody road with had danced with her perilously near, and when she'd come to him in the dark, he'd pulled her closer, rather than pushing her away. And now, even though the prick was casting her out of his bed, she still had heart enough to apologize to him. "It's not your fault," I told her as she rose. Phoebe glanced at me, eyes hard, lips thin. Please, I said. You don't have to leave. Well, I can't stay now. You've made me a fool, Gabriel de Leon. You're not a fool. I stood slow, matching her gaze. Forgive me. Stay. Sweet Mother Moons, she sighed. Go, stay, Kit-Kat, Mademoiselle. You're like summer or winter in one bloody day, man, I swear it. Your problem is you've nae ken what you want. I shrugged, not knowing what to tell her. I could still almost see my bride if I tried, chest aching as the shadows lost her shape, as the scent I'd dreamed vanished in the dark. I want her back, Phoebe. She softened a little then, silvered pity shining on the hard gold of her eyes. I know, she sighed. I know you do. And I lost one I loved too. I understand that want, that bleed. But I also understand this life is short, and this world is cold, and the warmth I feel atween us now might be the last time I feel anything at all. The dusk dancer shook her head, anger fighting sorrow. Moon's sakes, Gabriel, she's gone. It's nae betrayal to find some sliver of joy without her. I'm not asking you to marry me. I know. I sighed, dragging a trembling hand through my hair. You know, most days I can keep a grip on it. Sometimes I even remember them both and smile. But I still dream of her, Phoebe. Not as much as I once did, but when she comes to me, she comes so sweetly, so fair, and so fine. I should have known better than to mistake you for her. Phoebe scowled then, tossed a flaming braid from her eyes. Now that, nae woman could take as a compliment. No, that's not what I meant. She marched toward the door, and I was across the bedchamber in a heartbeat, reaching for her hand. But I was heedless in my haste, and as the silver on my palm again touched her skin, she snarled in agony and wrenched herself free with a curse. Watch your damn... I'm sorry, I said, palms up as I backed away. Forgive me, Phoebe. She glared at the welt my aegis had left on her flesh, sharp teeth bared. A reminder of the enmity between our kinds, the hatred, the simple touch of my hand a poison to her. You know you're wrong, she snapped, eyes flashing. I am a damned fool. A fool who's forgot where she comes from, what she is and what ye are. You spoke truth in the mountains. I should have left ye in the damned snow and sought help with my kin. I've nae business being here, and I've sure as hell nae business being with the likes of you. She spat on the floor, as if to rid herself of my taste. See you when I'm looking at you, silver saint. Phoebe! The door slammed, and I winced at the thunderclap of her departure. I was left in the gloom then, cold, wretched, and once more, totally alone. Outstanding job, de Leon, I sighed. Just fucking brilliant. Chapter 6. Best Served Cold. High in a lonely tower of Soulader, Gabriel de Leon leaned forward slow, topping up his goblet of wine. Jean-Francois studied the last Silver Saint's features, the steel-grey eyes and sword-sharp jaw, the telltale scars wrought upon his tattooed skin. You certainly did have a way with women, de Leon. I think, rather, they had their way with me. Perhaps, the vampire chuckled. Still, I fear your history with them is the sort I'd not wish upon my worst enemy. Gabriel frowned, toying with his wine. That saying always struck me as strange, you know. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. It's supposed to describe a pain indescribable, oui? As if by refusing to wish it on the one you despise most, you place it in a tier above all others. But the worst pain I ever felt? Perhaps I'm a cunt, cold blood, but the thought of my enemies suffering it too makes the notion I had to live through it a little easier to bear. The last Silver Saint downed his goblet with a single swallow. Seems to me, if you're describing your pain as one you wouldn't inflict upon your worst foe, Either you need a better vocabulary, or you need a better kind of enemy. And you had one now in Mademoiselle Dunzer? Jean-Francois licked his thumb slowly, turned a new page. Or did you kiss and make up once tempers had cooled? Not exactly. Gabriel picked up the bottle with tattooed hands, refilling his goblet again. When I knocked on her door the next morning, Phoebe was gone. The vampire blinked. She abandoned you? Depends how you look at it, Gabriel shrugged. I knew an old bookseller in Augustin once. Kept a little shop off the Rue des Méchants. Mademoiselle Tatiana, her name. To keep her company in her dotage, Tatiana had 2 pets, a dog named Monsieur Boots and a cat named Spatula. She cared for them like her own children, and they loved her just as dear. But back in the fell winter of '63, old Dame Tatiana up and died. Took 2 weeks for anyone to realise. Breaking into her shop, her neighbours discovered Tatiana's body in the storeroom. Monsieur Boots lay cold and still at his mistress's side, and beside him, warm and well, sat Spatula, cleaning his paws. The hound had starved to death. The cat had been chewing on his old mistress to keep himself alive. That's the difference between canines and felines, Coldblood. The former will love you unconditionally. The latter will tolerate you until they don't. Gabriel leaned back and took another long swallow of wine. I had made a fool of her. No woman I ever met took that with a smile. My clothes had been laid out for me at least, cleaned of the blood and filth of the road. A muddy dawn was glooming as I hurried down to the White Rabbit's common room, where Fee kissed me fair dawning and served me a swift breakfast. My old comrade handed me a heavy winter cloak and a few packs, bulging with supplies for my journey. Trying to buckle on her old sword belt, she shot me a wry smile as she realised it no longer fit about her waist. Time eats us all alive, she sighed. I smiled, ruefully scratching my head. I might have broken your bed. That kind of evening, was it? The old dame peered behind me, frowning as she realised Phoebe was nowhere to be seen. And where's your fellow vandal? She was gone when I woke up. Ah, that kind of evening. The way you two bicker, I should have known. I frowned. Phoebe and I don't bicker. 7 martyrs, she scoffed. All the pair of you need are some pet names and a dash of joyless shagging, and you'd be a married couple. Fuck off, Fee. The old dame chuckled, shaking her head. Throwing on the cloak she'd given me, I looked upon the homely hearth of her little tavern one last time. Last night's revels had been welcome warmth on a long, cold road. But Dior was still in the clutches of the Divock, and only I could save her now. Fee and I made our way through dawn streets, crowded with the starving and dispossessed, off to a farrier's hold on the keep side of the city. I knew not by what magic she managed it. Horses were worth a fortune those nights. But Fiona soon brought me around back and presented me with a fine gelding, already saddled. He was a tall warhorse with a braided mane and a distinctive pale pattern in the silver grey of his shaggy coat. White forelegs and a patch about his face that looked almost like a skull. He was that Ossian breed known as a Tarian, famed for their courage and endurance. Is this your old Titan? I whispered in wonder, stroking the beast's mane. Fiona shook her head. I put Titan to stud years back. This is the best of his sons. His name is Argent. She smiled at me fondly, handed me the reins. Seemed appropriate. I shook my head, lost for words. Here was another too swift parting, just as with Lachlan. A friend resurfacing from past nights, vanishing in the flood I was drowning in today. World being what it was, I knew this might be the last time we met. God morrow, sister, I said, eyes burning, and merci for everything. You look after yourself, Fiona warned. If you're headed where I think you're headed, Those bastards will never forgive what you did to Tolyev, Gabby. I caught her up in my arms, squeezing tight. It was good to see you again, mon ami. You too. Remember what I said about enjoying the music while you can? And watch this surly ass out there, eh? She squeezed me harder, then gave me a slap on the backside to part us. There's still a few of us who'd miss it if it were gone. And then I was, riding through the crowded dockside gates into a soup of cold mist dusted with thin snow. I rode through that shanty town around the walls. So many lives, so many futures perished to cold blood hungers. But still, my heart was warmed to be back on Dior's trail, and Argent was a sure-footed fellow, trotting across the frozen Volta without fear. I feel it only fair to warn you, I said as we reached the far bank. I don't have the best luck with horses lately, or rather, they've not had best luck around me. The Tarian nickered in response, looking unconcerned, and so I nudged him into a trot. The woods were silent, save for the howling wind, the thud of Argent's hooves across the frost. As my new steed seethed beneath me, rolling muscle and heaving breath, I kept my head down. Tricorn pulled low, wondering if Phoebe had come this way. My mind was a storm when I thought of her, blood thrilling at the memory of her in my bed, tempered by the weight of the ring on my finger, the chill of that shadow that yet haunted my dreams. But the dusk dancer never left tracks, and if she'd taken this path, I found no trace of her. The only signs of life in the dead wood were rabbit spoor and the occasional squirrel, and the shadow of wings passing swift overhead. Turning southward, I reached out once more toward Dior. I realized she was moving slower now, and I found my pulse quickening with the hope I might actually catch her up before the Divok reached their destination. I should have fucking known better. Gabrielle sighed, watching that pale moth flitting about the globe. They hit me on the third night. I knew they were coming by then. I'd marked those wings once too often, caught a glimpse of a mouse hawk through the dead branches, the same one Phoebe and I had seen up in the Nightstone. They'd been tracking me a while, it seemed, drawing closer as I rode southward, skirting the edge of dread Fedena, the Forest of Sorrows. But they were clever when they finally came, waiting till the small hours to strike. Brave Argent was slumbering beside a dead elm, the lonely figure of the Tarian's new master huddled among the tree's roots, my cloak pulled low, my boots protruding beneath the frayed hem. The crossbow bolt whistled out of the darkness, trailing a length of silver chain behind. It struck the cloth where my chest would have been, punching through the saddlebags beneath. The marksman cursed, my ruse spotted in a moment, but that moment was all I needed, striking from the shadows and burying Ash deep into the fellow's bowels. Lovely red, tasty red, snick snack, snick snack. The fellow grunted, I twisted, blood spraying in the night. The crossbow fell from his hands and I caught a glimpse of silver, a 7-star embroidered on his greatcoat. But I'd no time to curse my ill fortune. Another figure barreling from the dark like a cannon shot, 4 feet thudding on frost. A hound, I realized, stout and pig-eyed, bright fangs bared. I stepped aside her charge, raising Ash, but shots rang out then. 1, 2, boom, boom, and I gasped as double slugs of silver-shot blasted a couple of unasked-for holes in my favourite chest. Oh, pretty one, oh, we remember you. I managed to keep a grip on Ash, turning as another shape flew at me from between the dead trees, black coat and silver steel greatsword, the gleam of another 7-star. The saint's collar was laced over his face, tricorn dragged low, just a glimpse of hard green eyes as he flew right at me. I parried, desperate, blood spilling down my chest, spattering on my bare feet. Our blades met, the song of steel ringing bright in the halls of memory. He was dosed on Sanctus, and I was dry, but still, we danced as once we'd done, matching blow for blow. If we duelled heads up, I'd no clue who'd have proved the victor. He fought like the demon I'd trained him to be. But 1-on-1 wasn't the game we played. The hound flew at me again, seizing a mouthful of shin just as another crossbow bolt sang from the shadows. The sawtooth head punched through my shoulder blade, spring-loaded claws snapping open inside me. I was wrenched off my feet, roaring as I hit the snow, hound still tearing at my leg. She yelped as I kicked her, my hand clawing the frost as I rolled upright, coughing blood. But I gasped in agony as I felt something hard and sharp scrape across my spine, erupting out of my chest in a spray of red. "You back?" a voice hissed. "My blade." The first saint was on me then, holding his guts in with one hand as he tried to wrest Ash from my grip. Something crashed into my skull, sending me sprawling. I heard many feet then, a dozen pairs at least, charging from all around as a cry echoed in the night. "Do not kill him, but do not treat him well." Boots rained into my ribs, the back of my head, the sound of tolling bells and cracking bone ringing in time with their kicks. I curled into a ball on the frost, forearms up to protect my face, night burning bright as the long-lost day. Gasping, bleeding, I was rolled onto my back. A familiar figure unlaced his collar as he looked down at me, square jaw dusted with stubble and silver roses. "Lachlan," I whispered, "don't." My old apprentice clenched his fangs, raised one tattooed hand. "Fucking traitor," he spat. And like a sledgehammer, his fist fell. Chapter 7. Something to Die For. I woke only slowly, blinking hard, blood in my mouth. It had been a while since I'd been tickled by another saint, and the bells in my tower were still ringing, the silver-shot holes in my chest drooling red. My wrists and ankles were shackled with silver steel, my freezing feet bare. Squinting at the dirty grey sludge moving beneath me, I realized I was slung belly down over Argent's saddle, raising my head to see how deep the shit I swam in truly was. Up to my fucking eyeballs, I realized. I was part of a convoy, 24 foot soldiers trudging around me. They wore chainmail and heavy boots, eyes cold and knuckles scarred, a black-hearted pack of bastards if ever I'd seen one. Their tabards were crimson, embroidered with the flower and flail of Nael, angel of bliss, and my belly sank as I looked to the woman riding beside me. "Oh, shit," I groaned. I recognized her immediately, of course. Long dark hair and pointed fringe beneath her tricorn's veil, crimson tabard, and an iron gauntlet on her right hand. Last I had seen her had been in the Red Watch Priory, fresh from a session of torturing Dior. Valia de Nael, sister of the Holy Inquisition. "Fair dawning, heretic," she said, lip curling. "God morrow, sir," I sighed. "Had a feeling we'd bump into each other again." She smiled, bloodless. "No call unheeded that by faithful hearts is sung to heaven." To have fallen into the clutches of the Inquisition would have been worrisome enough, but that wasn't half of my troubles. We were threading a thin path through rotten woodlands, weeping trees and grey ice and fungal snarls in the branches above. And right behind me, all in a row, rode 3 black-clad brothers of the Ordo Argent. The first I didn't recognize, too young to have been part of the order when I served. He was Sudemi born, dark hair cropped short, olive-skinned. He'd a sharp hazel stare, and his left ear was cut in half, left eyebrow scarred. His belly was still bandaged from where I'd stabbed him yestereve, and his expression was floating just north of hostile. The fellow in the middle of the trio was a mountain in his saddle, his greatcoat barely fitting over his barrel chest. He was Nordish, eyes dark blue, goatee running to grey. His right arm was missing at the elbow, and 3 scars cut across his face, brow to craggy chin. A mouse hawk perched on his shoulder, watching me with tawny eyes, and the dog who'd attacked me yestereve walked beside his horse. She was dark grey, white on her paws and muzzle, possessed of the flat skull, piggy eyes, and steel-trapped jaw of an Ocean staghound. "Xavier Perez," I coughed, tasting blood. "Long time, Frere. He gave me a grim nod. A voice rough as sandstone. Chevalier. She's a beauty, I said, glancing to the hound. What's her name? Sabre, the big man replied. Gesturing to the hawk at his shoulder, he added, This is Steel. Very pretty. Speaking of, I nodded to the scabbard at his saddle. It's generous of you to look after Ashtrinka for me, but could I have her back now, please? I fear not. Xavier's scarred lips twisted in a mirthless smile. But if it's of comfort, she had some colorful opinions to share when I dared lay hands on her. My mother's virtue was mentioned. Repeatedly, in fact. I chuckled, despite my predicament. Well, she's my sword, after all. The dead own nothing, traitor. I looked up as the last saint spoke, my heart aching at the sight of him. My old apprentice took his tricorn off, brushing that whip of sandy blonde back from his brow. His green eyes were edged with kohl, a weave of silver roses and thorns scrolling down his cheek, fangs glinting at the edge of his snarl. I remembered the first time I saw those teeth, bared at me as we clashed upon the broken walls of Baisita. Steel to steel, butterflies rising in my belly as I realized what the boy was, what he could become. Lachlan, I sighed. Good to see you again, brother. Don't you dare name me brother. I've not got any other names prepared, I'm afraid. I spat red, prodding a loose tooth with my tongue. How about Buttercup? You look a buttercup with that fucking haircut. Hit like one too. You jest? He grasped the hilt of a beautiful greatsword, new forged, scripture etched down the blade. You dare jest after what you did, you murderous fucking whoreson. Easy, a Craig, Xavier murmured. This traitor's for the noose, not the block. The noose? I craned my neck to squint at the canopy above, searching for the strangled sun. We're headed east by my mark. They out of rope in Saint-Michel? You are to be transported to Augustin, heretic. I twisted to look at the sister riding beside me. Valia de Nail didn't deign to glance at me as she spoke, eyes on the frozen woods ahead. Empress Isabella herself has been informed of your malfeasance, she said. You are to face judgment in the Tower of Tears under charge of heresy and the murder of inquisitorial troops and members of the Ordo Argent upon sacred ground. It's not sacred ground if you're trying to butcher children on it, I growled. And butchering nuns upon it is better. I looked to Lachlan as he spoke, his face dark with rage. Lucky, you don't understand. I understand enough. Abbot Greyhand, Sir Chloe and Fincher and the others. You murdered them all. Forge Master Argyle told me it was you. Did Argyle tell you why I did it? Did he tell you what the... Where are they, bastard? Lachlan spat on the ground, lips twisted. Your cold-blood sister. Your skin-thief whore. And that ashen witch all three of you are bound to serve. 7 martyrs, Lachlan. Dio's no witch. And all I did at Saint-Michel, I did to save her life. Chloe and Greyhand were set to cut her throat, to murder an innocent child on... Innocent? Is that a jest? Lachlan shook his head, green eyes glittering like broken glass. I should have known. After you fall into the arms of that lying Jezebel, I should have known better than to trust you. But I'd forgot just how weak you were, Gabriel. I breathed deep, ignoring the insult to Astrid, glancing to the saint beside Lachlan. We fought side by side in Kadir, Xavier. Again at Tuve. You know me. You know I'd never... I know you bled for Saint-Michel in your day, the big man replied, voice hard as stone. I also know you shamed our holy order and broke your sacred vows and returned from exile not to beg forgiveness, but to murder faithful servants in God's own house. He shook his head. But no, I do not know you, De Leon. I wonder if I ever did. I looked to the man beside me, my eyes pleading. "Lachlan!" "Enough!" he hissed, raising his hand. "Mother and maid, I can't bear the sight of you." Lachlan spurred his Soucia on, hooves thudding in fresh snow as he broke away. I sought Xavier's eyes, but he laced up his collar and looked dead ahead, ignoring me completely. The young blood was the only one to match my stare, hazel eyes cool and even. He was 18, maybe, dark hair shorn, short, smooth jaw. From the sides of the greatsword strapped to his saddle, I guessed he was Divok-born like Lachlan. "What's your name, brother?" I asked. "Arash the Passion, though most call me Robin." I smiled. "Swift as a songbird, are you?" "My master said I sing like one. I had to take his word for it. Not many left these nights after all." He looked me up and down, lips pursed. "You know, he used to tell me tales about you, hero, back when I was an initiate. All the things you did when you were my age." "And who was your master, Swift Robin?" He made the sign of the wheel, gaze gone cold. "Abbot Greyhand." "Well," I sighed, "that's just fucking marvellous, isn't it?" We rode on through squalling snows, my body aching, hands shackled, bare feet freezing. I'd been shot with silver, the pain worsened by my constant burning thirst, but after I complained, Avalia simply ordered me gagged. And so I rode, days on end their prisoner, misery and pain compounded whenever I reached out toward Dior. I'd sworn I'd never leave her, but every time I poured through the dark and cold toward that blood she carried, I found her farther and farther away. Every day, every hour, every minute, I was losing her. And that wasn't even the darkest of my troubles. I was sat on the snow as we stopped to camp the third night, my whole body numb with cold. The men lit a fire, Sir Valia glowering at me across it. I swear that woman touched herself at night thinking about seeing me hanged. The saints were giving me only half a pipe per day, and to make matters worse, Valia was in her moon's time. I could smell her blood in every breath, and I'll put it down to the thirst burning within me that it had taken 3 days to finally realize where we were. Young Robin was living up to his name, as he did every eve, lifting a bloodwood harp from his saddlebags and singing a haunting tune. Bedding down a company 30 strong took a time, but after settling in, the hulking thug who oversaw my feeding and piss breaks, an ugly troll son called Thibaut, unbuckled my gag to give me a sip of brackish water. "What are we doing in here?" I croaked. "Shut your godless hole, bastard," the thug replied. I ignored his command, looking Xavier in the eyes. "Why are we going this way?" A fist crashed across my face, sprawling me into the snow with a crack of white light. I spat blood, glowering up at the prick who'd struck me. Thibaut's bearded face was split in an ugly sneer, fist raised for another. "I told you to shut your fucking hole." "Easy there, brother." It was Lachlan who'd spoken. He was sat against a tree with Sabre, scratching the hound's ear as her leg joyfully thumped the snow. He'd slung off his brace of 5 wheel locks, and his gloves were off too. The letters GODSWILL etched silver below his knuckles. Atop his left hand was an old awful burn, the skin healed, mottled and red, and never graced by the ink of his aegis. Firelight shone in his gaze as he matched Thibaut's. "We don't go easy on heretics round here, Saint," the big bastard growled. "This man slew Sada Ilon," Lachlan said. "Lor Vos, Danica, and Eneke and Dred Tolyev Divok in single combat. He doesn't deserve a dog punch while he's clapped in irons." "What he deserves awaits him in Augustin," Sister Valia snapped. "This man is an apostate, slave to a thrice-damned minion of hell, hands dripping with the blood of the faithful." "He's fallen far, sir," Lachlan nodded, "and I will smile as he hangs. But before he lost his way so completely, Gabriel de Leon taught me a lesson or 3 about decency, about mercy. and I'll not sit silent while you men beat a helpless prisoner." Lachlan turned his gaze back to Thibault, his voice mild as a summer breeze. "Unless you've the courage to remove his shackles." The thug stared a moment longer, then muttered and turned away. I gave Lachlan a grateful nod, but he ignored me completely, returned to petting Sabre. I knew it wasn't my defence he'd leapt to, simply the principle I'd instilled in him. He was a good man, my old prentice, despite the ire between us, despite the pit of mud and blood he'd bloomed in. I knew I'd not long before they gagged me again, and so I turned to Xavier. Ashdrinker lay sheathed beside the old saint, my silver dame dusted with snow. Xavier was oiling his own sword, remarkably well considering he only had the one arm now. Steel was perched on his shoulder, the mousehawk preening his feathers with a sharp black beak. "This route takes us through the Forest of Sorrows, Xavier." He glanced at me, scarred face rent deep with shadow. "And so?" "So, have any of you trekked through Fedena lately?" I looked to Lachlan, then to Robin. "There's darkness afoot in the wild places of this empire. Have you not seen it?" "I've heard tales," Xavier replied, "but Borfor, where your ship awaits, is east. I tell you, it goes ill with this forest. We fought a stag in here that looked born in the pit of hell, and the shit I saw in the Norweald would curl the hairs on your taddy sack." "Children's tales," Valia scoffed, glowering across the flames. "We are faithful servants of the Lord Most High. We fear no darkness, heretic. It fears us." I ignored the woman, fangs gritted, her very scent making me tremble like an autumn leaf. "Trust me, Xavier. We walk a fool's path through Fadena." "If I were you, hero," Robin murmured, turning his harp, "I'd shut my mouth before someone shut it for me." "But you're not me, boy," I growled, temper and thirst getting the best of me. "I'm the Black Lion of Lawson, victor of the Battle of the Twins, sword of the fucking realm. How many babies have you had named after you?" "Gabriel," Lachlan growled. "Give it a rest." "I taught you better than this, Lucky. I taught you to use your head." "You also taught me to fight with honour," he snapped. "That it was better to die as a man than live as a monster. Well, it was no honourable man who butchered those innocents in that cathedral." He shook his head, at last deigning to look at me. "Great Redeemer, Gabriel, you were the best of us. Bad enough you broke your vows at the beck of that harlot, but how in God's name could you end it like this?" "You speak ill of my wife again, Lachlan, I'll break your fuck—" "Look at yourself," he cried. "The thirst has you, Gabe. The Sangiri. A blind man could see it. You can't even look at the sister for fear of her scent on the air. Is that how your witch enslaved you? Bending you to her will with promise of her black blood?" "Dio's no witch, you stupid bastard," I thrashed against my manacles, snarling. "That girl is a miracle walking. She can end Day's death, Lachlan. She has the blood of the—" "Enough!" Sir Valia's cry echoed around the fire as she pointed one ironclad finger. "I will have no heresies spread among this holy company. Silence him at once." Her thugs descended, slapping the bit across my teeth and giving me a right kicking for my troubles. With a thoughtful frown at me, Xavier returned to oiling his sword. Lachlan sat scowling at the flames, refusing to meet my gaze. Robin stared daggers at my throat, then picked up his harp again, strumming soft hymns in the deeping dark. And I found myself staring heavenward, once more hoping that bastard up there knew what the hell he was doing. I wanted to speak to my brethren, to tell the truth about all I'd done and why. But Valia kept me silent thereafter, gagged save for the few moments I was allowed to eat or smoke by that prick Thibault. And so we journeyed onward, 2 more days through Fadena, bedding down each dusk with that accursed bit in my mouth, and my words seething behind my teeth as the thin red thread between Dio and me stretched ever thinner. Our first man went missing the next night. He was a Nordish lad named Leandro, sitting the night watch. We were in the heart of Fadena by then, the canopy so thick with fungus it smothered what little daylight we had. We were roused in the pre-dawn black. Leandro's relief, a bruiser named Emilio, had woken to discover the lad missing. It was thought he might have gone to relieve himself, got turned about in the dark. But a search of the surrounds found no sign at all. 7 martyrs. Look at this. It was Carlos, the duller of 2 brutish brothers, who'd spoken. He'd been searching Leandro's belongings as if the boy were hiding in his fucking rucksack or some such, holding aloft his discovery for his kinsman, Luis. It was a figure wrought of twigs, rough-formed in a man's shape. It wore a strip of red cloth like an inquisitor's tabard, a lock of dark hair knotted about its throat. Luis whispered, brow knotted. Is that? Witchery. Thibault spat, glancing to the woods around us. Carlos hurled the stickman into the fire, making the sign of the wheel. Evalia ordered a search, but even with Xavier and Sabre on the scent, they found no trace of Leandro, and after an hour, the Inquisitor ordered we march on. The cohort shouldered their packs, leaving the lad's gear behind as if afeared to touch it. Gagged as I was, I could speak no warning save with my eyes, looking among the saints and shaking my head. But it would take more than an effigy of twigs to frighten men who'd fought denizens of the dark all their lives, and more than a warning from a murderous traitor to make them pay heed. The next men went missing 2 nights later. It happened during dinner, the fire blazing, young Arash Sa Pashin singing as sweet as the songbird he was nicknamed for. It wasn't until the meal was served that the cook, a brawny slab of buck-toothed beef named Philippe, realized there were 2 bowls left over. Where's Jean-Luc? And Luis? Carlos rose to his feet, looking around the fire. Brother! The other men stood, counting heads and searching their number. But, as with Leandro before them, the fellows were vanished like wraiths. Torches were lit, a search conducted through the tight-packed trees. Robin and Sir Valia stood watch over me, Xavier heading into the woods with Sabre, Steele winging his way through the twisted branches above. I heard a shout, thudding footsteps, and Thibault and Carlos ran back to the Inquisitor, breathless and pale. Found piss stains 40 yards out, sister, Carlos gasped. And these? Thibault held out 2 small effigies, both wrought of sticks. Again they wore strips of torn red cloth like Inquisitors' tabards, locks of hair tied about their necks. What the fuck is going on here? Philippe whispered, lifting his fry pan. My heart lurched sideways as a scream sounded out in the woods, faint, terrified, agonized. Lachlan squinted into the dark. Is that Leandro? You're the one with 5 fucking pistols, mate, Thibault growled. You go find out. Calm yourselves, brothers, Valia warned. Almighty God shall protect us. The Inquisitor's cohort circled the fire, steel and torches raised as the screams faded. I sat on the snow, still in chains, looking from Lachlan to Robin. We'd all seen hell in one shape or another. But even Zav looked a little out of sorts as he returned empty-handed. I just shook my head, still gagged, speaking only with my eyes. I warned you. We broke camp next dawn, and despite protest from Carlos about his missing kinsman, it was decided to head south toward the wood's closest edge. It would take us longer to reach Beaufort that way, and worse, there was no path to follow. Our compasses no longer worked, swinging like a pisshead in a pub brawl. But all save Carlos were now of accord it'd be best to get the fuck out of this forest as quick as feet could carry us. Steele was Fadena's next victim. The mousehawk slept on his master's shoulder, flying up every hour to check our course. But after midday he was sent for a look-see and simply never returned. Xavier made no fuss at first, but as minutes stretched into hours, the men began to question, and the saint to fear. He and Valia spoke in hushed voices as the soldiers whispered. All looked frightened now, eyes bruised by sleepless nights. I met Lachlan's gaze, shaking my head again. I fucking warned you. We were lost now, tracking direction by what little we could see of the sun. Those on watch at night swore they saw shapes moving beyond the fire's edge, eyes watching, low growling. Men relieved themselves 3 or 4 at a time, not daring to leave the light. Each day was a slog through branch and bramble, trees with gnarled trunks that looked akin to human faces, blighted birds with feathers that wriggled like tiny tongues. The horses were skittish, the men sleepless, tempers frayed to threads. Why the hell did we come this way? Great Redeemer, did you see that? I dreamed of your death last night. The fuck you telling me that for? On the 8th day, when we broke camp, we found a row of small twigmen encircling the dell where we'd slept. There'd been one made for each of us. On the 9th, we found more effigies in a small clearing. They were arranged in a circle, one on its back in the centre, Leandro's sword thrust through its chest. Valia dashed them apart with a few savage kicks, roaring scripture to the empty woods. Her men muttered, dark stares aimed at the Inquisitor's back, at those endless, silent trees. It was on the 10th night it finally went to hell. We were deep in the watch, 4 men posted to each shift now. I was dreaming of Selene again, smiling as she dropped me off the Kernheim bridge. But I was wrenched from shallow slumber by the most awful scream I'd ever heard in my life. I sat bolt upright, heart trying to burst from my chest. Sabre was going berserk, men snatching up logs from the fire, faces bloodless, eyes wild. Valia lifted the wheel from about her throat, shouting Testament's quotes as that soulless screaming continued. Turn ye now, O faithless kings of men, and look upon thy queen. Martyrs, what the hell is that? Shut that bloody dog up. The screaming stopped, like someone had choked it. Silence thickens the freezing dark, Xavier hushing his hound with the powers of his blood. Lucky and Robin both loosed the buttons on their greatcoats, chests adorned with the bear of Divok. But there was no glow in their ink. Whatever stalked us through these hungry trees was no cold blood. The screaming became singing, closer now, haunting and shapeless. And beneath that unearthly song we heard a wail of agony, of terror, somewhere deep in the dark. Fuck me, Thibault groaned, squeezing his sword hilt. Oh, Mother Maid, fuck me. More screaming started, a different direction, faint and terrified. Brother Luis, Valia cried, wheel held aloft. Brother Luis, is that you? We have to go help him, Carlos declared. Fuck that. Philippe spat. That's my brother out there, you craven dog. Then you go bloody get him. I wrenched at my shackles in vain, shouting behind the leather between my teeth. Sabre was barking again, chaos breaking loose around the campsite, my eyes flickering from Lachlan's to Xavier's. The older saint scowled, unbuckling the bit from behind my head. Give me my sword back, Zav, I hissed. What is this sorcery, De Leon? Xavier demanded. Your witch come to claim you. I keep telling you Dior is no witch. Now give me my fucking sword. Shut him up, Valia roared. Brothers, Robin murmured, eyes on his fellows. What do we do? Lachlan snatched up a burning brand from the fire, held it aloft. His shout brought still to the men, calm in that breaking storm. Hear me now. Those are men of God out there, and we shall not abandon the faithful to such a fate. Robin, Thibault, stay here and watch the traitor. Rest of you, march with me. 10 feet apart, torches, all of you. The soldiers obeyed, snapped from their fear by Lachlan's iron command. Xavier scowled at me, but followed Lucky into the dark. Robin drew the wheel lock from his bandolier, his mighty greatsword held in his other hand. Thibault huddled close to the younger saint, blade shaking in his grip. My pulse was thudding, fear entwined with wood smoke and rot as the dead wood echoed with calls for lost comrades. "Get me out of these shackles, Sebastian," I warned. "Shut the fuck up, hero." I nodded to the keys on Thibault's belt. "If the things out there are anything like I saw in the Norweald, you're going to want a spare set of hands, man." "He said, shut the fuck up," Thibault spat, kicking me. Silence fell, broken only by shouting soldiers, fainter screams. Thibault squinted into the dark. Robin scoured the shadows, pinpricks of light flickering among the trees like ghosts. A flash of fire on metal quickly vanished. I thrashed against my manacles then, spitting. "If I'm going to die, let me die on my feet, damn you." "Damn me?" Robin scoffed. "Damn you, De Leon." The young blood's voice was a low growl, eyes on that dreadful dark. "God, you should have heard the way greyhounds used to speak about you. The stories he told." He shook his head, sneering. "Initiates used to go to sleep in the barracks at night, whispering about the things you'd done. The Black Lion of Lawson, Butcher of the Crimson Glade, knighted by the Empress's sword at 16. You were a legend to us. To me." He chuckled, bitter, sparing me a hateful glance. On my knees in the dirty snow, racked with the thirst, neck destined for the traitor's noose. "Never meet your heroes, I suppose." "I never asked to be your fucking hero," I snapped. "And all you know about me is what you've been sold. The Emperor's armies were full of young bloods like you, Robin. Boys who thought they'd grow up to be heroes like me. Fact is, most ended up in unmarked graves or swelling the ranks of our enemies. That's a truth no minstrel's song or fireside legend ever tells. But that's the fucking point of them. Your story gave us hope. It gave us courage to... It gave you a noose around your necks. Greyhounds despised me. He didn't tell you those tales to give you courage. The bastard was giving you something to die for. And it wasn't because I deserved it that Isabella knighted me with her own sword. It was because that bitch knew it'd give 1,000 idiots like you a reason to pick one up." "Shut up," he hissed. "You call me a traitor? You think me a monster?" I scoffed, shaking my head. "I'm not half the fucking monster our cunt master was, boy, nor half the coward. Shut your mouth. Truth is the sharpest knife, eh? You're right to loathe me, boy. I'm nothing close to the songs they sing about me. I'm nothing like the myth they made of me. I'm just a man, as flawed and frail and fucked up as the rest of you. But for all my failings, all my sins, never once did I think it right to spill the blood of an innocent child." I met his eyes, smiling. "I'm glad I put Greyhound down. He was a fucking dog, Sebastian." Robin snarled, sharp fangs gleaming, lifting his pistol and levelling it at my head. And as soon as the young blood turned his back, the shape emerged from those twisted trees. "What in God's name?" Thibault breathed. It moved like water, like lightning, sharp teeth bared and wicked claws uncurled. I'd no idea the shape of the evil those men had imagined stalking us these past days. I knew the shape my own fears had taken, until I'd glimpsed her in the shadows a few moments before. But it was not some fey horror or twisted blightling charging us through the trees now, nor some terror from a fireside tale. It was something entirely more welcome. Hair like flame, eyes like gold, beautiful as the long-lost dawn. Bonsoir, Kit Kat. Chapter 8. Lioness. When Dior had plucked that dress from Genoa's wardrobe, I'm not sure what the hell she was thinking. Maybe she imagined we might find a moment's respite in some lordly chateau, or stumble across a quandary in which possession of a ball gown would prove essential to success. Maybe she thought Phoebe would look good wearing it, or perhaps she simply wondered what she'd look like climbing out of it. But whatever was going through the girl's mind when she chose that outfit, I'm reasonably sure she never imagined the dusk dancer would find herself fighting for my life in it. Gabriel took a long gulp of wine, shrugging to himself. But here we were. She'd split the skirts to her hips, allowing her to move swifter, quieter. And move she did, silent as a wraith, right at Robin. The young blood was no slouch. He'd been trained by the man who trained me, after all. But as he snapped off a hasty shot, I lashed out a kick at his knees, knocking him off kilter, and then Phoebe was on him, splitting his guts with one swipe of her claws. Thibault screamed as Robin collapsed, his cry cut short as I reared up and wrapped my manacles around his throat. He stumbled, we fell, the big man grunting as I cracked his head over and over on the stones around the fire pit. Shouts of alarm rang in the dark. Robin tried to raise his sword, one hand holding his ruptured innards. And Phoebe leapt astride him, knees pinning his shoulders, pressing sharp thumbs to his eyes. "Don't!" I shouted. The dusk dancer glowered at me, hands dripping red. I'd already rolled Thibault onto his back, the big man groaning as I snatched the keys from his belt. "Don't kill him, Phoebe." "Are you mad? He tried to—" "Leave him be. Grab the horses." She snarled as a shout rang in the dark, footsteps approaching. "I know you enjoy it when my kind beg, mademoiselle," I pleaded. "But we've not the time to do it proper. Just trust me, eh? This boy doesn't deserve to die." More shouts rang out in the woods, flickering torches heading back toward us. My wrists were unlocked now, and I was working on the shackles at my ankles as Phoebe tore away Robin's bandolier and hurled it into the gloom, rising swift to her feet. "Friend to dusk dancers and cold bloods," Robin coughed blood, guts steaming in the bitter chill. "You're every bit the traitor they named you, de Leon." "Were that true, Youngblood," I said, "I'd be kissing you goodbye, not goodnight." I swung my shackles into Robin's head, knocking him senseless. Giving the boy another for good measure, I dragged off his boots, snatched up my bandolier and supplies. Looking around the flames, I realized with sinking heart that Xavier had carried Astrinker off with him. There was no way to get her back without taking him on. But Phoebe was at the horses now, astride Valier's mare and hissing through bloody teeth. "Move your ass!" I grabbed Robin's greatsword instead, hobbled across the clearing toward Argent. If I'd less heart and more brains, I'd have slaughtered the other horses to hamper their pursuit. But it takes a special sort of cunt to kill helpless beasts, historian. And while I'm certainly a cunt, apparently I'm just not that special at it. Smacking their backsides, I shouted to scatter them instead. Climbing onto Argent's back, I looked the dusk dancer over, dipped in emerald and drenched in red, eyes of molten gold. "You took your damn time." She glowered at me, incredulous. "I think the words you're Merci, mademoiselle," I tipped an imaginary hat, "for saving my sorry ass. Again." She scoffed, winding claws through her horse's mane. And then we were off, thundering into the deadwoods, my captors shouting behind. The night was black as pitch, chill as winter's heart, but pale blood and dusk dancer eyes still saw true in that gloom, steering our galloping mounts through snag and bramble faster than mere men could run. The Inquisitor and her cohort wouldn't be able to pursue us afoot, but I knew better than most how far a Silver Saint would go to bring down his quarry, and we had 3 now at our backs. So we travelled till next dusk, finally coming to a breathless halt beside a tall, twisted oak. Its belly had been split by lightning decades past, a hollow carved of its heart. I lit a small fire within, and the pair of us huddled inside as night fell soft and deep around us. Listening for pursuit, I heard only the moaning wind. I don't mind confessing, That was some artful mindfuckery, mademoiselle. I chuckled, shaking my head. Even I was frightened to piss alone. We do the same up in the moon's throne, Phoebe smiled. Seeing off strangers who stray too close to our lands. We made a game of it when we were little. A game? Aye, she nodded, firelight dancing in wild eyes. We found a settlement at the foot of Ban Fiagal when I was 8. Missionaries trying to bring their one faith to the pagans, eh? By the time we were done sporting with them, they thought their goats milked blood and the devil lived in their barn, whispering sins to their women at night. Phoebe laughed, feral and sharp. They ran back to Dunfast with naught but the clothes on their backs. And that was sport, I scoffed. What kind of childhood did you have? Her smile faded then, her voice gone low and soft. There's a custom among my people. When a child turns 12, they're given a seed by their eldest female relative. Oak or elm, pine or birch. Phoebe gestured to that tooled leather collar about her throat, and I noted a small brown pine seed, tight bound among the evernots. What's it for? I asked. Good fortune. You wear it into battle, so something might grow from the soil where you die. You ask what kind of childhood I had? Phoebe shrugged, meeting my eyes. A short one, Silver Saint. I chewed on that a moment, studying the scar cutting down her cheek. How'd you find me, and why? I sighed. Why'd you come back? 5 horses and 2 dozen men are easy to track. As for the second... She tilted her head, looking into the fire, and I realized silence was the only answer I'd get. It mattered not, I supposed. The fact she'd returned at all was the important one. It was strange to think a woman I'd been raised to see as an enemy had rescued me from men I'd always thought of as friends. That this monster had become my saviour. We settled into silence, wrestling quiet thoughts. The night was freezing, but our oaken shelter was warm, our fire burning near as bright as the memory of her in my bed. About the other Eve, I began. Don't tie yourself in knots, she sighed, and spare me the fucking torture. I was a fool, you were an ass. Let's leave it at that, eh? There was only a foot between us, but that foot felt 1,000 miles. Yet I took off my glove, careful of the silver on my skin, placing my hand over hers. You're not a fool, Phoebe Dunzer. You're a lioness. She looked at me sidelong, there in our tiny circle of 2. But though her eyes were hard as iron, her lips curled in a smile. I nodded to the ink where her troth ring should be. Who was your lion? Phoebe blinked at that, as if it were the last question she ever expected me to ask. She held her breath for 10 long beats of my heart before she finally replied. His name was Connor. How do you know him? Again, it took some time for her to answer. I recognized the reluctance, saw it ever in myself. When someone you love is taken from you, their memory is all you have left, and sharing that memory can make it somehow feel less yours, as if you're giving away a piece of it and a piece of the person you lost besides. I didn't know him at first, she finally sighed. We met on our wedding night. I raised a brow at that, but said nothing. I know you lowlanders spin tales that we steal the skins of men and beasts up in the moon's throne. I know you think us sorcerers and flesh witches, but the blessings of Fionn, the gift to dance the dusk, it travels in the bloodline. The thing of it is, the gift never takes root in a child until the parent dies. Mother Moons and Father Earth keep the balance that way. My ma had the gift. She was Regan Moore of the Dunzer. War maker, aye? Hard as a coffin nail, that woman. Goddess, she could fight. Burn bright, she used to tell my sister and me. Burn brief, but burn. She led our clan to victory through 6 wars. The dusk dancer sighed. But she lost the 7th. Slain at the Battle of Loch Shior when I was 19. Angus a Baron, the wolf who killed her, he still wears her skin as a trophy. Phoebe shook her head, tracing the lines of her scars with one claw. After Ma was killed, my baby sister, Tori, and me were both blessed with a gift. But the Baron was still pressing us hard. Dark things were rising in the Weald, and the leeches had begun raiding the Highlands. The shitstorm you caused when you slew Tullief Divok reached even so far as the Moon's Throne, Silver Boy. Impressive mess you made. I'd have thought tangling with dancers would be the last thing on their minds. Phoebe shrugged. The Untamed scattered after their defeat at Crimson Glade, seeking shadows to lie low in. And their eldest daughter came home. Lily? Phoebe nodded. She was a child of the Moon's Throne, centuries ago, though no clan will claim her as their own now. The Heartless, the All-Mothers named her. The Winter Wife. She was a spook story parents would tell their bairns at night. Do your chores, they'd say, or the Heartless'll get you. But after you slew Tullief, she came back to lick her wounds, chewing at edges of the Weald, her and her children. Cain, the Dragon, raiding us for meat. One more problem my clan couldn't afford after Ma died. Phoebe looked to the flames, her voice soft. Saoirse's ma, my Aunt Sina. She's the old Sith of my family, the Peacebringer. She's a seer, a dreamwalker, the greatest healer in all the Highlands, ever seeking to mend what is broken. And to ensure our clan's future, she brokered a deal with others who'd warred with the Baron. I was to marry the eldest blessed son of Clan Lachlan, Tori, a blessed son of the Treon, and with their strength, we Dunzer would survive. I frowned, looking down at the hand I held, the ink on her finger. You were forced into it. That's not our way. Women choose in the Moon's Throne. Men are chosen. Phoebe shook her head, sighing. I warred with my sister until we warred with our kinfolk until we warred with the Highlands until we warred with the world. I shook my head, not understanding. It's an old song of ours. There's nothing that'll bring folk of the Moon's Throne together like a common foe. And while I loathed the thought of wedding a man I didn't even know, those blessed by Fionn are rare. My sister and I had value, and that value could buy a future for our family. So we swallowed our pride, and off to our bridal feasts we went. Phoebe scoffed, her eyes clouded and distant. I hated him at first, my Connor. He was older, arrogant. He'd spent years travelling beyond the Moon's Throne, even visited Augustin once. He knew poetry, philosophy, theology, made me feel like some backwoods rustic. A moon's damned know-it-all, that man. He travelled beyond the mountains. That's rare for your kin. Connor had greatness in his blood. A descendant of Ailey Stormbringer he was. The mightiest Regan Moore our kind has ever seen. Connor had a dream of uniting the clans one night, just as she'd done, but he wanted to know the world before he tried to rule it. I raised one brow. You were wed to royalty? Should I be calling you Highness, or... There is nae royalty in the Moon's Throne. Not since your lad slew the Stormbringer anyway. But his pedigree didn't help with his cockiness, let me tell you. Phoebe chuckled, eyes shining. He thought himself the goddess's gift, that man. And though he was as tempting as all 9 sins, I didn't let him touch me for almost a year. She smiled, biting soft on her lip. But it's true what they say. War makes the strangest bedfellows. And fighting side by side with him, I came to see another side entire. He was brave, noble, merciful to foes and generous to friends. When Tory was slain by the Untamed, it felt like my whole world came apart. My baby sister was only 18 years old and Lily and her children tore her and her husband to pieces. But Connor held me together, kept me strong, and I found myself in love, head over heels like some green spring maid. Moons, I adored him. What became of him? I murmured. Phoebe breathed deep, eyes shining now. He died, ambushed by the wolves. The Velfuil, they skinned him alive, the bastards. Him and all his guard, flayed and hanged from the pines. Her lips curled in a snarl, tears spilling down her scarred cheek. I should have been with him, but I was heavy with our daughter by then, and he bid me nae travel for fear of the danger. You've a daughter? I whispered. Aye. Phoebe hung her head, pawing at her eyes. I lost her. There wasn't room in me for her and all that grief. A woman can only carry so much. I squeezed her hand, feeling an utter fool. Not the only one with scars. That's why the mother moons make it snow so hard up the highlands, they say, to cover all the blood. I came home to the Dunzere clan hold to grieve, to see if Aunt Cinna could heal my broken heart. And in the darkest of my hours, I had a dream. A star, fallen in the east. Voices old and sweet singing a song that burned in my mind like fire. Dead shall rise, and stars shall fall. Weald shall rot to ruin of all. Lions roar, and angels weep. Sinners' hands our secrets keep. Till godling's heart bride's hen's eye. From reddest blood comes bluest sky. I sighed. Always a poem, isn't there? I thought I'd gone mad. But when I told cousin Saoirse, she said she'd dreamed the same dream, the very same night. Long had my kin awaited the godling's birth. It was prophesied she'd be born of the clans, but it never occurred to us she might be found among lowlanders. I was still mourning, still bleeding, but Saoirse was convinced the godling would change everything. Aunt Cinna told me that in healing the world, I might just heal myself. And so I agreed to travel with my cousin, keep to the wheeled shape so I'd nae have to deal with fucking people. It was good to be with someone who thought this place might be saved, who could imagine those snows without blood. Phoebe sighed, eyes lost in the flames. And now, Saoirse's gone. Bled the ground red like my sister, like my Connor. I shook my head, mystified. How can you still be out here if your goddesses put you both on this path and now your cousin's dead? How can you still believe? Phoebe stared long into the fire, as if searching for truth in the flames. I spent my time angry at heaven when Tory was killed, when the wolves butchered my Connor, when my sweet Catir was denied her first breath. I know what it is to spit your hate at skies above, but I also know there is nothing in that deed that does not make your anger worse. There's nae joy to be found in embracing rage that isn't fleeing. In the end, it only deepens the darkness within, and so it can only be wrong. She shrugged, meeting my eyes. Hate is poison. Hope is salvation. And there's still some things in this world worth saving. I frowned, looking down at the name tattooed across my fingers. I heard movement in the night beyond our firelights then. A little girl's laughter hanging faint upon the wind. The scent of Silverbell kissing the air and burning at the corners of my eyes. Do you miss him? Phoebe sighed. A little less each day. My eyes were fixed on two pale shadows now, watching at the edge of the light. That's what frightens me most, you know, I murmured. The thought that grief is the only thing I have left of them. And once that fades, the last of them will too. The world feels half full without them. I miss them like a piece of me is missing. But I honestly don't know what hurts more, Phoebe. Holding on to them or letting them go.
You've no need to let them go. You just need something more to cling to.
I sighed, dragging my eyes from those wraiths who watched me up to skies above. It matters not what you hold faith in, but you must hold faith in something. Phoebe nodded.
That sounds like wisdom to me.
My friend Aaron told me that. I shook my head. He's dead now. She met my eyes, pity shining in that alloy of platinum and gold. I looked down to our hands, the silver on my skin gleaming in the firelight between us. But though her fingers were razors to me and the ink on mine a poison to her, she carefully entwined them together. Her touch was like spring rain, gentle and slow and perilously warm. I wondered if she were right, if I did need something more to live for. Since the night I'd buried ma famille, I'd given no thought to the future. First, losing myself in the idea of revenge against Fabienne, and then of looking after Dior. Yet what might come if I somehow got all I wanted? The forever king in ashes, the Grail redeeming the world. What of the day after? But beneath Phoebe's singing skin, I felt it then, silencing that foolish question in my head. Winding out in pale blue webs across her wrist, up her tattooed arm to the long, graceful line of her throat, thundering there like all heaven and hell awaiting, pulsing, pleading, needing. I tore my eyes away. The scent of Silverbell lingered on the wind, the sound of a little girl's voice calling me entwined now with the drumbeat of Phoebe's quickened pulse. But I turned aside from those phantoms of my past, that golden gaze, and I reached out into the freezing gulf for Dior, that slender thread of hope that was all I really had left to cling to. Sweet fucking mother maid. Phoebe looked up as I tore my hand from hers, snaking now to my feet. Gabe, what is it? Dior, I hissed. Fear filled her eyes, despair flooding mine. I can't feel her anymore. Chapter 9. No promises, no vows. We rode like a tempest, out of Fadena and into the rising winds. I'd lost 10 fucking nights in the forest of sorrows. The thin red thread between Dior and me stretched so thin it had finally snapped. But still we gave desperate chase in the direction I'd last felt her, me upon brave Argent and Phoebe on Valier's beast, a prickly chocolat mare she'd dubbed Thorn. Our days were spent in the saddle, hooves thundering, trying to make up our lost ground. Our nights were freezing and all too long, hope fading further with every dawn as I reached out toward the girl I'd sworn to give all protecting, feeling nothing at all. East Osway had been wine country once, but now only hollowed farmsteads dotted these snow-struck valleys we galloped through. Dead vines clawed out of the earth like skeletal hands, barren as the plains of hell. The snow came blinding, a vast wall of dark cloud gathering to the north. Reaching a bleak rise on the 6th day, I searched behind us for signs of pursuit by Lachlan and the others. But Phoebe pointed through the howling snows, and the hammer blow fell, the first of 2 that would finally cost us everything. Gabriel, she called. Look! I saw nothing at first, the weather too grim. But the wind shifted and swelled, and through a break in the flurries, I glimpsed them then. A column of dark figures, shuffling southward through a chill no mortal army would dare march in. Hope surged, the wild thought that we'd somehow managed to catch Dior after all. But it died just as swift as the snows parted further, and I saw the extent of their number. There were thousands of dead, marching like a cohort of mortal men, all in lockstep, left, right, left, right. A great wagon train came behind, filled with the doomed and the damned. And in the rhythmic tread of that grim procession, I knew at last what they were, what led them. "That's a wretched legion," I breathed, "under command of high-blooded Ironhearts." Phoebe frowned. "But they march like soldiers. The Rottens are a mindless mob." "The brains of the wretched decay with their bodies, but the Voss can still command what's left of their minds. There's a reason the Forever King has been so successful, Mademoiselle Phoebe. A reason why his legions now threaten the capital of the Empire itself." "But they're marching into Osway. Like you said, the Forever King is in the east." I lowered my spyglass, whispering through gritted fangs. "Dior is south." "Sweet Mother Moons, he's coming for her." A terrifying thought, too awful to savor long. It would have been task enough to save Dior from the Blackheart, but now it seemed 2 armies might stand between us and her. Hope fading with every mile, still we rode on, wasting yet more time skirting round the Voss column into the screaming winds. And the second blow fell then, the heartbreaker, stealing the very last of our hope. For while I'd vowed to fight my way out of the abyss to get back to Dior's side, it seemed that the abyss had heard me. And now it gave bloody answer. A storm, bearing down from the moon's throne, vast and black and boiling. It was a monster, set to devour all in its path, thundering across those mighty peaks as it came and falling upon us like the fury of God himself. And though Phoebe and I fought through that tempest for long and frozen hours more, in the end, in the bitter end— "Gabriel, we can't stay out here," Phoebe roared, frozen braids whipping about her face. "This storm will be the death of ye." My hands were near frozen on Argent's reins, teeth chattering as I spat reply. "I've taken baths colder than this. You just worry about yourself, mademoiselle." "Damn you, man. I know you love the girl, but you need good to her dead." Phoebe grabbed my arm, talons sinking through my sleeve. "There's a chateau west of here named Ravenspire. It's just off the Ludaith River. We can make it if we ride hard now." "If we stop, Lachlan and the others will be on us like scratch on a dockside doxy." Phoebe shook her head, shouting over those hateful winds. "They'll have to shelter from this shite too. We can bed down at the chateau, break as soon as the storm does." I wanted to rage, to refuse, but I met those golden eyes, Phoebe's claws sinking just deep enough to pierce the fog of helpless fear and stubborn anger I'd shrouded myself in. "I swore to protect her too, Gabriel. We're nae leaving her." I saw the lie just as clear as she did. We both knew what more delay must cost us. But with heavy tread and heavier hearts, still we turned westward, out of that storm's dreadful path. All was hungry thunder and bone-biting cold. The snows came sideways, clawing at our skin, our brave horses near dead afoot. But through the tempest, we finally made out a distant tower, etched in silhouette against the pulse of distant lightning. Ravenspire was a lonely keep atop a lonelier hill, guarding a lifeless stretch of river. The walls had been smashed like old clay, the gatehouse crushed to rubble by boulders the size of wagons. Blessedly, the keep itself was somewhat intact, and we found a safe enough space to hole up in against the weather. A small library upstairs, a long table, bedding stolen from the upper chambers. Wind hammered at the shutters, and all was deathly chill, but we lit a fire in the hearth with piles of old books, warm enough to banish death's cold hand. I set trip lines at the stairs, strung with pots and pans. In the corridor leading to our room, I spread a dusting of glass shards. Empty Sanctus files from my bandolier, crushed in one gloved fist. If attacked, we could fight in this bottleneck, retreat up another stair to the tower behind when pressed. But I hoped it had not come to that. 3 nights we sheltered in Ravenspire, that storm deepening every one. I kept vigil at the window, peering out through the rattling glass for any sign of my brethren, worrying about Ash, reaching into the dark for Dior over and over, hoping against hope. Nothing, I sighed. Phoebe glanced up from her seat by the hearth, brow raised as I slammed a fist into the wall. Cold rock sliced my knuckles, sweet pain momentarily swallowing my frustration and rage. The dusk dancer only shook her head, firelight glittering in her eyes. "Nae sure how punching walls will help. It's nae the brick's fault, Gabriel." "It's Lauchlan's," I hissed. "We lost too much time fucking about in those damned woods. And now this cursed storm. It'll break soon. We'll be back after the flower, quick as silver." But I shook my head then, cold dread in my belly as I spoke the fear that had been growing in me for nights now. "I'm not sure we can catch her any more, Phoebe." "Well, we have to try. If they reach Dunmergen, we're done. The anvil of the wolf is the greatest fortress in Osway. It'd take a fucking army to get inside it." I sighed then, dragged one hand through my hair. "Then maybe we should start thinking about finding ourselves a fucking army." Phoebe looked around the room with those hunter's eyes, finally hooking a talon into her décolletage and peering inside. "None in here. You got one down your britches, or—" "Didn't you tell Dior all the Highlands are gathering for Wintermoot soon?" Phoebe sobered then, scowling. "I did, but you can't be thinking of heading there. Only children of Fionn and All-Mothers might step into the Madair Craith and live. Dior is bound for the Black Heart's clutches, and the Voss have sent a Legion of the Dead on her tail. I'll take that risk, Phoebe." "Then you'll die for it. The folk of the Moon's Throne nurse a grudge like a beggar's beer. The Ordo Argent killed the Stormbringer, Gabriel. You show up to a sacred moot with naught but silver on your skin and a grin on your face. They'll wear you like a fucking cloak." "Well, you'd best do a damn fine job of vouching for me, in that case." Phoebe scowled, golden eyes agleam as she looked me over. "You swore to give your last breath to keep that girl safe," I told her. "Don't ask me to risk less, not after what I've given already. I've not felt a trace of Dior for days. We've no chance to catch her before she reaches Dunmergen now, and she'll need an army to rescue her from it. So, when this storm breaks, I go to race her one. With or without you." "You're a bloody madman," the dusk dancer pouted, thoughtful, tossing another book onto the flames. "I could make the trek up there alone, though, I suppose. Plead our case." "Bullshit. I'm supposed to just sit here and pray." "I'm sure those Silver brothers of yours will keep you entertained." "At the end of a rope, maybe." I scowled, muttering through clenched teeth. Bloody fools. 10 days they cost us. Xavier, I understand. He was always thick as pig shit. Probably lost that arm of his trying to find his penis for a piss. But Lauchlan should know better. "The two of you seemed thick as thieves when we first met at Avalon, but now he seems intent on seeing you hanged." "Not sure if you've noticed, but I've a gift for getting on people's bad side, Kit Kat." She chuckled, sharp teeth gleaming. "To that I can attest. But come now, who is he to you? I know you call all Silver Saints brother, but that one seemed special." "He was," I replied, loading my pipe. "He is." "Tell me a story then, Chevalier." Phoebe glanced around our little room, tucking one braid behind a pointed ear. "Unless you can think of a better way to pass the time." I sighed, peering into the crackling flames. Embers rising in the halls of memory. Blood and silver and steel. The first city we took in the Ocean campaigns was a port named Bayasite, I said softly. It was really just a beachhead for Tolyev's main invasion, only a couple of high bloods and 100 thrall swords left guarding his back as he advanced into Osway. By the Empress's decree, I led the attack. 19 years old I was, Isabella's favoured black lion. We hit them from the sea, striking at dawn. And though most of the Divok troops were the average sort of thrall, there was one among them who fought like a demon, strong as a high blood, even with the black sun in the sky. I met him on the walls, all set to end him, but as we clashed, I realised from the brand on his hand and the fangs in his mouth what he truly was. A pale blood, like me, thralled into service to the Untamed. I asked him who he was. He replied he was the child of Tolyev, mortal son of the Priori Divok himself. And then he did his best to cut the head off my fucking shoulders. But the Black Lion was the greatest sword who ever lived, Phoebe murmured. I shrugged. So the minstrels sing. All I'll say is I took his best, but gave a little better, and in the end he lay on the bloody stone at the tip of my blade. He was the enemy, I knew it, son of the monster I'd been sent to Osway to slay, but he was just a boy, 15 at most. I'd never known my kind to serve the enemy. I felt pity for him, so I spared his life. Phoebe gave a small nod of approval. Mercy is nobility. Lachlan didn't share the sentiment. He vowed he'd kill me when he got the chance. Tolyev had raised him among the Untamed, where only the savage survive. Compassion was for the weak, mercy for the coward. Apparently, Nikita had started throwing Lockie into pits with starving wretched when he was only 10 years old, just to see who'd come out on top. When I told him that was torture, Lachlan called me a fool. He informed me his big brother had been teaching him to be strong, that his noble father loved him true, that the Divok were born to rule the endless night, Tolyev its endless emperor. But he was only a child, raised in darkness and knowing no better. The father's sins are not the son's. I knew that better than most. But I refused to condemn him for them. Instead, I sat with him in his cage each night, reading scripture, showing kindness, trying to prove we weren't the enemy he'd been raised to see. He'd have none of it, of course. I shook my head, looking into the fire and back through the red mist of time. And then we liberated the slaughter farms at Triobaeli. Lachlan had no idea what his kin had been doing there, and when I showed him the atrocities unleashed by the famille he'd been forced to care for, the briefest sliver of horror and hatred cut through that dark counterfeit of love. It was Lachlan who told us where his father might be found. It was he who showed us the path to the Crimson Glade where Tolyev made camp. And though it was my blade that cut the Priori down that day, the victory was Lockie's as well as mine. When Tolyev died, the bond of blood was truly broken, and Lachlan saw what his life had been. He marched toward the nearest bonfire, plunging his left hand into the blaze, intent to burn it off, his father's mark besides. But I dragged him away, told him it wasn't his fault, offered him a path from darkness into light. 2 years we fought side by side through hellfire and blood. Lucky was more than apprentice. He was my little brother, the saint I loved and trusted most in all the world. I hung my head, running a thumb over the name on my fingers. And then he learned about Astrid and me. Oh, moons. Phoebe's eyes narrowed. He told your brethren about the affair? I shook my head. If he had, it'd be easier to hate him, but honour was more important to Lockie than life, and he breathed not a word to anyone. But I could see the disappointment in his eyes when he looked at me after that, to know I'd broken the vows I'd taught him to hold so dear. He blamed Astrid for most of it, I think, still keen to keep me on the pedestal he'd built in his mind. But he warned me she would be my undoing, that God must punish us for our sin. I didn't listen. Such was my foolishness, my vanity. I looked out at the thundering night, sighing from my heart. I still wonder, what might have come if I'd listened when Lachlan warned me. We'd not have been together, but at least Astrid would be alive. You kind of think that way, Phoebe said, lifting her head. Blood spilled is blood lost. Take solace in the joy you gave each other, and burn all else for Father Earth. I only scowled at that, staring out into the dark. With a sigh, Phoebe twisted to her feet, padding across the cold stone toward me. I could hear her heartbeat, smell the smoke in her hair and the fire in her veins. She sought my eyes, but I didn't meet her gaze. Mother Moons, you've such a shadow on ye, it might swallow the sun. Most would call it a shadow well earned, mademoiselle. Phoebe shook her head. I said it to the flower, I'll say it again. There's a solace to be found in sadness. And I understand why you'd think you deserve that dark. Easier to find refuge in drink, in rage, to say, hell with it all and push everyone away. Because you think that cold is easier to live with than the pain that could come if you let the warmth back in, only to be burned again. But that's the fire that lets us know we're alive, Gabriel. I shook my head, two pale shadows now rising at my back. You can't fix a broken blade, Phoebe. But don't you see? We don't get broken. We're made broken. We are not whole alone. But if we're blessed, if we're brave, we might find those few whose edges fit against our own. Like pieces of the same puzzle or shards of the same shattered blade. Those people who, in their own broken way, make our broken edge complete. I could smell the perfume of Silver Bell on the air now, the shadows growing deeper at my back, the echo of my promise to the ground ringing in my mind as I hung my head. But Phoebe pressed clawed hands to my cheeks, forced me to look at her. I am nae the one to unbreak you, Gabriel de Leon. I am nae green maid to swear troth to a man I barely know. I am the wild. I am the wind. I am thorn and bramble, blood and scars, and I do not love ye. But I ask ye for nae promise, and make nae vow save this. I am here. I am warm, and tomorrow the whole world might be swallowed by winter. Phoebe leaned in, lips brushing mine, but heart thundering, I drew away. Don't, I whispered. Don't touch me. She looked up into my eyes. Firelight smouldering on molten gold. All right, I won't touch ye. Stepping back, she reached behind her, loosed the stays on her gown. A part of me wanted to turn away, another to warn her, but most of me was helpless but to watch as with a shrug she shed that silken skin. Her dress tumbled in emerald waves onto the flagstones at her feet, leaving me undone at a single stroke. Phoebe slipped her hands behind her, wrists crossed at the small of her back, fixing me with golden eyes. But you can touch me, if you want. My eyes drank her in, the song of her curves, the smattering of freckles, the tattoos and scars. I felt my blood racing, my breath quicken, and though those shadows about me pressed down like gossamer and lead, still I found myself taking one halting step toward her. But she took one step back. Do you want? She whispered. I stepped nearer, legs shaking like a newborn fowl's, but again she stepped away. Say it. I'd no wish to be burned again. Yet a part of me longed to feel that flame, if only for a moment. Fiona's warning about heeding the music, about holding on to what I could while I could, rang now in my mind. And though the shadows pressed ever like tons upon my back, still I fancied amid the scent of Silver Bell and that soul-sick ache of loss, I heard my love whisper to me, as once she'd done in days fine and far from here. Hearts only bruise, they never break. I looked at Phoebe, bare and brave and beautiful, that song of scars upon her skin. My lips parted ash-dry and hungry, and finally I spoke a truth I never thought I'd say. I want. And then she was in my arms, crashing against me with all the fury and hunger of the tempest outside. Her kiss was fierce, burning, but true to her word, she kept her hands behind her back as if bound there, refusing to touch me, leaving me to touch her. I was fumbling, uncertain. The first woman I'd known in an age pressed up against me. Her body was an untamed realm, wild and beautiful, and I was aflame with the need to know every inch, to let my lips light fires among those hills and valleys, to brave the dangers of her darkest places. But I knew I must be careful of my silvered touch, and so I forced myself to trace her shape. A slow, tortuous dance with just the very tips of my fingers, drawing long, careful spirals on her prickling skin as our kiss ever deepened. I caressed the long, milk-pale path of her throat, that pulse calling my name, down over the arches of her collarbones to her breasts. Her heart thundered beneath my hands, her sighs stirring long-forgotten butterflies in my belly. Her breath catching as I stroked, gasping as I pinched, feeling her tremble as she groaned into my mouth. Phoebe stepped back again, and I followed, iron to starstone now. She bumped against the table, wrists still crossed behind her, lifting herself up and wrapping her legs tight around my waist. My breeches were straining as we ground against each other, as my mouth slipped over the line of her jaw. Her scent was purest madness, flaming tresses spilling down her spine as her head drifted back. My hands caressed her arse, and my kisses roamed her neck, that forbidden hymn thrumming beneath her skin. My fangs had grown long and hard in my gums, and I dared not linger for fear of what I might do next, my mouth following her tattoos ever lower, taking one pebble-hard nipple into my mouth, licking, teasing. My fingers traced lines of fire up the inside of her thighs, and she hissed at the touch of the silver on my palm, shivering as she felt the brush of ivory needles on her skin. God, I have to taste you, I whispered. I want you to, she breathed. She pressed me tighter to her breast, and I understood then what she spoke of. The kiss. She wanted to feel it, I realized, to drown in the bliss it promised, to soar and burn among those dark red heavens. But though my thirst roared and bucked like a wild thing at the thought, I dared not succumb, sinking lower instead. Phoebe relented with a sigh, legs parting wider as my kisses descended, blood-red spirals leading me ever closer, goosebumps rising as I sank to my knees and into the silken heaven awaiting. Oh, moons! She melted as she felt my tongue flicker against her, sinking back on the table, spine arching and mouth wide. Her taste was fire and autumn's rust, honey and salt, my fingertips still roaming her skin as my tongue wrote poetry on her petals, fluttering on her swollen bud as she groaned and pleaded more, goddesses, more. I sang a song on her as old as time, wanting only to hear her sing in turn. Tension was writ in her every corded muscle, every tiny gasp, her legs rising up now, toes curling as her claws sank deep into the wood. She began to buck, to beg, undone by my touch, my tongue, and as she shattered, at last she broke her word, raking talons through my hair, fierce enough to draw blood. A cry ripped up and out of her as she went taut as a bowstring, and her shapeless scream instead became my name. I smiled, reveling at that song. But I'd only a moment to savour her little earthquake before those claws sank into my shoulders and she hissed with all hell's hunger, "Moons, get up here!" And as Phoebe dragged me up her body, lunging toward me now, our mouths collided with such force her lips split open on my fangs. Blood. I reared back, gasping as it crashed upon me. A single drop of fire from her veins mingled with the honey from her quim upon my tingling tongue. Blood. God, it was ecstasy. It was agony. salvation and damnation entwined, racing in lines of white-hot fire straight down to my nethers. The thirst in me roared, and it was all I could do not to grab a fistful of her curls and wrench her head back as she tore my belt loose, dragging me free from my breeches and sinking her talons into my hips. "Fuck me," she demanded. "Now!" All was fire. All was want. Phoebe's legs cinched about me as she pressed my aching cock against her lips. Heaven, just one surrender, one thrust, one bite away. The want was deeper than any ocean, stronger than any vow to dive, drink, devour. But above her ragged breath, the primal scream of that animal within me, I heard it. Faint beneath the storm, but still enough to plunge a dagger of ice right through my belly. I drew away from Phoebe's mouth, and she moaned and sought my kiss again, claws sinking deeper into my skin. "Moans, Gabriel, fuck me." "Stop," I gasped. "Listen." And there it came again. Unmistakable. Unbelievable. The sound of crunching glass. High in the reaches of a black tower in Soulader, Jean-François of the Blood Chastain, historian of Her Grace, Margot Chastain, thumped his hands on the tome in his lap. "Are you bloody jesting?" The last silver saint sipped his goblet of wine, eyebrow raised. "Eh? Right then?" the historian demanded. "You are not toying with me for your own sadistic amusement? Your enemies chose that exact moment to rear their idiot heads." "Their timing could have been better," Gabriel shrugged. "Could have been far worse." "Great Redeemer!" the vampire cried, kicking back in his chair and searching the ceiling for patience. The monster finally found his calm, drummed fingers upon the page as he met the Silver Saint's eyes. "Tell me you made them suffer for the interruption at least." "No fear on that front, cold blood." Gabriel shook his head, looking down at his tattooed hands. "There'd be plenty of suffering to go around." Chapter 10. The Beast Awakened. I barely had time to buckle my belt before he came through the door, Robin, abandoning stealth as he heard the glass crunch under his silvered heels. I shoved Phoebe aside, the dusk dancer cursing as she tumbled naked off the table. And lifting his wheel-lock pistol, the young songbird set his sights on his hero. "Boom!" Gabriel roared, leaping in his chair and clapping his hands. Jean-François paused his writing, raised an eyebrow. "Must you, Silver Saint?" "Must I what?" "Carry on like a drunken troubadour in a brothel pantomime." Gabriel shrugged, refilling his goblet. "In life, always do what you love. I realize you're already 3 bottles into the evening's inebriation, but I know the sound a wheel-lock makes. There's really no need to shout about it." "Your Empress demanded the whole of my tale, did she not?" A sigh. "She did. And you're perfectly content to hear every lurid detail when I'm getting my kit off. I'm certain I could sing about swollen buds and aching crowns all night, and I'd not hear a word of complaint." The last Silver Saint arched one brow, but the vampire remained suspiciously mute. "So, where were we?" The historian rolled his eyes. "Boom? Boom!" Gabriel roared, leaping in his chair and clapping again. "Night save me," the Marquis sighed. "The shot grazed my throat," Gabriel continued, taking up his wine, "just a half-inch shy of my jugular, and I knew then the game we played was dead or alive. I'd not smoked that pipe after dinner, too lost between Phoebe's thighs, and I cursed myself a fool for that now, diving across the floor toward my gear. Robin was charging toward me, sabre at his heels, big Xavier Perez looming behind his staghound. I hit the deck, snatched up my wheel-lock, cracking off a shot. It was the wildest throw of the dice, meant only to buy me a moment, but sometimes Fortuna even smiles on me, vampire. The silver shot struck Robin in the shoulder, spinning the young blood in a spray of red. Phoebe flew from the shadows, bare and beautiful, talons gleaming in the firelight. I rolled to my feet, drawing Robin's great sword as the dusk dancer carved 4 lines of fire across the young blood's back. Sabre lunged at me, her piggy eyes narrowed and jaws wide. And though it's ever a cruelty to hurt a beast, it's an easier one to bear if that beast is trying to rip your fucking bollocks off. Stepping aside, I planted a kick right into her ribs. The hound flew across the room, blasted through the shutters and into the howling dark as Xavier roared her name. Robin's blade cleaved the air just shy of Phoebe's head, the dusk dancer and saint falling into a fearful ballet. Phoebe's talons could shred a man to the bone, but Robin was wielding Lachlan's new greatsword, and the blade was purest silver steel, wrought by old Forge Master Argyle's hand. One mistake from either. I'd no clue where the hell Lucky was, but Xavier was problem aplenty. Taking aim with his hand crossbow, he loosed a shot close enough to shave with, silvered chain streaming behind, punching into the bricks at my back. Zav at least seemed to want me breathing. And lifting Robin's stolen blade, I charged toward my old battle brother. Gabriel steepled tattooed fingers at his chin, eyes on the historian opposite. Now here's the thing, cold blood. Great swords aren't all that great when you're swinging them in a crowded room. And worse, Robin was born of the blood Divok, possessed of a strength that would put most pale bloods to shame. That blade was a fucking beast, half as long again as a greatsword had any business being, and broader and heavier than anything I'd wielded in my life. But I was fighting for that life now, for Phoebe's too, and you'd be surprised what a man can manage when he stares into the face of death. Xavier and I had fought side by side through these Sudaimi campaigns. We knew each other's styles to a stroke. But Zav had lost an arm since then, and even though he was dosed on Sanctus, I still somehow fought him to a standstill, steel ringing on steel. Heathen bitch! I heard Robin's curse, risked a glance, saw a long slick of blood running down his chest now. To his credit, the youngster was fighting hard, but Phoebe was fierce as the storm, swift as the wind. A daughter of ancient mountains and warrior queens, her blood high and her heart athunder as she sliced Robin's sword arm bone deep. The young blood staggered, crying out as Phoebe slipped behind him, digging her claws into his throat. "Don't kill him," I roared. She snarled, eyes flashing, but still she paid heed, smashing his head into the wall instead of opening his neck. Swinging him by one arm, she hurled Robin face first through the broken shutters, roaring with triumph as the young blood plummeted after poor Sabre. "Call me, bitch, you fuck!" The shot struck her in the shoulder, whipping her to one side, her blood boiling like fat on a breakfast skillet as it hit the wall. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Lachlan at my back now, stomach sinking as I realized my folly. He'd climbed the tower wall with his dark strength, stolen down the stairwell to hit us from behind. I roared as I saw him raising a second wheel lock, taking aim at Phoebe. "Lucky, no!" The silver shot hit her square in the chest, opening her ribs up like a love letter. Phoebe's head was thrown back, mouth open in a soundless cry as she staggered, clutching the sizzling hole above her heart. I roared her name, and our eyes met, hers shining gold, mine burning with fury. A ribbon of blood spilled down her chin, lips parted as if she wished to say something. Say anything. But without a word, nor a whimper, Phoebe Adunzer crumpled to the floor in bloody ruin as Lachlan hissed, "Die, skin witch." Jean-Francois sat aghast, one hand pressed to the place his heart might once have been. Chocolat eyes were fixed on the man opposite, ruby lips parted in shock. "Almighty God, after you and she had just—" "Oui," Gabriel nodded. The vampire leaned forward, his voice a whisper. "What did you do, de Leon?" The last Silver Saint downed his wine in a gulp, wiping his chin on tattooed knuckles. There's a thing inside all men that even devils fear, Coldblood. It's a monster most of us keep locked deep inside, knowing what will happen if we let it have its head. We feel a flicker of it when a stranger sets foot in our domain uninvited. We sense it stirring in the night at the sound of a creaking floorboard in our home. But we truly feel it waking when the ones we care for most are in danger. Our lovers, our babies. And if we let it loose, then God help the fool who roused it. I'd felt it truly break free inside me only once before in my whole life, the night he came knocking on my door. The Silver Saint poured himself another glass, leaned back in his chair. What did I do, Coldblood? The last Silver Saint shrugged. I opened up the cage. My first blow caught Xavier across the shoulder, cutting to the bone. As Lachlan drew his third and fourth pistols from his bandolier, my pommel smashed into Zav's jaw, relieving him of most of his teeth. And as my old prentice lifted his guns at my back, I drove my sword up through Xavier's belly, the blade bursting out his back in a spray of gore. Lachlan fired. Boom, boom. But I pivoted Xavier about, stronger in my fury than I'd have thought possible. The shot struck Zav in the back. My old battle brother gasped, my face painted thick with his blood. Kicking him hard, I sent him sailing across the room, right at my old prentice. Lucky stepped aside, drawing ash drinker from his belt, but then I was on him, roaring, smashing him into the wall so hard we punched clean through the crumbling stone, sailing out into the screaming night as I fucked his face with my fist. We fell 3 stories, crashed onto the flagstones, bones breaking, blood spraying. Traitor, he spat. Bastard, I hissed. Coward, he roared. Fool, I snarled. We were animals then, despite the years and ties between us. 2 dogs, brawling, both lost in fury. I, the betrayer, the murderer, the heretic with hands drenched in faithful blood. And he, the man who'd woken that beast inside me for only the second time in all my years. Though he was born of Divok, I was somehow just as strong in my rage, each of us willing to smash himself to pieces if only he could cut his foe's heart out with his shards. Lachlan flipped me onto my back, punched me in my face. Climbing astride me, he smashed my head into the flagstones, hard enough to crack my skull. My old prentice crushed his thumbs into my larynx, eyes flooded red as he choked me. I clawed his wrist with one hand, desperate now, the other fumbling at his bandolier. The world rushed red, thunder in my ears, black stars in my eyes. But at last, Lachlan froze, motionless save for the heaving in his chest as I pressed his final wheellock up under his chin. Even the best marksman has the occasional bad day, I hissed. But 5 pistols is a little much, Lucky. My foe gritted his fangs, wheezing. Treacherous fucking dog. You say that like it's a bad thing. But I did warn you that I saved a few of my tricks. Do it, he spat, bracing for the shot. I'll see you in hell, traitor. My grip tightened on the pistol. Eyes locked on his. Picturing the look of surprise and pain on Phoebe's face as he gunned her down. The beast in me was roaring now, all the frustration and fear for Dior, for Phoebe, for myself, rising up in my chest as I pushed the wheellock hard up under his chin. And I whispered, bloody lips and bloody hands, if I were the traitor you think me, Lucky, I would kill you. I threw the pistol away, silver steel skittering on stone. But in your heart, little brother, you still know me better than that. His hands were yet at my throat, eyes hard as he glanced at the wheellock I'd cast away. You killed them, he whispered. Greyhand, Sister Chloe. I did, and I wish it otherwise. But I'd do it again, Lachlan, 1,000 times over. Because Not just the world, but the fate of every soul under heaven hung in the balance of it. Looking him in the eye, I licked the blood from my split lips and spat the truth I'd been longing to share since we met again. Dior Lachance is no witch, little brother, no sorceress or heretic. She's the holy grail of Saint-Michel. Lachlan's eyes narrowed then, wonder and suspicion in equal measure. She was the treasure, the weapon that Chloe was sent to find, I told him. She was the reason Greyhound recalled All Saints to the monastery. The Redeemer's blood flows in that girl's veins, Lachlan. That's why the Cold Bloods hunt her, why a dusk dancer and a vampire and a silver saint stand together to defend her, why Chloe and Greyhound tried to sacrifice her. All I did in that cathedral, I did to save that girl's life. She's the only thing in this godforsaken world worth protecting anymore. I gritted my teeth, heart aching in my chest. The only thing that matters since Fabienne Voss took my wife and daughter from me. His eyes widened at that, lips parted in shock. Oh, Gabe, brother, I reached up slow, easing his hands away from my throat. I don't believe in much anymore, Lachlan, but I believe in Dior Lachance. And right now, she languishes in the hands of the Divok and all the world stands in peril for it. I am sworn to protect that girl. So is that woman upstairs you just shot. So either kill me or get the fuck off me, because I happen to owe that heathen skin witch my life. I pushed Lachlan away, and he allowed me to rise, bewilderment and sorrow in his eyes. Clutching my broken ribs, drooling blood, I snatched Ash Drinker up and stood on shaking legs. Ash's voice was a silvered song in my head, full of fear, hurt, sorrow. Oh, Gabriel, Gabriel, the fire hair. My stomach was already twisting as I stumbled back into the shattered hearth room, the floors soaked in blood. Xavier was crumpled by the broken wall, trying to push himself to his knees with his one good arm. But my eyes saw only, oh no, 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 no. I ran to Phoebe's side, heart in my throat and belly in my boots. She was curled up in a pool of red, naked skin spattered with blood, an awful charred hole in her back. I rolled her over carefully, cradling her softly in my arms. But though she was wounded by deadly silver, 2 shots almost point blank, still I was astounded to see. 7 martyrs, I breathed. You're alive. She whispered, almost inaudible under the howling storm. Whoever said you're more pretty than perceptive? A bubble of blood burst on her lips, and she cried out as I lifted her over to the table to better inspect her wounds. The first shot had torn her shoulder up badly, but it was the second that had done the true damage, shattering her ribs just shy of her heart. To my horror, I saw the wound was burned black, the tracery of veins beneath her skin like same, and with sinking belly I realized there was no exit wound, that the shot was yet inside her. Phoebe, can you hear me? I whispered, shaking her. Phoebe. She groaned and I grabbed my hip flask and poured vodka onto her wound. Phoebe yowled like a scalded cat then, spitting a rainbow of profanity through bloody lips. Something's wrong. I can feel it. You've silver shot still inside you. Oh, those bastards. She laughed, spitting blood as she thumped her head back against the wood. They've fucking killed me, haven't they? Bullshit. You survived Danton Voss. You'll survive this. Won't heal, she swallowed, lips wet and red. Not silver. Just lie still, I begged. Don't talk. I'd an apothecary's kit in my saddlebags, stocked from the monastery stores. Xavier was still trying to rise, and stalking across the room, I laid him out with one jaw-shattering punch, fetching the kit and laying it on the table. The bleeding was bad, the light was shit, and I could see a dark stain slowly spreading through Phoebe's veins. the poison of the silver in her blood. Teeth gritted, I set to work, fingers shaking as I fished about inside the wound with a set of forceps. Burned blood oozed over my fingers. Phoebe moaned, finally screamed in agony, and I cursed 1,000 times. But try as I might, wish as I must, I can't feel it. I pawed the hair from my eyes with one bloody hand. God fucking damn you! Stop, Phoebe begged, taking hold of my wrist. Please. Like hell I will. Moon's sakes, I've no wish for the last thing I feel on this earth to be you butchering me. Shut up, Kit Kat, for once in your fucking life. Just do what you're... My voice faded as she pressed a red hand to my cheek, teeth slicked with blood. I told you, nae promises, nae vows, but swear to me, you'll save the flower. I'm not swearing anything, and you're not going anywhere. Do your needs you, Gabe. Tell her farewell for me, and tell... She snarled, head thrown back as her veins burned with silvered venom. Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Sinner. I tried. Phoebe curled up tight, whimpering as my eyes grew wide. Aunt Sinner, I whispered. A seer, a dreamwalker, the greatest healer in the Highlands. Could she fix this? Your aunt? The dusk dancer only winced, racked with the agony of the poison. Phoebe, I shouted. Could your Aunt Sinner see this right? Told you, you fool, she groaned. If you go to the Highlands, you die. That was all I needed to hear. As Phoebe moaned protest, I bound her wounds, dragging on her dress and wrapping her in our furs. Throwing all the gear I could over my shoulders, I lifted the wounded dancer in my arms. My blood was still afire, some desperate dark strength raging in my veins as I ran down to the keep's bailey, 6, 7 steps at a time. Lachlan was on his knees in the broken courtyard now, a bleeding Robin helping him up from the flagstones, watching me as I dashed into the stables. I trotted out on Argent's back, Thorn behind us, Phoebe bloodied in my arms. My prentice's eyes were fixed on mine as I drew up short, breath steaming in the chill between us. Don't come after me again, Lockie, I warned. Or if you do, bring a silvered fucking army with you, because that's what you'll need to stop me getting back to that girl's side. With that, I wheeled Argent about, urged him on. Phoebe's eyes were shut, lashes gummed to bloody cheeks as we charged out into the dying storm, riding like all hell came behind us. You hold on, Phoebe, I told her, kissing her brow. Just breathe. I knew this was a fool's gambit, that this story would likely end with me slaughtered and skinned like prey. But the woman in my arms had saved my life, perhaps in more ways than I was willing to admit, and the poison in her veins was on my account. So while it dragged me yet farther from Dior's side, while it likely led straight to my death, still I turned Argent's skull-painted face into the wind and rode him hard as I dared upon our new road, toward the blood-soaked spires of the moon's throne, toward the shadows that danced in the dusk of the day's weald, toward the Highlands. Chapter 11. No Day to Die. 6 nights I rode, all of them a blur, barely eating, ever smoking, curling down beside Phoebe to snatch a few minutes' sleep each night, terrified I might wake to find her cold and still beside me. The silver burned black in her veins, her breath thinned and her skin greyed. But I'd slowed her pulse with a tea of Idleshade and Neverhelm, gathered in the hollows of the thickening day's weald. Never had I been more thankful for fungus in my fucking life. Yet as we rode higher toward the craigs of mighty Ban Fiegal, my gratitude fled entirely. The trees loomed dark and twisted around me, laden with shadespine and asphyxia, contorted into nightmare shapes. The reek of decay stained every breath, strange shadows creeping through clawed branches. Dark birds sang with haunted tongues, webs too large for any spider under heaven strung between the branches. What little game I saw was blighted and fell, hides crawling with pale mould and lattices of dark rot. I could see why the Highland clans were so isolated. No sane or living man would brave these woods to reach them any more. But if I didn't make it through soon, Phoebe would be buried in them. And so I rode, day and night, blurring into one, an endless freezing gloom. There once was a lad from old Lyle's who juggled 5 black Ignis files. He blew his poor bollocks all over the hillocks and his jack all the way to the Isles. Awful. I glanced to the sword in my hand. Bollocks doesn't rhyme with hillocks. Nothing rhymes with bollocks, Gabrielle. One of life's great disappointments. I frowned at that, trying to think of a word to prove Ash wrong. My trepidation was such that I'd been riding with her in hand for 3 days now, and while her weight was a comfort in that blighted deadwood, her chatter was admittedly wearing a little thin. I thought it might make you smile. You never smile anymore, Gabrielle. I'll smile when Phoebe and Dior are safe. You care for her. Of course I do, Ash. That girl is the only reason. Not Dior, the fire hair. The beautiful dame on the blade's hilt stared at me, those silver eyes, sightless yet seeing all. I stared back, the weight of her near as heavy as the troth ring I wore. Astrinker had been there the day Astrid slipped that band onto my finger, and even after I was cast from the order, my blade had stayed true to me. Despite the grandeur of her beginnings, the glory she had earned over her centuries, she was content to remain a part of my life. Hung above the mantel in our little lighthouse as ma famille blossomed all around her. She'd been in my hand the night the Forever King came calling. She heard that promise I'd made to the ground afterward. A shame I name it. I hung my head, cursing myself and my weakness as I glanced at Phoebe. I know. I should have never let it get so far. No. Ye grasp not my meaning. I name it no shame ye broke your vow, my friend. But a shame that ye swore it in the first place. What should I have done? I growled. Bury her, and all memory of her besides? Ye do what all must do when Mane's wings blot out their sun. Sings sweet songs for the beloved dead, but then pick up thy quill and pen the next verse of thy life. I hate minstrels, Ash, and I can't sing worth a damn. What then thy plan? Remain a moody celibate all thy days? I don't brood, and I'm not Shave thy head and grow thy beard and trade slayer's leathers for monk's sackcloth? Perhaps geld thyself also, eh? No good rhyme for bollocks after all, nor good use, neither for forever's widower. Ash, more use the bull for his teats than the eternal mourner for his manhood. Keenest edge have I, to tackle thy troublesome tackle. So come, chevalier, unsheathe thy blade and let me meet it snack. I scowled, refusing to encourage Ash's little tirade with an answer. She carried on a while more, voice ringing in my head as I rode on through that gloom. And when she'd spent the last of her castration puns, I spoke with a voice sharp as her broken edge. I loved her, Ash. I can't help it. I loved Astrid then, and I love her still. Her voice softened then, musical and sweet in my mind. I know it.
You had something most men never possess. Yet I knew thy bride also, Gabriel, and never would Astrid have asked ye to mourn her eternal, to cut thyself off from all life and love, to suffocate on the past instead of breathing here and now. I stared at that silvered dame, her words echoing in the halls of my battered heart. Happiness above all would she wish for ye, and me beside her, my dearest friend. A sting pricked my eyes at that, poured away swift on my knuckles. How is the fire hair? I looked down to the woman in my arms, sweat-lank curls plastered to her cheeks. I wore my gloves, of course, both to spare my hands the cold and Phoebe's skin the touch of more silver. But her breath was weak as a baby bird's, dark veins crawling under her skin. Worse, I scowled about us, and there seems no end to this cursed fucking wood. It is the dark here, frightening. I like it. Reminds me of the crimson glade. I glanced among the shifting branches, the whispering leaves, the shadow shapes flitting through the dark. Do you remember that day? No. Her reply was a sigh, faint and heartsick. Some days I can't remember anything at all, Gabriel. Who? The voice rang above me, talons sharp over the moaning winds. Looking up into a pair of gleaming eyes, I raised ash drinker in my fist. But my pulse eased as I saw only an owl, tawny of feather and gold of stare, studying me with tilted head. Who? It demanded again, flapping its wings. Gabriel de Lyon, monsieur, I muttered, lowering my blade. At your service. I heard wings behind me, swift in the dark. Another owl joined the first, grey and thin, staring at me with eyes the colour of flame. A cold wind blew at my back, a chill crawled my skin. Dusk was falling in the weald now. I should stop to rest soon. But though I knew not why, I nudged my horse instead, trotting faster. I was riding upon Thorn to give Argent a break, my Tarian clopping along behind us, and as we rode through the twisted trees, I heard the song of wings, noticed more figures on the branches above. A few, then a dozen. Owls. They watched me pass, unblinking, eyes big as saucers or small as thimbles. Some were so tiny only a mouse might fear them, others big enough to carry off a toddler for supper. In the gloom after Day's death, most of the birds in Elidane had sputtered out and died. No fruit to eat, no flowers to drink. Owls were one of the few breeds to survive these nights, hunting prey small enough to have prospered in a world without sunlight. But to see so many in the one place, watching me of one accord. Who? One of them called. Who? The rest replied, echoing in the trees. What do they call a group of owls? Ash wondered. A worry, I muttered, watching the branches around us. No, that is not right. Is it a flight? I kicked Thorn, she and Argent now weaving quick among the nightmare trees. Phoebe stirred in my arms, and I held her tighter, kissing her cold brow. All around us those winged shadows were gathering, bright eyes and sharp claws, calling, always calling. Who? They demanded. Who? A murder? That's crows, I hissed. Who? A cauldron, then? Bats? A convocation, a swarm, a cloud, a flock, a gaggle, a horde, a run, a brood, a grist, a... Who? I glanced behind, trees now ringing with their cries, eyes glittering in the freezing black. Shadows flapping around me, Thorn thundering beneath me, the lantern at my belt throwing flicker-mad patterns across the dark as we rode toward... A bear? You don't call a group of owls a No, look. It lumbered out from the deeper darkness ahead, snow crunching under its massive paws, and my eyes grew wide as I saw it, just as Ash had said. A fucking bear! But not some honey thief or mountain grey, no. This was a monster spat from the mind of this nightmare wood, or else the black and curdled heart of hell. It reared up before us, a 10-foot tower, and its mouth opened in a blood-chilling roar. Its fur was midnight, its teeth swords, sharp enough to rend steel. Thorn shied sideways, and I cried aloud, throwing myself from her saddle as talons scythed just shy of my head. Twisting to protect Phoebe's body with my own, I felt something crack as we crashed into the snow, holding her to my chest as we rolled to rest. But I'd no time to bleed. No time to smoke either, sadly. Thorn panicked and galloped away, and I expected to hear the crunch of breaking horse behind me, for poor Argent to join the long list of unfortunate steeds I'd buried on this road. But I heard a fierce growling, glancing over my shoulder to find the Tarian standing on his hind legs before that massive beast, not rearing back in terror, but in defiance, the monster shying back as the war horse stabbed the air with his front hooves. Big balls for a gelding, I muttered. I drew my wheel lock and fired, the bear bellowing as the shot skimmed just shy of its skull, blowing off its ear instead. Cursing my miss, I snaked upright, ash in hand as the monster charged me. I rolled across the tangled roots with another curse, drawing it away from Argent and Phoebe both. Thundering past, earth shaking, the bear pivoted to face me, swift as silver, Ash's voice lost under another thunderous roar. The beast lunged again, a blur of terrifying speed and strength, paws whistling toward my face, jaws snapping, forcing me back. I lunged around a twisted elm to buy me a moment to breathe, and slipping sideways around another flurry of blows, rolling low, I struck hard, eyes red, fangs bared, howling in triumph as I buried Ash deep into the monster's flank. It was a death blow, I could have sworn it, but the bear only bellowed and swung about, wrenching my sword from my grip. I roared as it hit me. All the world burned white as I sailed backward, crashing through the branches of a rotten oak, owls screeching as they scattered. Hitting snow, I lifted my ringing head, stars in my eyes and blood in my mouth, as that hell bear ploughed into me, snatching me up in its jaws. The monster had me by the shoulder, shaking its head and flinging me about like a rag doll. I felt teeth puncture skin, bones breaking, and I screamed then, high and bright, a scream of agony, of fear, but above all, rage. I was Gabriel de Leon, after all, saviour of Nordland, sword of the realm, the black fucking lion, and this was not the day I died. I punched the beast as hard as I could, face, snout, bleeding ear, and finally, with naught else to do, I bit that bastard right back, fangs sinking deep into its neck. The beast threw back its head and roared in agony then, releasing its hold, and I crashed onto the snow like a bag of broken sticks, blood gushing from my punctured chest and shoulder. The pain was breathtaking. I was broken in a dozen places, flesh torn, chest bubbling, snow-drenched red around me. But still my world flooding crimson, boots filling with blood, I somehow dragged myself to my feet. The bear thundered toward me, 2 tons of muscle and fang and claw. Ash was still buried in the monster's back. I'd nothing to fight with save my bare hands. But bare hands have killed kings, cold blood. Bare hands have built empires. A man and his sword can carve a legend. A man and his army can conquer a nation. A man and his god can remake the world. But swords shatter, armies falter, gods betray. The man's hands are ever his own. The monster lumbered into me, knocking me onto my arse. But as its bloody maw opened wide to rip my throat apart, I seized hold, one hand locked around its chin, the other its snout. The beast pressed down with all its weight, tons of pressure on my chest, spit and blood drooling on my face as its tongue lolled from its open mouth. But though I knew not how, I kept those jaws held apart, fangs sinking into my palms, bare hands torn bloody. The monster surged, trying in vain to bite, but with fury and fear boiling inside my chest, I wrenched its mouth wider. The beast thrashed, claws ripping me open, the sounds of tendons popping and bone creaking rising over its agonized bellow as I flexed and with a roar tore its jaw so wide it simply snapped in my hands. Blood sprayed. The bear howled in pain and fury. I planted both feet on its chest, kicked hard. The monster sent flying despite its colossal weight. It struck a tree a few yards from where Phoebe lay, the oak tilting sideways in a shower of snow, earth shaking as the beast crashed into the frost and fell still, steam rising from its ruined mouth. I dragged myself upright, toppled and collapsed, crawling now across the blood-drenched grey. My tongue was tingling as I spat the bear's blood from it, all my senses ablaze, a blur. But I had only one thought, one fear, not for me, but for Phoebe. She lay where she'd fallen, wrapped in furs, covered now in snow. Thorn had fled, but I managed a bloody smile as I saw Argent yet stood above Phoebe's body, like a loyal soldier at his post, his breath steaming as he whinnied at the sight of me. Crawling to his side on my knees, I pressed a bloody hand to his flank. "You just made a friend for life, boy." The warhorse nickered softly, and I sank down beside Phoebe, coughing red. Peeling away the blankets, thirst burning bright as I listened for her breath. My heart twisted as I waited in silence, and I drew her arm out from the covers, feeling for a pulse. My gut filled slow with ice, but then a faint thud beneath her skin, a small moan from her ashen lips. "Thank the martyrs." A whimper bubbled in the still, and I raised my head, realizing that monstrous bear was somehow still alive. It was trying to rise now, blood drooling from its broken jaws, eyes still fixed on me. Breathing deep, I hauled myself upright, staggered to its side, and dragged Ash from its bleeding flank. The sword song rang in my head, near lost under the war drum of my pulse as I raised her high above that monster's body. "Stop, Gabriel! No, stop, stop!" And froze still. Blinking, chest heaving, noting for the first time the collar of everknots around the beast's neck, the pattern of white spirals and moons daubed onto its fur. "A dancer, see a dancer, like fire, fire hair. Don't hurt her, you shitwit." "Dane, stir," came a voice. I glanced over my shoulder, saw a woman with a longbow of horn and ashwood aimed right at my heart. Her leathers and furs were adorned with bramble and twig, painted in a slashed pattern of black and grey. She'd have been invisible among the shadows but for my pale blood eyes. Her face was covered by a hood and scarf, and she wore a mantle of feathers about her shoulders, a dozen different kinds. Owl feathers. "Great Redeemer," I wheezed, straightening. "You... Dane stir," she bellowed. "Alfundrerken." I heard the creak of more bows, glancing to my flanks and rear, spotting new figures now, a half-dozen women among the shadowed trees. They were dressed like same as the huntress, bows raised and arrows aimed right at me. "Bright eyes, look, look, see true forest daughter so pretty." Now I was fucked, cold blood. My left arm was shredded, blood pouring into the snow. From the bubbling of my breath, one of my lungs was likely punctured, ribs crushed, shoulder wrenched, skull cracked. I'd no idea how I managed it, yet still I straightened, standing over Phoebe's body and raising Ash in one blood-soaked hand. "All right then," I sighed, spat blood. "Which of you dames wants first dance?" "Mawek," one of the painted women said. "Yes, sir, Skenar." The leader's gaze shifted from mine to the woman I guarded. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Phoebe's arm, pale skin run through with fine black veins and inked with phase spirals. "Fionn d'atre," she said, looking back to me with furious eyes. "This woman is under my protection," I wheezed, swaying on my feet. "You touch her, I'll murder every fucking one of you." "You will not." "Shut up, Ash," I hissed, soft and furious. I'm trying to be intimidating. "They are 6, ye are 1. They have bows, ye have a blade. They are hale, ye are bleeding out of several new holes. How intimidating do you think you look? I sighed, listening to those bowstrings creak tighter. That these were clanswomen was in no doubt, yet whether they were friend or foe to Phoebe's kin, I'd still no clue. All the warnings I'd been given about the dangers of coming here rang now in my mind. But taking Ash's point, I scowled at the Silver Dame and thrust her into the snow at my feet. The huntress stared at me for an age, blood dripping from my empty hands. Finally, she lowered her bow, slipping from her hide and stalking toward me. As the woman approached, she drew back her hood, pulled her scarf low, and I saw beneath the grease paint and muck her brow was scored with a crescent and full circle, side by side, a pattern of evernots and moons trailing down the right side of her face. Nath, the warrior tattoos of the Ocean Highlands. Her hair was pale blonde, bound in a dozen slayer braids and threaded with more feathers tied with leather thongs. I sank to my knees beside Phoebe. Drawing back the blankets to show the black stain in the dusk dancer's veins, I looked up to the maid with desperate eyes. "This is Phoebe, blessed daughter of Clan Dunzair," I coughed, spitting blood. "She's been shot with silver, and it's still inside her." At mention of the word silver, the maid narrowed her eyes. Looking closer, she took note of the ink on my arms and fingers through my tattered coat and gloves. "Ser San," she hissed, hand snaking to the blade at her belt. "Peace, mademoiselle," I raised bloody hands. "I'm with the Order no longer. I seek the winter moot and Sinna Adunzer in hope her niece's hurts might be healed." Still wary, bristling, the huntress crouched beside Phoebe, pressing a palm to her brow. One of the others called out. The maid snapped reply, new fear in her voice. I coughed again, blood spattering into my gloved fist, breath frothing through pierced lungs. The snow around me was soaked now, my dusk swimming toward midnight. I should have dropped like a rock. But though I'd no ken how, I fought that darkness back. The huntress looked me over, her expression clouded. That I was somehow ally to Phoebe must be plain, but that I was an outsider, a lowlander, a silver saint, was plainer still. "Will she live?" I turned at the deep, rasping voice. And there, in the new fallen dusk, stood one of the biggest women I'd ever seen. She was broad and tall and muscular, and aside from her collar of evernots, unabashedly naked. Black waist-length hair bound in dozens of slayer braids cascaded over blood-drenched skin, adorned with spirals and moons, daubed in white. From the bloody sword wound in her side and the shadow she threw on the snow, I knew her for who she was, that mountain of teeth and claw I'd just battled to a standstill. A dusk dancer of the Earthwill. "Birkin," I whispered. One of the huntresses tossed a cloak of clan cloth, and the big woman bound it about her waist like a kilt. She limped closer, eyes locked on me, and I saw they were entirely brown, no white showing at all. Ears trimmed with dark fur sat slightly too high upon her skull, one a ragged bleeding stump. The hand she pressed to the wound in her ribs was more akin to a paw, clawed and covered with thick, dark fur that ran up her forearms to her elbows. Her nose and jaw were broken, mouth bloodied and bruised, but still she managed to speak, slurring, her brogue thick enough to butter bread with. "I'll have your name, Mevler, and one good reason near to end you now." "I'll give you 3, mademoiselle, since you ask so politely." I raised one hand, counting on blood-soaked fingers. "First, I'm not a vampire, merely a vampire's son." The Earthwill scoffed, touching the bite wounds I'd left in her throat. "Second," I said, dragging myself to my feet, "and please understand I cast no aspersions on your prowess here, but Phoebe Adunzer would likely feed you your fucking heart when she found out you ended me." The big dancer narrowed her eyes, folding massive arms. "And third." "Third?" I scratched my stubble. "And perhaps, where I should have started in hindsight, the godling is found." I paused, listened to the whispers rippling around the group. "And I know where she is," I added. Standing taller, I waited for their voices to still. "And as for my name, mademoiselle, I've been known by many. Saviour of Nordland, Sword of the Realm, the Black Lion of Lawson. But my first was the one my dear mamma gave me, and the one I think you'll know best." I shifted my gaze back to the dusk dancer, looking her dead in the eye. "Gabriel de Leon is my name, mademoiselle. I am quite sure it precedes me." Jean-Francois scoffed softly, scratching in his tome. "You actually said that?" Gabriel chuckled. "I actually said that." "Well," the vampire shrugged, "dramatic entrances are the best kind." "Not always," Gabriel sipped his wine. "But when someone insists on measuring cocks and yours is the biggest, sometimes it's best to just whip it out and be done." "I know we've bloody history between our kin," I said, "but we're not enemies, mademoiselle. If we were, would one of mine be risking his life to save one of yours?" The Earthwill's eyes narrowed. The shadows whispered, new tension now strung thick in the air. The huntress still kneeling at Phoebe's side looked down as she moaned, pressing one hand to her brow. "She's burning, Bryn. We need to see her too, or bury her here." The big woman said nothing, staring knives at my throat. "Trust me, Mademoiselle Bryn," I said. "The fate of the world hangs in the balance here." Phoebe moaned again, sheened in sweat. The huntress looked to the big woman with wide, worried eyes, and the Earthwill finally sighed, squaring broad shoulders. "You set 1 foot wrong on this road, Sayerson. I'll make a cloak of your hide. Ken." "I fear human skin makes for terrible leather." I managed a bloody smile. "But I suppose it'd be warmer than what you're wearing right now." The bear scowled, glancing among her sisters. "The smart arse comes with us." Chapter 12. Mother's Cradle. It's Esther. In the cold reaches of Sul Adair, Gabriel de Leon glanced up from the chemical globe, that pale moth beating in vain upon smooth glass. "What did you say?" Jean-Francois smoothed back a lock of golden hair with his quill, dipped it swiftly into his pot of ink. "A flock of owls, de Leon. It's called Esther." The last Silver Saint nodded. "You learn something every night." "Several things," the vampire smiled, "if you spend your nights in the right company. You reached your destination alive, I take it? Bevy of scars aside, your hide is still intact from what little you've been kind enough to show me." Gabriel nodded, pouring the last of the Monet into his glass. "We made it to Wintermoot. But this is where it gets a little messy, Coldblood. I might need another drink." "I think 3 bottles is probably enough for now, oui?" Gabriel scoffed, lifting his goblet. "You're no fun at all." "We could call Méline and Mario back in. I can show you how much fun I can be."
His name is Dario, Justin.
Gabriel sighed, leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled at his chin. He breathed deep, a dark frown between his brows, gathering his thoughts. It took us 2 nights to journey there, hurrying on secret paths with storm clouds whipping us on. The day's wheeled was a dark stain all around, like mould creeping on old bread. But the highlands were still spectacular country, Coldblood. Wild mountains and ever skies, waterfalls of ice, frozen hundreds of feet high. I'd have appreciated the beauty more if I wasn't so afeard for Phoebe, but while there were no healers among the huntresses, the one named Mauk had some hedge magic about her. It was her that stare of owls belonged to, and she could speak to them in some wild tongue. Between the charms she strung about Phoebe's neck and the teas I brewed, we kept her breathing. They were guardians, I learned, these women. Moon's maidens, they named themselves. Warriors chosen from among the Highland clans, devoted to the watch of the sacred lands around the Wintermoot. They moved like wraiths and spent most of their time in the shadows as we travelled. Even with pale blood senses, I was stretched to keep track of them all. But Mauk led Thorn and Ajon through the woods ahead of me, and the Earthwheel woman stalked ever behind, dark eyes on my back, Phoebe on a stretcher between us. Her full name was Bryn Achillech, and she hadn't returned to her wheeled shape after our battle in the wood. She was clad in tooled leathers and a kilt of dark cloth now, strung with charms in the shape of crescent moons. The big woman wasn't much for talking, even after her jaw had healed, but it was clear she'd the deepest misgivings about my company. "Did Dr. Adunzir tell you what Wintermoot is?" she asked one day. "Do you have any ken under a mother's moon where you were headed?" "Only that it'd be into danger," I replied. "Probably my death." "And still you came. Are you that tired of living, Mevler?" "Not a vampire," I reminded her, "and there are very few people in this world I consider friends, Mademoiselle Bryn, but the Godling is one. Strange as it may seem to you, this woman between us is another." I shrugged. "And my friends are the hill I die on." "You're lucky you aren't dead already," she growled. "Your heathen god smiled on ye when last we fought. If we tangled again, I'd rip you a new ass." "I've no doubt. But given I'll be wearing the scars of your teeth for the rest of my days, and that I'm rather fond of my arse as is, let's avoid further entanglements, shall we?" Bryn scowled, nodding to Phoebe between us. "Why is she wearing a ball gown?" Despite my peril, my fears, still I chuckled then, thinking about that dauntless girl in the shadows of Cairnheim, her smile brightening my dark. Because there are always fucks to give for fashion. We trekked on, owls fluttering through dead trees and thoughts of Dior flickering in my mind. I still felt nothing each time I reached out for her now. Nothing but fear and regret. "'Tis a festival," Bryn finally said. "Wintermoot, to celebrate the turning of the frost back towards spring. All mothers and clan heads from across the highlands gather under banner of peace. Disputes are heard, truces brokered, weddings arranged." "Alas, I fear I'm already spoken for, mademoiselle." The Earthwheel woman shook her head. "You are tired of living, aren't you?" I winked. "Perhaps I just like living dangerously." We trudged up twisting mountain passes toward the roof of the world. The cold was deadly, and every mile I could feel eyes upon me, hear whispers among the branches. How foolish I'd been to think I might make it through these woods unnoticed. Figures flitted among the trees, sharp eyes and swift shadows,
Mawic's owls carrying word back and forth, hopefully warning them not to fill me with arrows. And at last we arrived in a valley, nestled between two snow-capped spires, my eyes widening as I saw what awaited within. "Mader Craith," Mawic murmured beside me, pressing two fingers to her brow, lips, heart. "The cradle of the mothers, the heart of the Highlands. 'Twas here the moons were suckled by the night," Bryn said. "'Twas here the first wieldlings were born, when the mothers made love to the mountains." "Great Redeemer," I whispered. It was a forest valley, frozen in winter's grip, but unlike the realm below, the trees here were hale and whole. There was no sign of rot, no fungus or decay, and I was at once reminded of the woods of my youth, hunting among green trees before the death of days. A great loch was frozen at the valley's heart, and two enormous statues of raw basalt rose up at its shoreline, 40 feet high. A pair of regal, beautiful women, each holding aloft a crescent of stone. These were effigies of the moons, Lannis and Lanay, though I was struck with how akin to angels they looked, broad wings at their backs, long hair studded with stars. Between them, a bearded man with goat legs and a crown of antlers was carved, one hand outstretched to each, Malath, the Earth Father, guardian and groom to both. At the loch's edge stood a mighty hall with two tall towers, one to the west, the other east. The architecture was awe-inspiring, ancient timbers and dark stone carved with everknots. Colossal trees stood beside the hall. Great creepers crawled the walls, and my heart burned a little brighter at the sight. A flower, this place seemed, a single bloom still growing, perhaps the last bastion of uncorrupted splendour in this empire entire. "It's beautiful," I whispered. The path through the wood was lined with a row of figures, women all, dressed in long fur cloaks, dyed red as moonlight. Strange helms were sat atop their heads, covering their eyes, like crowns wrought of burning red candles. Silvered blades, curved like crescent moons, were planted in the snow before them, their hands at rest on the hilts. Every inch of their skin was covered in blood-red inkwork, fey spirals and snatches of ancient magics. "Our sisters," Bryn murmured, "priestesses of the cradle. They keep this place unspoiled for the mothers and father, and ensure no violence is done during the moot." The first woman bowed and spoke with a deep musical voice. "Mother's blessings, dearest sisters. The Father smiles upon ye, but—" Here those masked eyes turned toward me. "Nay, upon this one, we fear." "I bring no quarrel, sir," I began. "I come only to help my—" "We know why you're here, Sierson," the priestess said. "We have word of ye coming on the winds, and the Wields have spake your name to us these many nights. Ye shall cede your weapons to us, and surrender yourself to our gentle keeping." The thought sat ill with me, to be unarmed among a gathering who'd see me only as an enemy. But if I wished to enter here, it seemed I'd no choice but to obey. Bryn tensed at my back as I took off my pistol and powder, and, unbuckling Ashtrinka's scabbard from my belt, I kissed the silvered maid on the hilt, handed her over to the priestess. Though her eyes were masked by that strange burning candle crown, the woman still took the blade unerringly. "Please take care of her, sir," I murmured. "We've been through hell together, she and I, and no finer company could I have asked for." "The drinker of ash," the woman breathed, "the soul of the sky, the heaven sent." Lifting the sword gently, she looked Ashtrinka over with wondering eyes. "Not so legendary as once they were, the hands that now wield her, but her legend remains undiminished." The woman nodded. "We shall treat her with all due reverence, Sierson."
I wondered how it was this woman knew Astrinka's name, her past, but more sisters came forth before I could ask, lifting Phoebe's stretcher and carrying her swift down the forest path. I followed, Bryn looming behind, as we walked past those unearthly maids to the valley below. Drawing closer, I saw beautiful lodges of wood and stone built around that mighty hall, a small town resting in this cradle's heart. And that town was peopled by the strangest folk I'd ever seen. I'd been raised on tales of dusk dancers at the monastery, but in truth, I'd no idea what I'd find in Mader Craith. Hulking men and women with bodies covered in fur, folk with tails and claws, half human, half animal. Some wore clan cloth and armour, but others were so changed they'd little use for either, simply walking in the shapes of their beasts. This was the only place in the Empire I might see such sights, I realised. The regular mountain lions and bears and wolves had all gone extinct since the death of days. Fey spirals were painted on their hides, human intelligence glittered behind animal eyes. All stared at me in the gloom, a few with curiosity, most with hostility, and though I'd never spilled dancer blood in my life, I felt a tiny fish in an ocean of hungry sharks. Phoebe was taken with all haste into that grand hall, but I was marched to one of the towers at its flank. The priestess who'd taken my weapons led me up a winding stair, the candlelight from her crown flickering on the stones. Bryn thumped along behind, bristling with silent menace. I was led to a room at the tower's peak, thin windows overlooking those mighty basalt statues and the frozen loch beyond. I could see fires burning on the shoreline, shadows dancing around the flame, the song of bright pipes and the scent of feast hanging on the cold wind. "Ye shall remain here," the priestess commanded. "Young Bryn shall stand the watch below. If you've need, call her name." "How long must I wait?" I asked, fists clenched. "As long as the mothers and father will it." "I've business to the south, madame, a dearest friend in deepest need. We come to ask the clans for aid, but if you'll give us none, we must seek those who will, and swift." "We shall speak to the Fion d'Atre." She tilted her head, wax dripping upon the floor. "All rests wi' her. If you have the ear of ye heathen god, ye may wish to pray she lives." "Or if she dinna," Bryn growled, "that at least we kill ye quick, vampire." I sighed, meeting the Earthwheel's eyes. "No marriage proposal, then?" The big woman muttered and turned to leave, but my voice brought her to a halt. "Merci, Mademoiselle Bryn." Scowling, she glanced over her shoulder. "For putting faith in me," I said. "It's no small thing to be the one to take that first step. Folk who cannot trust each other are doomed to destroy each other. And moons and earth know these nights are filled with enemies enough." I offered my hand, clad in my tattered glove. "A debt is owed you, by me and hopefully the world besides." The warrior woman looked down at my hand. Grunting, she shook it, her paw engulfing, her grip bone-grinding. I winced, trying to match her strength as her eyes glittered with amusement. And with no farewells, the pair left my cell. It was no true prison. There'd no need for one in this sacred place, I supposed. I could have climbed out the window and tried my luck, but that had served me not at all. My future, Dior's, the world's, all was in the hands of fate now, and if I was the praying sort, I'd have been on my fucking knees. As it was, I waited, sucking on my pipe like a leech to a vein, burning with my ever-growing thirst, and wearing a rut in the stone from my pacing. It was late the next eve I heard footsteps on the stairs. Turning toward the door with fists and jaw clenched, I noted the song of sad pipes now gracing the mountain air, wondering if I were listening to a funeral song. But the door opened, and there she stood.
A sight more welcome than I'd have ever believed when first we met. I could see she wasn't fully recovered, shadows drawn deep under her eyes. But she looked me over, my torn and muddied clothes, the stubble and dried blood on my face, one clawed hand resting on her hip as she smiled. "Seems another wash is in order, Silver Boy." "Phoebe," I breathed. "Thank the Mother Maid." She laughed, and I caught her up in my arms, breathing in the scent of wood smoke and fool's honey in her braided hair, crushing her so tight to my chest she gasped. I drew her back to look into those fierce golden eyes, knowing not whether to kiss or scold her. But she cleared her throat, nodded to the two figures behind. "Gabriel de Leon, this is my Aunt Cinna, old Seath of the Dunzair, and my cousin, Brendan, Saoirse's brother, and Regan Moore of my clan." The pair nodded, the woman warm, the young blood cold as ice, and I released my grip on Phoebe, stepping aside so they might enter. Aunt Cinna was perhaps 15 years older than I, emerald eyes scratched by crow's feet, lines etched at the corners of her mouth. Her hair was strawberry blonde running grey, intricate braids draped to her waist, threaded with gold. The leathers she wore were tooled with exquisite patterns of everknots and long dead flowers, the clan cloth around her waist woven of fine lamb's wool. And down her face, around each finger on her hands, beautiful Nath tattoos whispered of magics, old and dark. Cousin Brandan was a brick wall of a man. His bearded jaw was square, his eyes the gold of a lion's, and his ears were pointed like same, another dusk dancer.